What is up, people? So it's gonna be a little different from today. It's gonna be a fun one though. One of the things I wanted to definitely get into today is hurricanes and weather modification and technology and government and lies and this and that, because it's actually an issue. I know a lot of people. A lot of people around here believe in chemtrails. A lot of people around here believe that geoengineering is possible, maybe with some cloud seeding. But there's a large population of people that think that stuff is still BS. And I hate to say it, but conspiracy theorists are right on this one. Now, here's the kicker to it. There are no chemtrails. There are no nanobots that basically choose what disease randomly to give you. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. But there is a lot of shit going on. They've done a lot of stuff. I can show it to you. I'll go ahead and open up the panel. One of the things I wanted to definitely touch on is the aspects of what we're talking about. Weather modification, what is it? Cloud seeding, what the fuck is it? And even more importantly, what is actually happening and what's not? This all does correlate with flat Earth and globe because, again, these are ideas that were brought into fruition when we didn't even know it, when we didn't even think it was possible. For instance, one of the main things I like to research right now is weather modification and cloud seeding. So what I'm kind of just glancing over. Right, 1 second. What's up, Montreal? How you doing, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, how you doing?
Very good. How you doing, Sean?
Pretty good, pretty good. Thought this would be an interesting topic to talk about, seeing how it kind of plays on both sides.
For sure.
Yep. One of the things that I was going to say is the reason why weather modification and all these other cloud seeding applications are pretty much my main research over everything is the amount of research and data and studies they've actually already done. It's not this whole chemtrail idea anymore. It's almost ridiculous to even think about chemtrails. Chemtrails are literally a government made up term. Now, have they been spraying? Yes. Do they use chemicals? Yes. Is there documented studies and documented field studies of them doing these things? Yes. So, I mean, the idea of it just being far-fetched and a conspiracy tard's idea of what's going on. People who deny these things, you're wrong. It's not a conspiracy anymore. It's actual applied technology that they're using, whether it be cloud seeding. And again, let me make this very clear. It doesn't mean every time they cloud seed, it rains, or it doesn't rain, or it doesn't hail, or blah, 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 blah. But we do know it works. We do know there are many methods of cloud seeding, weather modification. But the main thing that they did in the 70s was to make sure it wasn't a weapon. Granted, there's some stipulations behind that, and we'll get into that too. But I kind of wanted to give the people on the panel so far and a voice to kind of give me your idea of what's happening when we're talking cloud seeding, weather modification. Matter of fact, Earth is seriously flat. You actually live in one of the most cloud seeded areas in the United States right now. You know that?
That's right. Perfect place to bring awareness to our beautiful stationary flat Earth.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I don't know exactly where you are, but I do know you're 1 second.
Sunset Beach.
Okay, so-
We're having a meetup on September 14. Everybody's welcome. Glove heads and flat heads. Everybody's welcome to come and do some observations.
Cool.
September 14. Flat today.
Yeah. Better yet, though, Santa Barbara is probably one of the largest contracted counties in California that is cloud seeding. One of the things that, again, it's not so much the idea of which they're doing so. It's how they go about it, the rules and regulations they have to go about doing so, and how they do none of them. So, well, that's kind of not gonna get a real good answer out of him. Sean, you have any knowledge in the weather modification cloud seeding area, or at least knowing that it happens at least?
I remember reading up on a few different things, but not really. It didn't really interest me too much. Most of the stuff that I read was all kind of BS for the most part. I do know that back in the '60s they had talked about dropping nukes into hurricanes and stuff like that. It really, when it comes right down to it, basically the winds would take all of the fallout from it and just kind of spread it all over the world. So that was kind of dropped really quick.
Luckily. Very luckily. Yeah. So kind of what you said was true and kind of what you said wasn't. So the idea that it's not really happening, it is 100%. Got all the documents. I'm going to show it to you guys in a second. I kind of wanted to start at ground zero. One of the reasons I wanted to do this stream is that because I was actually talking to someone last night, and one of the main things that they didn't even get a chance, they didn't ever hear about, is the differences in weather modification and geoengineering alone. Because when I talk about it, people get all confused. Well, I'm here to answer some questions. Yeah, go ahead, Robert. I see you in there. Actually, let me get to this chat real quick. It's been a minute. So Sean's here. What's up, Carl? How you doing, sir? Let me see who else is here. Also, I'd like to thank Jose, because Jose helped me out with a good idea and a setup. So we're trying that out right now.
Speaking of Jose, how's he doing? Is he in the path of the hurricane?
As far as I know, they're not in the path, but he's probably getting some good rain or some good weather right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, this is an excellent time to do it too, as well. I didn't even plan this with the gauge of that hurricane either, so it's fun.
Yeah, I think Jose is going to be a victim of direct energy weapons. I put a link.
Okay, you're going too far. Hang on. So this is what's going to happen. Earth, I'm going to shut anyone down who throws weird shit out there, because when I'm trying to talk about weather modification, cloud seeding, I need people to get away from that conspiratard thinking that they assume I'm going to be doing. And when you say direct energy weapons, it makes no sense, because direct energy weapons aren't a weapon. It's a form of weapons, and it's a form of anything else that you would apply to a direct energy, period. So relax. So, like I said, one of the main things that I wanted to get really clear on this is where they started. I come from the background of, they've been cloud seeding forever. When I say forever, I mean forever. You don't think of it the same way as I probably am right now, but for instance, the Indians, when they would do the rain dances. Now, the idea is that they're dancing to a god. The idea is that they're asking for rain for crops or whatever reason, blah, blah, blah. But what they did during these ceremonies is have these insanely large bonfires, huge bonfires. And the reason for that is, why the hell isn't that working? I'm trying to figure out why my chat isn't working. My bad, guys. But again, like I said, it's one of those things where you guys got to give me half a second because I don't know what the fuck this is doing. Doesn't seem right if I can't see my chat. And if I can't see the chat, everything I'm doing is pointless. All right, there we go. There we go. Perfect. All right, so like I was saying before I interrupted my damn self, why the hell? I'm trying to figure out why this isn't working. Hang on, guys. I hate this. Okay. Anyway, whether it works or not, we're gonna keep going. So, like I was saying, one of the main things that I wanted to get across, blah, 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 I'm trying to get through what I was saying. Okay, perfect. All right, is the fact that the Indians, when they did these rain dances and they did huge bonfires, they were creating cloud seeding. It's literally the soot from the fires, reacting with the nuclei in the sky that basically would form rain clouds. Makes moisture basically connect, and basically it would form rain clouds or hail or I guess in a certain, we'll start off at the beginning. So making rain, we're not going to talk about suppressing rain yet. It's a little different. But the main crux of what I'm trying to say is that whether they were trying to do it or not, speaking of the Indians when they did their rain dances and stuff, the realization is that that was a form of cloud seeding. When they did that dance and it did rain, it wasn't because of a creator. It wasn't because they just so happened to do it at the right time, or actually it kind of is. But the realization is without moisture in the air, cloud seeding is impossible. It's not making rain. It's literally the act of increasing the molecules in which can create rain is the best way of saying it. For instance, we live here in Southern California, or I do at least. If there's no moisture, they can't create the clouds, first of all. So what they'll do is a cloud seed using typically silver iodine. This is a plane application, airplane application, where they will start spraying above our ocean, over the coast, and then the offshore breeze over the ocean is then what spreads it over land. Now, if we're talking, does it work? Yes, it works. It's been shown to work. Here's the deal. The numbers are funny, and the numbers are kind of confusing if you don't really pay attention. So here it is. So it goes. 100% of the time we spray, it works 12 to 15% of the time. What does it do? They cannot control how much rain comes down. That more depends on how much moisture is in the air. What else do they use it for? They use it for hail suppression. A lot of places, if you live in Texas, you probably get beaten down by hail a lot. Well, these are other ways of mitigating between controlling these things. Hail is basically just the ice. That's all it is. Ice that didn't melt on its way down. Well, they would cloud seed, and it also warms up the air, kind of gets the molecules all electricized, or I guess we would say, a way of crushing a word. But theoretically, what it's doing is it's melting, it's warming the air, melting down the hail, thus being hail suppression. So understand this. Across the United States, there's hail suppression, cloud seeding for rain, and believe it or not, there's cloud seeding to dissipate rain. That's to get rid of rain. The idea of doing that is basically using forget the name of the chemical off the top of my brain because I didn't remember it even existed until yesterday. But basically, it pulls the moisture out of the air. Now, here's the difference in how it's dangerous, or here's the reason it's dangerous. It's probably a better way of saying it. And know this: anybody in the chat or in this meetup or in the chat, if you got a question, tag me. If you guys got questions or you want to add to it, go ahead and talk. I don't want to make this a just me on the topic, because again, I know there are other views and ideas of how it works or doesn't work. And then even more importantly, I can easily go hours on end just ranting about this stuff, and if I do that, I'd want you guys to stop me. Yes, I'm sorry. Astrorex, that's actually a perfect way of explaining it. When I was explaining that when they wanted to lessen the rain, it's basically a dehumidifier in a nutshell. Great. Let me see where I was. Okay, so back to where I was. So before we move on to past cloud seeding, I want to give you guys a couple examples and situations that we know it worked, or do we? Now, in the guides of how long have they been doing this? Okay, well, guess what? It's 2019, and we are still in this conversation of, can they control weather? Can they make it rain? Can they suppress hurricanes? Can they control hurricanes, for that matter? Well, they've been doing. When I say they, I'm saying science and technology, people that we are, current standards. We're not talking the Indians and the rain dances. Started in 1905, but in 1915, let me go ahead and share this page, and this should be a pretty good indication of how real what I'm talking about is, whether you like it or not. It still happened. All right, so here we go. So what we're looking at right now is weathermodificationhistory.com. It's an excellent website. I suggest everyone check it out. I'll put the link in the chat. The reason for that is the guy who runs this website, not only does he really do his due diligence to get the research out and the information out about what's going on with geoengineering, weather modifications, HARP, you name it. This guy, he's doing research behind it, and he has documents and papers to back it. Even better than that, he actually is one of the few that will go to the Senate and legislation hearings and speak out. One of the major things he's doing, and the reason I support this guy as much as I can, is the fact that I know everyone knows what an NMOD is. Basically, a treaty that says you can't use weather modification as a weapon. Well, this guy is literally out there trying to push a revised NMOD where they have to be more transparent to what they're doing. When I say transparent,
Sean, you heard of HARP?
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
HARP?
Yep.
The HARP,
That's cool.
CERN, Brookhaven Laboratories, all those hadron colliders, they're all weather modification weapons.
No.
Oh, really? What do you think they are? You think they're just trying to prove the Big Bang with the HARP, with the
Okay.
CERN?
Well, what CERN? Yes, CERN. They're trying to figure out particles and how particles work in a way that they've never been able to do.
Right, that's with the official story.
Okay,
But it's
well,
every time they turn it
no.
on, they have earthquakes. And,
No, they don't. No, that's not even true at all. In fact, they
Oh.
built CERN under the guise of the least amount of hurricane or least amount of earthquakes as they can possibly come up with. When it comes to HARP, HARP is not a entity. DARPA, DoD, you name it, those are entities. HARP is the technology. Sony, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Windows 95, like it's a company. It's the technology. It's not a institute. It's not an agency. No one works for HARP. They use HARP. And here's the thing.
It's a military thing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Excuse me. One of the main things that HARP. Now, this is the original reasoning behind HARP, and it took me a long time to figure this out, because one of the main things that is said is that, and everyone see that interview with the Air Force guy up in Alaska, and he says, yes, we have control of weather. We control the weather, the ionosphere, better yet. The idea of that wasn't that they control the ionosphere. They control weather. The idea is that of what HARP was is realistically atmospheric superiority, I guess you could say. Remember, this is in a time when we're in a Cold War. This is a time when communications and spies and satellites, it's all the forefront right now. So the idea is how can we get signals across the world, the globe, without having to build towers or having to worry whether or not our information is going to get gobbled up. Well, what do? They figured out ways to literally control the ionosphere. If China is communicating with whoever else from wherever we are in on the world, we have the capability of destroying that communication through the frequencies. Now, with that said, that does not mean they are not capable of affecting certain weather patterns or climates with HARP. What do I say? Because again, anytime you're messing with the atmosphere, especially the ionosphere, anything in between the ionosphere and HARP's technology, it's going to change some things. It's going to heat things up. It's going to make things do, what do you call it? Excite.
Well, they're bouncing off rays off the dome firmament.
No, again, I'm not playing that game. Anyway, what's happening is the nuclei. It's basically like the molecules that make moisture combine with itself and get heavier, and then gravity takes over, basically. But
nucleation.
Thank you. I was pretty close, though, right? But basically, what happens is when they're using these frequencies in the ionosphere, it does stir shit up. It does have the capability of making a storm, making it rain, does change shit. To the degree in which it does, guess what? We're not going to know because they're not going to let us see that data. But we have very, very good ideas how it works based on the documents and reports that they have put out, speaking on just frequencies, speaking on the civilian criteria of why they're using these things. There's more to it, but hey, like I said, I'm trying to move on. I'm trying to really fast pace through this so I can get to the real crux, and that's the hurricane stuff. But again, like I said, this is what we're looking at right now is literally the first state contract, I guess you would say. It's not going to be, I don't think there's any federals at the moment, but the first state contract issued by the state of California to the Hatfield brothers. The Hatfield brothers were contracted to literally make it rain. The reason, and one of the biggest reasons that this became one of my biggest researches is literally, I live 10 minutes, not now, but I did live 10 minutes from this site. I've been to this place 100 times. I know exactly where everything happened. I know where the dam that broke is. I know the town and the population that went out. Basically what happened is they were contracted to make it rain. They had, by this time, by 1915, they had basically gone everywhere there was and showed that they had what it takes. Or I'm sorry, 1905. They had what it takes to make it rain. They wouldn't tell anyone the ingredients. They wouldn't tell them exactly how they done, but so to speak, they had done this numerous times, and this would be the last time they actually did it. So what ended up happening is they're contracted to make. They do their little contraption, which is basically. I'm going to pull the picture up so you guys can see. It's literally. That's the wrong one. It's literally just the huge bonfire that they're creating. Now, what they have in this bonfire is a little different. It's not going to be the same idea of what we're talking about, but it's ultimately what they did. Again, it's evidence and proof positive that cloud seeding is 100% real. I don't think I would have to really argue with anyone about that. It's pretty relevant to, or not relevant. It's pretty well known at this point, basically. Good. Get off this one. Now, like I said, the cloud seeding aspect of this is very small. It's in a sense not as small as I'm kind of leading to, as in it's literally what I'd say I was looking on it. It was like 20% of the activity the weather that's happening. It's been basically reported that 20% of our weather in the United States alone, just the United States, is mitigated through weather modification or cloud seeding. The reason it is dangerous, and again, it doesn't seem dangerous because why would it be dangerous to make somewhere where it doesn't rain, where hail makes damage less, blah, blah, blah. Well, here in California, 2 years ago, we had really big rainfalls. We also found out that they had just actually issued 102 contracts for cloud seeding in that year in California alone. Now, here's the main issue. If it doesn't rain very often somewhere, and then it rains a shit ton, one major aspect happens: sinkholes and mudslides. Well, Southern California had its largest mudslide ever. I think about 3 years ago in Santa Barbara. I mean, we had, and I don't know if anyone knows about this or lives in California to know about it, but I mean, we had house-sized boulders coming down off the mountains because of these slides. It took a lot of neighborhoods out. And this is an issue everywhere. That was just a huge issue that had been reported. Throughout the years, throughout the 60s, 70s in Texas, if you guys go online, I have all the links. Matter of fact, in my Discord server, I will be putting everything I'm talking about today into my weather modification channel in my server, the Truth Frontline. And so anything sounds confusing, or I say I have a link for and I don't show it, that's where we'll be at the end after the stream. But more importantly, let me get back to what I was saying. It's regulated, but not. Now, and every time I pull these up, it makes me fucking laugh. So when we're doing this, when we're talking weather modification, in the regulations behind it, there's one aspect of this that by federal law is supposed to maintain and stand. They're supposed to report any and every weather modification, because remember, weather modification in itself is a broad name for all these things. They're supposed to let us know it's happening. Again, and you're going to start hearing things.
Yeah, wait for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to start hearing things that collaborate with conspiracy theorists to a certain extent. And this is where a lot of conspiracies fall off or take steam. So what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to actually let the population in that area know what their intentions and what they're going to be doing. Now, NOAA, the NOAA, our weather agency, they basically run all of it. I say all of it, I'm talking all the national weather institute or agencies, all the data and research for climate control and studies that are studies that are going to be ongoing and or for the future, or the records for the past. They all go through NOAA. This was decided in the 1970s when the NMOD was brought up, or placed is a better way of saying it. But basically what happens is if I want to cloud seed San Diego, and San Diego has contracted me to do so, I then have to put a publication, it's kind of like an obituary, into somewhere so that it can be publicly known. The problem is because there's such sad regulation to doing this. Let me go ahead and show you what they are pulling, what they use as their let everyone know. Let's see where it is. Here it is, right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up right now. And again, let me remind everyone, this isn't conspiratard. This is I'm gonna pull up right now damn, brain fart again. I'm gonna put out 2 announcements for weather modification, and so you guys can see exactly what the people of Santa Barbara or wherever you live and does cloud seeding is putting out for you to know what's happening. And this is probably why you have no clue what's happening. All right, so here it is. So this first one, I'm going to share. This one is from Pasadena. Share this. Thumbs up. Hang on. Trying to find it. Hang on one second, guys. Gotta use a window. All right, there we go. So this is, like I said, this is this is one article. It's a notice of weather modification. Let me go ahead and make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Oops, too big. So again, like I said, this is a notice of intent. Sorry about that, guys. A notice of intent says, County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works hereby gives notice of intentions to conduct a weather modification program. It says the nature and purpose, the County of Los Angeles will implement a weather modification project to increase precipitation in the San Gabriel Mountains. Ground-based equipment will be used to disperse silver iodine (AGI) particles into the suitable storm clouds. Criteria have been developed for both anticipating and suspending weather modification activities. The blah blah blah, and then it kind of cuts out. What I just read, that's their notifications. This was in, I have a date on here. This is published February, so this is like 2016, somewhere in that range. So, and I'm not sure if you noticed or not, but it literally isn't much bigger than an inch by inch ad if you've read the paper lately. I'll pull up one more. Let me see where it is. The next one is actually the one it's much worse. Let me see. And I had everything in the OBS, but I didn't want to. Oh, I know exactly where it is. So, like I said, it's lit. All these things that I'm talking about right now, everything I've said has had documentation behind it. Everything I've said or shown you guys is happening on a regular basis, whether anybody here likes it or not. Whether you feel that it's been misconstrued, unfortunately, so far what I've gone over I have not. It's 100% going on. Cloud seeding is probably the most prevalent thing that's happening. I mean, there's no question about that. I don't think, like I said, I don't think anyone has room to question whether or not it's happening. And when I say that, I'm talking about cloud seeding alone. We're going to get into the other things. What I'll do is if anybody has any questions or comments, or Sean, you're wrong as all hells, let me know, and we can kind of go over those right now. Anybody going once?
Yeah, no, I was just reading up on it. Yeah, I'm looking at a whole bunch of stuff about the silver iodide.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy because they don't list anything that is toxic to humans or anything like that. But then I found this one from South Africa from 1979 that it could result in, that it may be pregnant to women, maybe dangerous to pregnant women and stuff like that. But then the report right afterwards says, but it's not toxic to man.
Yeah.
But,
So
I don't know.
so in that, because remember, I did come from the chemtrail side of everything. So the first thing I did when I found out about this and was really getting into it was, what chemicals are they using? So, like you said, they're using what's called silver iodine. Silver iodine, in a sense, when it comes to the human race, I would say it's not the most dangerous. I mean, put it this way, no one in 20 years is going to start talking about how they have a third arm because of. But there is a problem because silver iodine, and what you were just talking about, you're talking about the toxicology of the silver iodine. It's actually very bad for any aquatic life. Now, not only is it like it's not just a little bit here and there, like it's dangerous. It's period. And what ends up happening, like I was saying before, and the reason I made sure I said how they disperse of the cloud seeding first on purpose, because again they literally go out over the ocean and spray or release the silver iodine is a better way of saying it, and it from there it's all up to the current of the jet stream or the off fucking ocean breeze basically to spread it across the land. How much do you really think they're able to make every bit of that silver iodine make it? No, because again, it's not just ocean aquatic life, it is all aquatic life. It is extremely toxic too. I was trying to find it as I was talking, the toxicology report, which I do have. And like you were saying, when it talks about like the human in general, it doesn't give too much threat. It's actually, I think it's what's considered an inert. I hope I didn't just destroy that. But more importantly, it's not the same. Aquatic life does not work the same. It doesn't survive. It doesn't survive under the same conditions. So we do know it's dangerous to aquatic life. In itself, that to me is more than enough reason for it to be dangerous, and some kind of other concept needs to be figured out. I apologize. I'm literally trying to find the toxicology report. Rather, I don't even know why I just don't type it in real quick, but it's because I'm lazy and I do stupid shit like that. But so basically, or anybody can go do that. Again, if I gloss over something, it'll be in my Discord server and the weather modification channel a little bit later on. So that way, it's not a situation where I'm just talking. What I wanted to do is I kind of wanted to get a little bit further into it rather than the cloud seeding. And let me just go ahead and skip over and explain what I'm talking about. Pretty sure everybody heard about about Trump and his question when he first got into term. How come we don't just blow fucking hurricanes up with nuclear weapons? Pretty simple. Fallout, period. But the idea of controlling, suppressing, or maybe even strengthening a hurricane, it's been happening a long time. One of the first known report of this happening, I'm gonna try to find the little excerpt they have for it. And a lot of people knew about the weather modification, hang on, I'm trying to read it out loud while I find it. Here we go. So again, I'll go ahead and share the screen right now. Okay, so we'll start with this one first. We all know what Operation Popeye. Operation Popeye was basically the Korean War, when we decided, hey, now that we started to figure this shit out, weather modification, this is when it became a weapon. This is the first known application of weather modification as a weapon that we know of. This is during the Korean War. So I'll go ahead and read it so you guys can understand. It says, the chemical weather modification program was conducted from Thailand over Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, and allegedly sponsored by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and the CIA without the authorization of the Secretary of Defense, Melvin Lord. Berkeley denied to Congress that a program for modification of weather for use as a technical weapon even existed. So again, when it was being studied, when it was being field tested, the idea, and this kind of goes, Flat Earthers love when I start talking like this. this kind of goes under the guidelines of not everyone needs to know for something to be happening, for a conspiracy to be happening, for something devious to be happening. So the idea of the weather modification in this situation that we're talking about as a weapon, the goals of it was to soften the road surfaces, causing landslides along roadways, washing out river crossings, and maintain saturated soil conditions beyond normal the time span. Basically, having a monsoon during a time when monsoons aren't normal there. So again, like I said, 1971 is when they did this, and 67. Basically, what they did is they made a monsoon happen. I think it was over a course of, I think it was over 3 years, I believe. I gotta go through it again. But basically, this was the very first known weather as a weapon. No, they didn't just come out and tell us about it. One of the things that happened. All right, no worries, Sean. One of the things that actually put this to light was the media. So what ends up happening back in, I'm pretty sure a lot of the old timers, I'm sorry I said that, what they used to do in the war and during war times, now we have like news agencies and all their cameras and all the reporters we can find. But there used to be a handful that went with the military when they went to these outfits. What ends up happening is they actually used the weather modification, the weather weapon. A reporter reported it, and before they were able to sway the story to a different narrative, so it wasn't about the weather weapons, the report actually got out. And it was actually pretty sure it was NBC or ABC, one of those two type of from back then. They actually are the ones who actually told everyone what it was. And from that point on, and once all the other governments found out, is when the NMOD was created. NMOD, again, like I said, is a treaty between a lot of the countries to not be allowed to ever weaponize weather. Here's where that is a very, very slow, very slim slope. So check this out. They have no way of verifying whether or not the weather's been modified. So if it rains today, there's no way of me verifying, one, it was man-made, two, it was under the guise of a weapon to ill will, the population here. And that's kind of one of the issues that plagues it all. The whole thing. I've talked about the geoengineering, talked about the weather modification. I've talked about just in general these conspiracies that are going on, and the idea that we don't need to know why. Matter of fact, we don't know the real serious shit. We don't know about it. Trust me, the government ain't that stupid. But when it all comes down to it, now we get to it. And no, Chris, the Earth is not flat, nor does it have anything to do with the conversation, or why the conversation's happening, or better yet. And let me go ahead and get to chat, because I'm not watching the chat very often, but I do want to get the link out there. Now we get into actual hurricane control. And this is the one that I've actually talked to both sides, Flat Earth and Globe, that look at me like I'm crazy when I talk about this. But it's not only is it so damn true, it's insane. I'm going to show you it. Now would be, if you guys are in there, 'cause I can see you guys had started tagging me. I don't know if Chris asked me questions. Okay, and so I'm gonna announce this now, just because I see you out there, Lenny. Hopefully, Lenny and I are gonna have a debate over this whole vegan thing he keeps pushing, because he believes that veganism is going to save the climate. Ha 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 ha. Let me see where I'm at. Okay, so remember, I was just discussing hurricane control and hurricane modification. Let me go ahead and pull this up so you guys can see. biggest regret I have is taking 1,001 screenshots when I first started researching. Screenshots are bad, people. Save links. Because I gotta find it. All right, here we go. So this is project. Hang on, I'm still trying to pull it up. And anyone that has something to say, come and look at my files, and that way you can understand why this takes so damn long. Okay, here we go. So this is Project Citrus. This is the first known hurricane, I guess you would call it. The idea was to suppress, but it's the first hurricane weather modification or hurricane seeding project. This project happened in, so go ahead and read through it. The United States Army, Navy, Weather Bureau, and General Electric scientists seed the first tropical storm ever on October 13th, 1947, with 180 pounds of dry ice dropped by aircraft. And that's a very important part too. And so it's our break. Go ahead. The Cape Sable hurricane formed, abruptly changed color and direction 120 degrees, and slammed into the Savannah, Georgia, causing 1 death and $3.2 million in damage. Now, the reason this is very important to understand what's going on here, they seeded this. 100%, it's not even a doubt in anyone's mind, it's already been out there. But the way hurricanes move, the way a hurricane works, is based entirely on the ocean it's traveling above, the land it hits, right? So therefore, we have a very decent understanding of how hurricanes work. This is another, we'll get into the Hurricane Harvey, but you guys go hear a little bit more conspiratorialism out of me because of that, and it's going to be interesting. So let me get to that part pretty soon, but let me get to what I was saying. Basically what they did is they dropped dry ice. I'm trying to find the image of the dry ice drop. I actually do have it on here. All right. Again, I remind everyone, you have files, well, keep it organized forever, because if you don't, you're screwed. Research. Okay, so here we go. So these that I'm showing you now, these are past hurricanes, and they're paths that they've taken. And something very, very clear you'll notice. So, what's up, Alan? How you doing, sir? Sorry about that. It did take a little longer than usual. That would be Jose's fault because I'm trying a new method. Okay, so like I was saying, these are the hurricane paths that we've had in 2017. It's not so much that hurricanes travel straight lines. They don't. It's not that hurricanes, can have these weird abrupt turns, because they do have them. Here's the kicker to it. You do not notice they all bank right to the end. All of them. I don't care. That little blue one in the very middle, Irene or whatever, that was a tropical storm, first of all. But they have a path. There's a way that hurricanes, cyclones, they all move. That's just part one of it. Go ahead and find these other ones. Because what ends up happening is you come to a situation where you start looking at what's been seeded, what's 100% natural storms, and how it works. So what we're looking at right now is obviously this 2016 paths of these hurricanes. The idea that these hurricanes are supposed to be the same weather patterns, same areas hit, not going to happen that way. But the way these hurricanes react, they will be the same, in a sense of, if the water's a certain temperature, it will react a certain way. If it gets closer to land, or better yet, if it hits land, we know what it will do. It will lose strength. Why? Because hurricane strength is basically the temperature of the water and the pressure of the storm. So if we're in a situation where it hits land, it no longer has the same pressure, and it has no longer the warm water that fuels it. Well, that's a problem because, like I was saying, kind of correlates to Hurricane Harvey. That was probably the first hurricane that I had experienced, not personally, but experienced with the researching that I have done behind this and the signs that I saw that were issues. This is where I learned HAARP wasn't as much of a factor as I thought. I always thought HAARP was the one controlling these things, and everything about HAARP does that they did controlled it. That's not the case. For one, HAARP is nothing without Doppler radar. HAARP is nothing without the ARAPs. ARAPs. If you don't know what those are, they're basically the Doppler. Basically, we all know what Doppler is. It's part of our satellite weather system. But AWAPs are basically the same thing with 360 degrees control of frequency and bouncing. So basically, they're able to hit more areas of Earth with one signal rather than needing a high-powered signal that will make it. But I digress. Now, because I'm still trying to find that freaking picture, it's kind of important that I show you guys the path of how they seeded. And then we will, and believe it or not, I'm close to almost being rant done. Let's see, where is it? Okay, I know where it is. All right, so when I get to here, I'll be able to show you guys exactly what I mean. Engineering pictures. Okay, here we go. Ah, finally, found everything I needed. So, like I was saying, when they did this cloud seeding, it wasn't a situation where it was like a hurricane and they just dumped a bunch of dry ice, like just dumped it out of the back of the plane. It's a situation where they basically, it's grounded. It's like a powder almost, and that's what would be the situation. That would be what was used to seed the hurricane. And what they didn't report, or what you didn't read in the report that I was just talking about, is the fact that they were supposed to be able to suppress it. That's what originally they were trying to do. But what ended up happening is it literally strengthened the hurricane. And once that started happening, the idea that they couldn't becomes far-fetched. The idea that when it said they control hurricanes, it's not 100% like a video game, okay? But it is, and I know a lot of people aren't going to like hearing that. But what we're talking about now with the seeding, literally all that is the intensity or the suppression of a hurricane. It gets deeper than that, and in a sense of they actually have the patents and the technology. It's already out there. I mean, when I show you the technology, you'll understand what I mean. But what they ended up doing in 2000, I think they started in about 2004. Homeland Security started an agency which threw a whole bunch more red flags up. Let me show you guys. Department of Homeland Security Hurricane Modification Workshop. This literally was a workshop that went over the guides of how can we do this, how can we do that with these hurricanes without too much damage, without too much collateral damage. And when I say that, I don't mean collateral damage in the sense of they're going to do it whether it kills or not. They're trying to figure out if it's feasible to continue to seed a hurricane or not. Now, let me make this clear. When we talk about weather or cloud seeding, does not mean at all only from the air. They do it from the ground as well. Towers that basically just emit, just like a bonfire, how it emits all that, the soot up. Well, same thing with silver iodine. There are dozens of other ways of doing this. So don't think that this is just one simple thing I'm talking about. I'm kind of just in a broad spectrum of everything. So I'm trying to kind of wash through a lot of this information so that you guys don't get too bored or anxious. But like I was saying, the one of the biggest things that I noticed when I started doing this research is the correlation between the quote unquote conspiracitard idea of how things are versus the denier, the conspiracy denier is what I call them. For instance, like I was saying, chemtrails are real. I don't give a fuck what you say. Chemtrails are real. Why? Because there are chemicals being sprayed as aerosols into the atmosphere. Chemtrail. Problem is that the idea of chemtrail is so destroyed, we don't use them anymore. It's ridiculous to even try. But when we heard about the black carbon soot aerosol, that's real. We were talking when we were talking about seeding, talking about NASA. NASA is one of the big components of this. Now, again, here's what fuels conspiracy thought, the way it thinks. NASA sprays sulfide aerosols into the upper atmosphere all the time. Want to know how I know? Because you cannot see these chemicals and emissions that are such a big issue. So what do? The same thing you do when you go take an X-ray or a CAT scan and you drink that chalk, the stuff that makes it so they can see what they're seeing, like what they can't see with the naked eye. That's what they do with these aerosols. So all the NASA spraying that people keep talking about and hearing about, it's way too high up to reach us. That's for one. I think I actually did a live stream once about the thermite that they used in the sounding rockets. But again, that stuff dissipates so far up in our atmosphere that it would never hit us. It would never get to us. I'm talking just that spray. But yeah, NASA does it all the time. That's how they know what aerosols are in our sky. That's how they know how CO2 pockets or blah, blah, blah pockets are healing. Like all the gases in our atmosphere, how do you think they see it? That's how they see it. They spray a chemical, these sulfates or aerosols, better yet, out there, and the reaction to whatever chemicals are out there, it picks a certain color, and that's how they're able to find out or how bad our atmosphere is or the emissions are, whatnot. And like I said, it's again what fuels the conspiracy fire, and then the documents that are actually out and they're talking about it kind of destroys it. Again, chemtrails, stop using it. Even if you think chemtrails are as you think, everyone, all the people think it is, and it's nanobots, doesn't matter. Pick a different name. You'll never be taken seriously on your guides of chemtrails, period. I don't care what you're talking about. Let's see here, kind of go through. Again, I'm going to put all these links into my Discord server, the weather modification channel there. But basically, there's links inside of links inside of links. Everything I'm reporting to you guys is literally going to have either the Jim Lee, the guy who owns this website, it's going to have publications that happened during the time, news outlets at the time. Let me see. For instance, this is one of the documents that he put out from the Homeland Security for the hurricane workshop. Again, this hurricane workshop was real. This is not conspiratorial crap. This actually was going on. They 100% were going through patents, ideas, and how things work, and blah, 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 blah. So again, let me go ahead and go through that real quick. So like I said, Operation Storm Suppression Equipment, alert at least one interested party as to the potential of the storm damage. And that was the reporting it in Pasadena. Provide information to at least one of the interest parties of cost and likelihood of reducing damage for the least of one interested party. Receive an at least one payment from the at least one interested party. Receive a inquiry for interested parties to provide a storm protection. Again, this was literally what the run through was if you were going to do any cloud seeding, weather modification, near a county or a state that didn't want it, because you had to be able to be liable for those things. And within being liable for those things, again, like I said, they weren't able to prove man-made weather had anything to do with damaging crops or different aspects of land, agriculture. It just didn't happen. So let me go ahead and find this real quick. I think that's what I'm looking for. So again, and I've talked about this before, about how NOAA has gag orders. So whether it be your weather meteorologist in your town or your state, or who works for NSA or who works for NOAA, NOAA gives them the official reports of what's going on. If a storm looks funny or a storm isn't acting as if a storm should, NOAA will literally basically choreograph how that storm's going to work out, whether it's amplified, down, or up. Hurricane Harvey wasn't a kind of category 5 until it was back to a category 3 on land. Kind of funny and weird how that works. But like I was saying, NOAA, they came out with a lot of publications and a lot of articles that came out talking about what their role is in weather modification in past studies, because the main thing they wanted to do is make it very clear the difference between their studies and it being used as a weapon, and they wanted to clarify that right off the bat. So NOAA's been pretty vocal on their role in this. Like I was saying, Project Storm Fury is the situation where they, in the 47, where they seeded the hurricane. Trying to find the picture for it. Master dog. There, let's go to here. I know it's not the same one, but it's the only way I can get to what I'm trying to find. Because what I'm trying to find is the actual image of them dropping the dry ice, and there is one. I just got to find it. And again, between what happens and what's reported is again, at this point, if we're still playing that game where oh no, that can't be possibly happening because they're not talking, that's done. One of the greatest achievements I've had actually from this is the fact that I've talked about this for the past 2.5, 3 years now, and the progression of cloud seeding being a conspiratard type thing, all the way up to the fact that now that people talk about it, like they understand. Oh, what are you saying, Rex? So I see what you're saying, Rex. You're saying I'm really full of shit. So what am I full of shit about, actually, Rex? I would love to hear about that. Let's see. I know what I'll do. Because the best part is our buddy Astro Rex in the chat right now. He's actually part of the group that says a lot of the weather modification stuff I was talking about was full of shit. But yet you don't say it now. So Astro Rex says, you say NOAA can dial hurricanes up or down, go back. Oh, I didn't know. Again, you may want to go back on that, Astro Rex. I never once said that NOAA controls what they're doing with the hurricanes. I just said that they control what's being said to the meteorologists and to the public. That's all I said. So maybe you want to re-listen to that. Because you're wrong. And okay, so here's the picture now that I'm not dealing with Astro Rex. All right, where is it? So when they dropped it, it dropped. Where is it? Pretty sure a lot of you guys have seen this picture before. I know I've shown it on my stream a few dozen times. It's a little harder to find it now. It is. Actually, I don't think this is it at all. Okay, but basically this No, I'm not even getting basic. I'm gonna find the damn one. All this looking for nothing. Let me see. It should come up. Oh. Basically, it looks like a big cloud. Where is it? I think they'll be in here. I hate Reddit. It actually has the worst stuff. All right, that page went blank. Yeah, I'm not really sure where it's at. I'll find it, but it'll be in the link when I post it. Because obviously, I'm just creating dead air at the moment, and that's not good. Okay, so I'll find it eventually, and then I'll post everything. Like I said, everything will be on the Discord. The Discord link is in my description. The Truth Frontline. So let me get back to this. So like I was saying, I'm kind of going to start jumping around right now because my timeline is a little different from everyone else's, and I have a lot more to say. Kind of want to see what Asterox says because. Okay, so again, this is actually I'm enjoying this part. So Asterox is in the chat, and what he's saying basically is that I guess the best way of saying it is I'm full of shit. The problem is Asterox is that you don't know what you're talking about, but we can go into it. So in the chat, what he's saying, so everyone on the panel knows what he's saying to me. He's basically already saying that NOAA doesn't dial up or dial down. I know that because that would be far-fetched to assume that freaking NOAA control, like they're hitting a switch. NOAA, they are the head organization, like they run all the other weather institutes and agencies. They're the head notch. Everyone listens to what they're saying. So if that's what you're saying, I'm lying about Asterox. You should probably do some research on it. NOAA actually is the bosses of, and I can show you. I've showed the gag order millions of times before.
It's basically like the NASA for weather.
I would even say that NASA reports to NOAA as well.
Okay.
Okay, so basically this is NOAA's responsibility. This is exactly what I'm reading right now. It says, what is NOAA? NOAA is a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is the agency of the United States federal government responsible for monitoring our climate and our environment and taking steps to preserve them. NOAA's tasks include improving short-term warning and forecasting services, forecasting climate trends and changes, promoting self-navigation, protecting national resources while helping develop them, building sustainable fisheries and recovering protected species, sustaining healthy coastal ecosystems, and observing the environment. Everything I just said there, Asterox, is exactly what I said. They run everything. When it comes down to meteorologists, National Weather Association, they all report to NOAA. Again, I can continue to show you these things. Whether you want to believe them or not is on you. But the reality of it is it's no longer a time and age, Asterox, where you just not believing a conspiratard works. It doesn't work that way anymore. Sorry guys, cloud seeding, weather modification it's not conspiracy. Again, if anyone wants to speak on anything, ask any question, let me know, because I'll rant on this whole time and I won't even realize what time it is. Let's see.
I heard, Sean, there's companies that you can pay. Say you're having a wedding
Mhm.
and you want perfect weather.
Yep.
Apparently, there's companies that you can pay that can make that happen. Or if you're a farmer and you want water for your plants, you can make that happen as well.
Oh yeah, it's and I kind of downplayed it a little bit earlier, but I shouldn't have. It's a multi-billion-dollar company or industry now. Cloud seeding. I'm gonna I'll show you guys how big of a company it is. Let me see. Okay, here we go. So this one is a pretty large, substantial company. This one is Weather Modification Incorporated. This is a pretty well-known one, doing hundreds and hundreds of projects. Again, they don't do pricing. They very limited on what they tell you, and more importantly, their Q&A sections of these things, they're very business-like. They're very one-sided. So I wouldn't take what they're saying as how things work 100%. I'd use a grain of salt and then move on and try to find out other forms of information. So Astro Rex says, I'm trying to find out where he was. So I want to see if he said he was sorry yet. He said, yeah, how about some evidence? Well, I definitely showed that part. Says that's their mission statement. Where is the gag? Oh, okay, yeah. Give me half a second, Astros. I'll show it to you. Matter of fact, I'll pull it up while I'm talking to you guys about it because it's how I roll. So what we're looking at now was one of those big companies that you're asking about, Montreal. What do they do? These are the different services they do. Feasibility studies. Is it worth it? Is trying to cloud seed worth it? If you're in the middle of Death Valley in the middle of the summer, it's not going to be worth it. There's not going to be enough moisture in the air. Other things they do is system interrogation. So basically, they want to know, what the climate's like throughout the year. Program design, program management, technology transfer. Again, these are all steps to basically having the best likelihood of rain and or whatever project they're trying to come across. Meteorologist services, like I said, not only are they doing cloud seeding, but they're also doing studies for different institutes. They do a lot of what I call future technology research, where they're doing stuff that we're not going to really not know about, but we're not told about as on a regular basis of here's what's going on. Let's see. So basically, it's just a rough rundown draft of what they do. So it's pretty basic. I'm trying to find. I'll show you guys what they're using. And that's the other thing. The whole idea that they're going to use commercial jets, too expensive. Those companies, Southwest, Delta, they want money, and they're going to try to get it. So that's the reason why they don't use those. These nice little pretty planes that don't last too long and can only do so much. Go aircraft modification. If you operate your own aviation fleet, we can provide custom modified aircraft to match your specific missions requirements. Or we will modify your existing aircraft to perform the operations required. Again, some of the modifications that we are currently performing are VIP transportation, photographic equipment, remote sensing, environmental monitoring, telemetry, atmospheric chemistry, cloud physics measurements, air embellish, and cloud seeding. Weather Modification Inc. has required the US FAA supplement type certificate for select seating equipment on the following aircraft. Trying to find the little details of that will kind of shut Astro Rex up real quick. Oh, let's go ahead and look at the projects they've done. So these are literally all the projects they've done throughout the world. Yes, I said throughout the world. And this is one company. I like to look at the projects they did in Puerto Rico 100% because they've been doing this stuff since the early 90s. We're talking about the cloud seeding aspect of this. Along with a lot of, that's the other thing. All the colleges and all these universities that are around, they're all part of these studies. This is what they're doing. These are the things they're trying to figure out. This is science. So it's even weirder to me now that I have a better understanding of how science works, that it's literally just impossible for any one side to tell any other side what conspiracy is completely bullshit and what is completely not bullshit. Besides flat earth without evidence. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find some more them letting everyone know that they have to report this stuff, so I can point that out to Astro Rex and his misinformed self. All right. If this doesn't find it here, then I will go. We're gonna go to the gag order. Okay. So, like I was saying, let me go ahead and find this so Astro Rex can apologize real quick before he puts his foot in his mouth anymore. Once again, I am finding it, so do be patient. I wish you guys had to deal with these mini files. It's so fun. So fun. Okay. Assessment. Trump definitely didn't do that. We're putting them out first. Ah, there it is. My bad. Could be so much easier. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just kind of pulling up and trying to find the right document. I think a few of you guys have seen my files when it comes to this. You guys that saw my files, this file folder of weather modification, you understand why it's taking so long. What I will do is, let's just search it online because I think it'll actually be a little faster. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna search for it because NOAA gag order. Oh, there's actually another one that I didn't see that just recently came out, but I will read the one that I know of. I'll go through both of them. Okay, so this one is the first one that I had come across and the first one that I was originally talking about. So hope you're listening up, Astro. All right, so this one, that gag order document, I want to make sure you saw me go to it. All right, so this is the gag order. Weather Service employees tethered by illegal gag order. So basically, this is also the representative of the institutes filing against it, I guess you would say. National Weather Service employees facing a growing restriction on their abilities to disclose information about the inner workings of their agency, according to a complement. Damn it. Here we go. What I gotta do? I have to do it this way. Sorry, guys, I gotta make it bigger. I can't see it. Restrictions on the ability to disclose information about the inner workings of our agency, according to the complaint filed today by the National Weather Service Employees Organization (NWSEO) and Public Employees for the Environmental Responsibilities (PEER). They contain this gag order, are illegal, and are presenting U.S. Special Counsel Erlina Lenner to lift this non-disclosed policy to take action against responsible officials. Let me see where it is so you can read it. The National Weather Service knows it's unethical for union representatives to keep critical information from the employees as they represent. By the very nature of the union, we are bound to communicate with our members and blah blah blah. Get to it. Where is it? I gotta find something that goes a little bit better with it. National Weather Service is about the last place where national security or security styles serial rules need to be enforced. State period, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm going to find another one. This is the other one. This is one from actually right now. I'll let you guys go through because, like I said, I gotta find the extract for what I was just looking at. It's clearly it happened. Stop embarrassing me. Okay, Lodi. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to here. Okay, so let me see. Sign the competition. I'm trying to find the damn one that explains what we were reading, because that peer was literally the company that was representing all the companies that think it's illegal. Writing on behalf of the National Security Organization and public employee peers, same thing. Okay, here we go. So it says employees for their environmental responsibility to advise about violations of the key provisions of the Whistleblower Protection Agency Enhancement Act of 2012 by the National Weather Service and its parent agency, the National NOAA, in the Department of Commerce. We seek your official assistance in curing this prohibited personal practice, and it's appreciate seeking discipline against responsible officials. The responsible officials, I'm sorry. These friends. I'm trying not to read the whole damn thing. As you know, the WPEA placed stationary language into Title V, limiting federal agencies' use of the non-disclosure policy, forms and agreements commonly referred to as the gag orders. As a result of the agencies are enjoined to include the following specifications into any such policies, form of or order. Its provisions are consistent with the do not serve. Oh, I gotta see what the fuck I am. Hang on. Gonna make it bigger. There we go. Yeah, there you go, Rex. It's all right there in your face. Classified are rights to liabilities created by existing status and blah blah blah. Exclusive order relating to 1. Classified information. 2. Communications to Congress. 3. reporting to the Inspector General of a violation of any law, rule, regulation, or mismanagement, a gross waste of funds, and abuse of authority and or substance of specific danger to the public health or safety, and other whistleblower protections. So basically, they're talking about the whole what the rights are, what the rights of these agencies are. Despite the very stationary requirement, blah blah blah. This summer, the National Works began requiring a signed confidential agreement from NWSOE or EO participants, along with all the participants on the OWA teams. These agreements purpose to bind the NWSEO representatives from communicating with its members of the Congress, and other persons regarding agency plans and on how they are determined. The agreements also do not contain terms allowing reports or impeding law or rule violations, gross mismanagement, waste, and abuse. I mean, I'll go ahead and share the link, Rex, and you can go ahead and debunk it, I guess, whatever way you choose to. But again, that's exactly what I said it was. Is exactly what it was. You don't have to get it from there. You can get it from anywhere else. Here's Courtroom Watch link. I'm not sure if this is actually a new one or not because I hadn't seen it and it's dated from 2019. But there you go. It says the corporate government agency NOAA, which oversees the National Weather Service, is forcing its employees to sign a non-disclosure document which prevents weather services workers from talking about the climate engineering programs such as the stratospheric aerosol geoengineering, ice nucleation for weather modification, and solar radiation management. What do they have to hide? Geoengineering patents are on a file at the Patent Office. The public statements have been made by the CIA Director John Berman in his speech at the Council on Foreign Regulations and by the Presidential Science Advisor John Holdren. The command is to keep quiet, issued by NOAA Director John Kegel, applies for all weather services and NOAA's workers, but apparently CIA Director John Berman did not get the memo. So, Rex, I will take your apology in any form you would like, and that's basically the extract from the document I was talking about from 2015. So again, Rex, you can go ahead and address that apology to Sean G. Oh yeah, kiss my ass. But with that said, guys, let me say. If there's anything, I know you guys got to have something to say. You guys are never this quiet on my panel.
I have something to say.
Go ahead.
First of all, that's how they keep secrets from the public. You just very eloquently described that.
Yep.
Second, I was curious about the North Korea weather modification. I haven't heard that before. Do you have details on that, Sean?
Yes. What they did is pretty sure that was I'll go ahead and get to it so that way I don't destroy too much information. Yeah, we're going right here. Yeah, I'm completely had a brain fart in the name of it. Free project. I'm just gonna go back to the climate one. Let me go ahead and put that link in the chat as well. Accountability scorecard. Of that, the website I was just letting you guys know about, the climate viewer. I'm gonna go there for the information because he has a lot more to show, and he has a lot of documents and stuff. So I'll go ahead and put that out there. So I'm gonna put it in both chats so you guys can have this information too. This is where I'm gonna be looking for the information from Montreal, just so you know where I'm looking right now.
Okay, thanks.
So what you are speaking of is project down there. Okay, so project. Let me get to everything before I start naming shit off. Where is it? Where am I at? Damn. 168. All right, so where we are looking at is project. That's right. That don't make any sense. Give me 1 second so I can be on the right page. Okay, so here we go. So project Stormfury. I don't think it's it. For some odd reason, my brain thinking it's not the right one because it's not. Project. This is what happens when you have way too much going on. All right, here we go. I got it now. Go into my files. Okay, so it's Operation Popeye. So basically what ended up happening is we were in the middle of a war and we were looking for the advantage. And let me preface this real quick. I don't know at what point it went from weather modification to straight weapon at this point, what I'm about to talk about. But the idea is that in the rumor mill of it is that any weather control that had anything to do with it was 100% under the guise of it being a weapon. So the cloud seeding, all the above is kind of like the we're not doing anything wrong methods that the military has been practicing. And again, like most, the military started this. It wasn't science and then the military was like, ooh, we want some of that. It's just not how it always works. And Brian, I just put the link in the chat. I wasn't actually too worried about the trolls today, so link in there. Sean. Actually, that last 30 minutes, Sean, what we were doing was talking about how NOAA runs all the weather organizations and how they actually place a gag order on most of them about the geoengineering and whatnot. I think that was pretty much it. And then now Montreal's asking about this one. So this is a project. So it says, as a geoengineering project source, the disclassified project is newly relevant. So basically what ended up happening during the war, they needed a way to get upper hand. And one of the best ways to get upper hand, they realized, is this cloud seeding. Because one, they don't have to build this big, extravagant weapon. They don't have to get close. They don't have to be anywhere near the enemy, right? So basically what they do is, under the same guides, and now it is the traditional cloud seeding situation, but they just did it with some pretty sure it was some pretty bad stuff. I'm trying to remember what the name of it off the top of my head without looking, but why do that if it's sitting right in front of me? Let me see here. So it says basically cloud seeding is a method. All right, we don't need to read that. The practice thought. Okay, so it says the practice is a thought to have originated in 1946 while experimenting with dry ice. Vincent Scholfier, a self-taught chemist employed by the General Electronic, made a big discovery. He noticed that cloud conductions nuclei and the tiny particles around which water conducts. I don't want to read any of that. I'm trying to read the whole we wanted to blow some shit up part. Okay, here it is. Right here. And then I gotta blow it up because I can't see it. Okay, so it says, is it, why aren't you stuck? Okay, there you go. At first, no one seemed to consider the warfare application of cloud seeding. But on March 20th, 1967, operational phase of Popeye began. Pilots and their crew would soar over select regions of Vietnam, which would, with a canister of silver or lead iodine, which were by the 1960s considered two of the primary sources of water conduction nuclei. The plane crew would ignite the canister and release particle-rich smoke into the existing storm. If all went well, the jolt of the artificial nuclei would reverberate through the system, forcibly spurring additional precipitation. Despite 80 years of cloud seeding efforts, it's really nothing. Or during their top secret briefing on Popeye, Senators Phil and Case were told that through U.S. taxpayers paid without their acknowledgement some $3.6 million a year for such operations over Vietnam. Popeye's success was certainly limited and also fundamentally unverifiable. As we address those facts, processes the full extent of the secret wartime weather modification project, Senator Pell seemed increasingly indignant as documents of the official meeting report. Let me see where it is. Hang on. Okay, so it says, when the details of Operation Popeye were made public 2 months later on May 19th, 1974, many Americans, as well as their allies and enemies abroad, were left pondering the same question. So basically, what it's saying is that mitigation of, we can't prove you guys used it as a weapon or you had anything to do with it, but I mean, the process, the secrecy of the project, and the amount of precipitation that actually did happen, it does show that it happened, that it did essentially affect the front line of the war. It says peacetime efforts peacefully. So basically, now that we're going to start getting into the NMOD, which is in 1976, entered to the NMOD was entered in 1976 and enforced in 78. That's when it became official that it couldn't be a weapon. Again, the NMOD stands for Environmental Modification Convention. It's basically the overseers of it. And as for what Astra Rex was once saying once again, it's very clear that they gave NOAA the role of caretaker of the applications for and the permission for using weather modification. I'm gonna go ahead and find that part so I can get that done, and then we'll go into the chat and the hangout. And if you guys want to change the topic or just continue to ask questions, we'll do that. See where I'm at. Okay, so basically they're talking about it. It says in 1960s, another experimental weather modification operation was underway called Project Storm Fury. That's where we're talking about the hurricane. Military developed pilots armed with silver iodine in hopes to weaken damaging tropical storms. Well, that was obviously the reason they did it, but we also know what the outcome of it was, which was actually much worse. Let's see here.
But did it work better than nuking a hurricane?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was much safer, I would say. And to the chat, Hannah, I'm not even high. This is the sober me. Give me about 3.5 minutes, and I'm gonna change it though. And Trump does not want to nuke the hurricanes, Max. He literally asked a question in the beginning of his presidency. It just so happened to be a stupid one.
Was it Elon Musk who said that? Who first brought that up?
Say again?
Was it Musk who brought that up first? Who actually brought up nuking hurricanes?
Oh, they've been talking about that since
It was
early. Go ahead.
It was done in like the 60s or something like that. Originally, someone had brought it up, and then they did the calculations about the trade winds and everything like that about the fallout, and basically figured out they'd basically be trying to nuke the world just by nuking a hurricane.
I mean, what's a little leukemia between friends, right?
And, you know, just reading up on the cloud seeding, you know, the what they were using, the lead iodide is extremely toxic to humans.
Yes.
You know, well, not just humans, but basically everything on the earth. And it wasn't until like 2004 or something that they stopped using it.
It was a lot of those the chemicals that we're talking about were. See, that was the thing. They changed a lot of regulations on what can be used and not be used. And when they did that, a lot of those things didn't change. They just changed the names or the you know, or how what they were mixed with. Because like you were saying, when you brought up the silver iodine, and when you looked it up, the toxicology report. If you look through the toxicology report for silver iodine, it literally looks safe as fuck. Like you would never worry about it doing something dangerous. But if you go all the way to the bottom, all the way, it's very clear that it's not safe. It's not safe for aquatic life. It's not safe for, well, better yet, it's actually not safe for humans. It just would take a large quantity to actually be dangerous, you know, at one time. But it doesn't change anything. It doesn't mean it's not dangerous. It doesn't mean that it's okay to be spraying anywhere. Again, I'm trying to find the toxicology report for it. But yeah, it's all in all, it's pretty much all the same crux. What I'm going to say, the idea that altering the weather in any kind of way is a safe or a solution, to me is kind of far-fetched, in the sense that we've been doing this for decades, and it's not, and there's no time where they reported any weather modification, any cloud seeding, any of these methods that they're trying to do now as good ideas 50 years ago. So 50 years ago, why wasn't capturing carbon dioxide an issue? Or not an issue, I'm sorry. Why wasn't capturing carbon dioxide implemented in a sense of we knew it was an emission? Again, let me make this clear. Nothing that we're being told by IPCC or any of our environmental agencies is new. We've known this since the 50s. Everything they talk about, we've known since the 50s.
That's because Al Gore hadn't figured out a way to make money on it yet, Sean. That's why.
And here's the problem with that. The problem with that is that, in a sense, we felt, or the people, the government, thought that a government official was a perfect spokesman to the people or to express what was going on to the people. And what happened is every climate scientist, every scientist for that matter, took him as a joke because he was a president, not a scientist. And that's kind of where I think the lines were drawn between real or not real climate, global warming type stuff. I think they did it with Senator Kerry, and the same thing happened. They laughed at both of them for talking, basically. And to me, it's kind of,
isn't Al Gore involved? Sorry, Sean.
Oh no, you go ahead.
Yeah, I believe that Al Gore has one of the biggest companies to capture CO2, or he's involved somehow in it. He's making a lot of money off of it.
No, you're thinking of Bill Gates.
Al Gore had some stock in a company. Al Gore has some stock in a company. Al Gore has some stock in a company that would be involved in the trading of carbon credits. Should that be implemented? That's accurate.
Okay, so
right,
and that's the crux of my issue. So again, I didn't know anything about this when Al Gore was spouting his mouth off. So I really would have to go back and start really getting into what he was saying about it. But the idea that they can use these machines to capture carbon dioxide is insane. And I just remembered what I really wanted to talk about today, that I think is the biggest red flag and shows that I'm not crazy, and that everything I'm thinking about, this whole idea of it being a money grab. You ready for the proof? The United States government
Can't wait.
is releasing regulations on emitted methane. Now, granted, it has the least amount of shelf life. So basically, the time it lasts in our atmosphere, but it is one of the big emissions that we produce, that us as humans produce on Earth, that have everything to do with the global warming, quote unquote, situation. Yet the government is literally releasing all the regulations on methane. So companies, industry can release as much methane as they want, and they don't get any penalties for it. You guys hear about that?
That's a new one to me.
Oh, it's about a few hours. Good.
Yeah, I just read that article about it, and I thought that was crazy. It makes sense for like the farming communities and things like that, the ones that have the pigs, because they were regulated as well on their methane.
But you got to remember, there are subsidies that went behind that.
Yeah, and that was the other thing that I was reading about were the subsidies, and I was like, oh, that's pretty crazy. But it's good for smaller farmers, but for the larger farmers like that, where they're actually in the pockets and stuff, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and again, the idea that we're going to be able to fix this emission issue with CO2, the nitrogen, like all these, like, it's not just one. They really want to make it as if CO2 is the issue. It's not just CO2. It's all of it. And yeah, Toady, methane is definitely a greenhouse gas. It's part of the, I think they call them like the big four. And that's the other thing. There's thousands of chemicals in our atmosphere that are fucking shit up. These are just the ones that they can pinpoint. Essentially, is what it is. Let me see.
Yeah,
methane actually has a stronger warming capability than CO2 does by a long shot.
But it's damn. The amount of time that it lasts in our atmosphere is so short. It's not comparable, or it's comparable, but it's not this. Doesn't seem so bad.
Definitely not the same. It's not the same. There are ways of it managing to be contained in lower atmosphere for longer. I'm just not sure what they are off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I took environmental sciences.
Well, I think it was 10 to 12 years or 10, 15 years like that or something like that. And it could last in our atmosphere off the top of my head completely.
It sounds almost like we've got a governmental situation where a president has appointed people into jobs with the EPA that just don't belong in the EPA.
Oh, absolutely not. Wheeler?
You think?
Wheeler is the guy is pushing for this methane release for legislation or regulations. No one realizes that he's he used to be an oil lobbyist hired by Trump. Trump's climate advisor. He's a fucking Prager University spokesman. Anyone who doesn't know what Prager University is, it's a creationist, climate denier. They call themselves a university, but they're not. It's literally like there's a lot of shady shit going on. I mean, realistically, all these treaties, all like the Paris Agreement, all these things that are going on, Trump literally decided, because he doesn't believe in global warming or climate change, that he's going to screw us. When I say screw us, I don't mean like he pissed everyone off, but the Paris Agreement, in my opinion, wasn't the best treaty, but it still made sure there are regulations. A lot of people don't even know there's a treaty called the Biodiversity Treaty. That one is one that says there's no geoengineering, guys. Oh, that's the other one. Geoengineering, it's fucking illegal. They're not even allowed to do geoengineering. It's illegal. But what happens is over the years they realize that it's coming more public and we're going to get outed basically. So what they do is they start lifting the regulations on that. So basically it went from zero geoengineering, and now you can start doing field studies, as long as they're approved. Along with that, I mean, there's thousands of reports, hundreds of documents of geoengineering applications that have happened already, whether they were against the law or quote unquote under a field study. Ocean fertilization, dumping iron into the ocean. That's been going on since the early 90s. It's going on today. Matter of fact, here in San Diego, our Birch Aquarium, our aquatic by science, whatever, they're actually right now out on a 9-month project studying the phytoplankton. They didn't say they're doing ocean fertilization, but that's what they do. They've already put out documents and studies saying that if they do this, they will get more phytoplankton and this will happen. This, again, it's bullshitting. More bullshitting. You are not going to, when they fertilize the ocean, creating basically a mass population of these phytoplankton, the phytoplankton has to control its population somehow. Therefore, it goes into a red tide, which is a toxic situation, which creates dead seas. And I'm not even talking about the acidification, thank you, of the oceans.
Acidification.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And that in itself happens because of the amount of, or can also happen, but the main idea of it happening is because of the amount of CO2 that these phytoplankton, or this explosion of phytoplankton, will accumulate in the ocean. We're already seeing the effects of it, of CO2, a lot of CO2 in our oceans, and that happening. Great Barrier Reef is one example. But the main issue that I have with it is that there is no solution for the ocean, in a sense of we cannot geoengineer the ocean and have a good outcome, period. There's no outcome that's going to happen that will be good out of that. It's either going to have a lot of acid and the pH balance is going to be just tore up, all F up, or we're going to absorb a lot of CO2 into the ocean and not care.
Basically, any environment that humans have gone to, they've destroyed it. So this is no different.
And that was recently. I really started going under the guides of why we don't. I mean, the solutions are good. We need to be doing these things. We need to be trying to figure out solutions and even applying some of these, whether they're actually good or bad, to see what will happen. But the realization is we don't need to put this 13-year deadline on it like they have. Again, everyone, all these emissions and greenhouse gas situations that we're going through, they've given us a deadline. Like they've told us by 2030 this and 2050 this or else. Here's the realization. If we do nothing, we will continue to live like we've always lived. We may have to move. We may have to we have to start somewhere else. But the realization is that for thousands of years, the human has adapted and then evolved to where we live. And it's going to continue to happen that way regardless. Technology can't save us all the time. So, like I said, that when I pretty much done with the main things I wanted to talk about on as for this topic. Kind of like I said, I still like this whole methane thing. I literally just heard about it last night.
Oh, Sean, Blue wants a link in chat.
Oh shit! Thank you, sir. I got to start remembering, even if I'm putting the whole point of the bunker was so that I didn't forget to put the link in. So I do apologize for that, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the bunker right now. I don't see. I ain't done at all. I'm still got a lot of energy left in me. So we'll be at this for a minute. I'm not really sure if anyone was trying to go live today. I hadn't talked to Jose at all. Oh, and that's the other thing. For those that didn't get my late night stream the other night, and also didn't get brain fart, didn't hear me earlier, or we're talking about it. I was supposed to stream a couple days ago in the morning, and I was unable to, basically because of I had the blue screen of death. So I am very timid on what I'm doing on my computer right now, so that's also another reason why it may take me a little longer to get shit done. But yeah, that's where I've been. So I kind of disappeared, and that's why. But other than that,
Yeah, it could have just been a charged particle hitting your motherboard.
oh no, it's the same thing. I overclocked the crap out of my computer, and it just hasn't been right since. It has hated me ever since then. It's hated me.
And maybe you shouldn't overclock the damn thing now, should you?
No, I shouldn't. And yes, I get that now, and I will never do it again. I mean, I don't really have a choice now. I'm kind of just screwed with what I got. Yeah, but I mean, anything anyone heard that they just don't feel is believable?
There's a couple things I heard that I don't necessarily agree with.
Let's hear it.
Primarily, first one is that climate change. We're just going to have to move away from the coast. That's not how shit works.
Well, no. I was being very facetious about it. I get that it's not exactly how it works, but realistically, it kind of is.
Realistically, it's not.
Why?
Because what we're dealing with climate change is, and I'm not going to get into is it happening or is it not happening. I just want to throw some food for thought onto the table here.
Okay.
If we deal with climate change and there's a warming trend, and we wind up gaining, just an average of about, say 3 to 5 degrees, that is going to cause such wide-reaching effects. It's going to collapse economies, which is going to cause ripple effects that will stretch around the globe, and it will throw shit into a tailspin that you would not believe. For example, the United States being the breadbasket of the world. Now, that term is in quotes, by the way, breadbasket of the world. We have some very productive land in this country. We won't anymore if it gets too hot. You're going to have places that are hot getting cold, places that are cold getting hot. Absolutely. You're going to have the seawater getting diluted by polar melting. That's going to cause problems with the currents that flow in the ocean. Those currents that flow in the ocean are responsible for helping to maintain a steady temperature. And when those get disrupted, it's going to cause all hell to break loose. Well, it's only just a few degrees difference between an ice age and what we've got going right now.
When you said 3 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit?
I believe that's science units, not freedom units.
Okay, so in that sense, one of the main things that...
But I love freedom units.
Huh?
But I much prefer freedom units.
Yeah, me too. But it's actually, I can't. It confuses the crap out of me when we're having this conversation. So I don't think the idea that 3 degrees Celsius, that's fucking a lot. I mean, right now we're worried more about the 1.5 or the 0.5 actually at this point. But it's
but we're also dealing with anthropogenic climate change. Like it or not, humans are having a huge impact on the climate.
Oh yeah, big time.
Have been for about 8,000 years. due to the domestication of animals, the huge amounts of greenhouse gases that these animals put into the atmosphere, the clearing of land for crops. The climate change started initially, and there have been studies done, and that initial bump to climate change started happening around 8,000 years ago when mankind was domesticating wheat, domesticating rice, and then it just accelerated like a freaking roller coaster at the top of the hill during the Industrial Revolution.
Yes.
And just a few degrees change could alter our world to the point that we may not exist anymore.
I think that's a little fear pornish.
I don't believe so.
Then,
The reason being is because we rely so heavily on distribution of goods from one place to another. If you disrupt those trade routes, if you disrupt the supplies, you're going to have a lot of societies collapsing. Would humanity survive? Possibly, yeah. I could see, going back to basically medieval technology, so to speak.
see,
And I'm using that in quotes, medieval technology. It would fragment society.
I think that's too fear pornish to me. To me, it seems more of along the lines of worst case scenario being what we've gone through already. I mean, what would be the difference between now or it happening in the Dust Bowl, so to speak?
The Dust Bowl was really, really minor compared to what would happen if we had a major climate shift, which we're heading towards.
Okay, but what if?
The Dust Bowl the Dust Bowl was largely also a result of depleted soil from unit-cropping, in addition to a drought. So it's a very localized thing versus versus a global.
No, see, that's the thing. It's because during that time we were having heat trends everywhere. I mean, it wasn't just in the Midwest. It was South America was having these issues. The northern states were having issues. I mean, it wasn't just mitigated to that one little area. When I referred to the Dust Bowl, that was a time when it's almost what I've heard is when the industrial kind of turned the tides of now we are definitely affecting shit rather than it being are we? Let's keep looking at data. And the realization to me is 1,000 years ago, it was different than it is now. We already know that CO2 levels and other emissions have been way higher. I know we weren't here, or there wasn't very many of us here. But the realization is we not all started in the desert. We were all my family wasn't born in the desert. My family and not everyone's family is born in the middle of Antarctica. So the idea that humans are going to have like this mass extinction because of it doesn't make sense to me.
When you're dealing with a collapse of infrastructure, because that's essentially what would happen if the places that are farming the food, for example, Kansas, Nebraska, if they start losing their crops year after year after year, what's that going to do to the rest of the world? What's that going to do to the United States?
Well, just
when they can't raise the beef in Australia, when they can't raise the sheep, what's going to happen there to their economy?
Well,
and don't forget that if the melting of the northern polar ice cap does trigger a stoppage of the North Atlantic circulation, the Gulf Stream and the cold water current that takes it back, the circulator, we could end up seeing all the habitable parts of Europe get similar temperatures to similar latitudes in Canada. And remember that most of inhabited Canada is down level with kind of the Mediterranean Sea. So pretty much the whole of Northern Europe would become
The Yukon.
the whole of Northern Europe could become virtually because of the severity of the winters.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if the Gulf Stream gets stopped, but it seems that seems to be one of the things that the environmental scientists are concerned over, because
Well, it gets even worse. I mean, we're dealing with things like, for example, what is the engine that drives hurricanes?
Pressure.
Heat.
Yeah.
the sea temperatures in the tropics.
Yeah, heat.
Oh, they've already said that hurricanes were, we know where they're at and everything. For instance, here on the West Coast, we've been told that if it does happen, the 1.5 Celsius, get ready for hurricanes in San Diego. But see, again, to me, it's not. What I'm getting from you is that it's more. You're saying more of a the infrastructure, but as humans, we build the infrastructure to what it is. So if we get hurricanes in the West Coast, we're gonna just start building shit to withstand hurricanes. Same way we built shit to start withstanding earthquakes and yada yada. And again, I'm not saying it's like it's this harmless thing that's happening that the fear porn is pointless. Shit's gonna happen. I get it. My main idea of this is the human race ain't going nowhere. We're not going into an extinction. We're not going into a partial extinction. I don't think it's anywhere near that bad.
What does it take to destroy a society?
A birth rate of under 1.
Basically, it's survival, I guess. I mean, I don't know how to really.
Lack of resources.
Yes, thank you.
We can always ask a Roman.
Okay, well, Southern California is a perfect example. Again, we don't have water source here at all. We can't survive here, but we made it so we could survive here. It's the same thing we're going to do everywhere else.
And if things start getting disrupted, the energy, the flow of goods in and out, that's going to cause some serious issues. There's going to be some serious problems.
Then you
Just let me bounce something off of you here real quick.
Yeah.
The average hurricane, okay? Mm-hmm. This is an average one.
Yes.
Okay, raining about 1.5 centimeters a day, circle radius of about 665 kilometers. It uses or expends 6 times 10 to the 14th watts, or 5.2 times 10 to the 19th joules every day. That is 200 times the output of energy of the planet.
Okay.
Of all of human society.
Hmm?
So if we took every power generation station that we have and we lumped them all together, then multiplied it by 200, that's how much energy goes into a hurricane.
Yeah, but and personally, I think it's more fear porn numbers. We have hurricanes every year. Every year they go through.
Sure do.
We don't have a mass loss in population.
I'm just trying to put things into perspective here.
Oh,
just
yeah.
The amount of how small humans are versus how big nature can be. That's the only point I'm trying to make there.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize that there isn't that much loss of life, because we've gotten to the point where we tell people to get out. You're either getting out or you have the chance of dying, and and the building regulations down here, at least down here in Florida, are insane for what they expect for protection from roofs coming off and things like that. We've adapted our building for that.
Hmm?
And I think that's part of what we as humans would do.
Yep.
You know, if we did have something catastrophic, we would, yes, we may take a large loss of life, but we'll still survive because that's what we've done for thousands of years, is adapt.
Exactly. I guess the bigger thing would be to say unpaid would be, or ask better yet, would be, are you talking a like a like a mass population decrease, or are you just saying that it's just going to be a really shitty time?
It would make for a really shitty time that would cause a lot of people to die. Therefore, a lot of the human species would go 6 feet under.
Didn't that happen every day anyway? I don't mean that. I swear, I don't mean that anyway. Like whatever, but you know what I mean. I don't make that clear.
Well, when you're dealing with percentages that goes up by a magnitude, no, it doesn't happen every day. If 1% of the population dies every day, so and I'm just like saying one, okay? I know it's much less than that, but if 1% of the population died every day, and then suddenly you kick that up to 10%, we're going to have some troubles.
Okay, and then why isn't that happening now? I mean, and under the guise of, you know, it's getting hotter. We're not seeing a rise in a rise or a decrease in population as our climate gets a little off kilter. Because again,
Okay,
I don't think
you're actually about to see a significant population drop in certain areas where the older populations have not been replenished by growth rates or by birth rates
yeah, but
over the next 15 to 20 years.
Isn't that more of a regional thing rather than a global population? So they may not be here, but they are here.
In the first world, it's in the first world, basically.
I was just going to say that also depends because, you know, I mean, there's retirement capital of the world in Florida. So, you know, people from all other states come into Florida, you know, basically to come and die. So, yeah, you could see it in one specific region, but they're coming from other regions.
Well, if that's the case, I think we have more of a chance of or making ourselves run extinct than anything, because the way, for instance, our, you know, what is called Social Security, retirement, and all that stuff. Like, people understand, like, there's like going to be a whole population of a whole generation, a better way of saying it, of people that aren't going to have Social Security. Like, they're not going to. Like, they've already. I think.
Yeah, it's current generation. No.
Yeah. Yeah, no one's paying into mine. No one's paying into my Social Security right now.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
When I joined the military back in 1983, I should have started receiving my pension, my military pension, 2 weeks ago when I hit the age of 55. Now I won't see it until I'm 67.
Yeah, that's that. And my dad was actually affected by that. It was his retirement, or he was. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is in the UK, obviously, but they basically, the government turned around and said, well, we can't actually afford to pay you these pensions, so you can't have them. Sorry.
Well, that's the crazy part. I hate to say it, but I didn't realize it until I was almost in my late 20s how that worked. I had no idea. I was like, I'm paying, so when I retire, I'll be good to go. Then to come to find out that, you know, there's a generation or two that will not have Social Security. What are they going to do? They're going to have to do something, because I don't know the solution. And I think I'm trying to figure out if those type of situations are bigger situations to be trying to find solutions to, rather than the climate. Again, like I said, the only way to change the climate is to then do geoengineering. we don't know what's going to happen. Because again, geoengineering could be 1,000 times worse than what you anticipate unpaid. Huh?
Yeah, it's such a difficult. We can model out what we think will happen if we do something, but unless we do it, we won't know. And if we do it and it don't work, we could be doubly fucked.
Well, that's the one of the issues that I have. Again, another one of those issues is the fact that for instance, when they use the models, the climate models, and they do their dot numbers and do the due diligence when it comes to geoengineering, actually changing the way the climate is. Most of the models, if not all of them, all have bad outcomes. Like none of them are, first of all, none of them are repeatable. They're not getting a good outlook on what will happen. So that's the crux of like what you were saying, Unpaid, where, here's going to have this, where they didn't, like West Coast is going to have hurricanes. Florida could end up, having these gigantic typhoons and just, 10 times bigger than they've ever used to type stuff. And geoengineering actually speeds that process up, that climate change happening faster. A lot of the solutions, some of them are good, some of them are just slow as shit. But the biggest issue is the ones that they want to do now. Because the ones they want to do now are implemented off of half-assed science. The main one, solar radiation management, that's the one where they want to block out the radiation of the sun as much as they can. That one, they know, is going to change everything. They know the climate's going to go apeshit. They know that there's actually a chance that we could rise the global temperature doing that. And we can also essentially suffocate ourselves because there will be no entropy. There will be no in and out. It doesn't work that way. I see you nodding.
They actually did an episode of the Super Crest where that was discussed, where a planet had done that to itself and it killed itself, basically.
Mm-hmm. And it's a huge issue. But I wanted to go towards our friend Carlos here, because I saw Carlos nodding just a second ago, and I wasn't sure if he's just nodding for the general aspect of nodding or he's disagreeing with anything we're saying.
I think actually he's just pretending to be one of those dogs that sits on the back window of a car.
Yes, I can see him doing that.
Hi, Carlos.
I'm a Chihuahua. That's kind of racist. Nah, I'm just trolling.
Of course.
If I said you were a Chihuahua, that would have been racist. I just classified you as a dog for a full category set, so please.
No, I'm just coming in and out. I'm here working. Weather's beautiful.
Yeah, we've had another hot day today here.
Well, it's warm here, but it's not as humid as it's been for the last few months.
Oh, the humidity's gone right up as well.
The what?
The humidity has gone right up as well, so it's.
Oh yeah, it's miserable.
My bad. I was kind of in my phone for a second, because I didn't want to get away from what we were talking about, and the sense of unpaid. You were saying that the population and the diet, basically the natural disasters that could occur. But now I remember where I was at. So the geoengineering aspect of it, the solutions, so to speak, they're really only seeing bad outcomes, and that's on what I consider the plus side. Like straight out the gate, starting off, they can't just jump all into it. They got to ramp up to it, and they can't just stop it, because if they just stop it, it's like it'd be like a climate change booster times 1,000 if they did that, because then everything would go haywire. Everything I've seen so far, in my opinion, because again, I'm not a climate scientist, and I can only interpret it my way correctly. So only so much. I literally see geoengineering being worse than not geoengineering. Because there are a lot of these solutions that they have, and I mean they lay it out right away. They know we start geoengineering, whether it be almost any form of geoengineering, mind you, there's going to be a species extinction at some point. And when I say that, I don't mean humans. I mean of the species around the world. Some of them are going to die because their situation is not they won't be able to adapt.
They will no longer be plastic to their environment.
Exactly. I mean, for instance, whales, they're going to go wherever the cooler water is. And that's the other thing. Hang on. Antarctica, the Arctic, those places aren't going to just suddenly be Bahamas. Okay, guys? and I know a lot of that, it sounds like it, but again, shit doesn't really hit the fan for another 1,000 years.
Well, I think the problem you got with trying to do any geoengineering like that is there are so many dependency chains when you look at our environment. Whether that's the biological aspect or whether that's the chemical process aspect. And that's why I kind of think that, we can try to control our impact on what we do, whatever percentage of the total effect that may or may not be. Say that. But I think trying to sort of proactively change shit is really, really dangerous with our level of understanding. Really,
which is zero.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know how weather systems really work. We don't know all the chemical processes. We don't know all the dependencies in between things. So, it's as Alan was saying earlier on about, when we create sort of models that, we always abstract a little bit from reality because otherwise it's reality.
Yeah.
And we're so fucking far on the abstraction layer when it comes to things like geoengineering that there are so many assumptions that we're making that we don't have evidence for. So that's my concern with the whole concept.
Which is why it's even more important that we do control the things that we can control,
exactly.
such as carbon emissions.
Can we? How? Because remember, it's not just the emissions that we produce now. It's also what's already there that they're saying.
Yeah, but it's why we're looking to get to the net neutral figure, isn't it? He said, bringing that point up again.
I mean, I'll tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
The hottest year on record. Okay, when do you think that was?
Depends on which record. Depends on which record keeping system you're using and what the window of years.
Sometime in the 40s, I think.
For us, it was.
I think the 70s. 70s.
According to NOAA, that's the source I'm using.
Well, if you're using Bishop Usher's chronology, about 2,460 BC.
2016
is the hottest.
Oh,
or
I was thinking of the wrong Noah.
Druss, were you actually making a firmament causing the ridiculous greenhouse heat death of the Earth joke?
Yeah, because obviously you've got that amount of water being dumped on the Earth will cause that amount of energy transfer. Ergo, that would equal heat. Therefore, that would be the hottest year.
I have in that sense.
Glad I got that.
Because I tried to do the correlation between CO2 and temp, and again, isn't that disingenuous to do in the first place because it's not just CO2 that affects?
No, but it's all the other things. So one of the main things that I understand that concerns me, considering where I live in the world, is that all around the coast of Scandinavia, all around the north coast of the UK, we have huge methane traps. And that's methane that's basically kept in an ice form because of the pressure of the water and the temperature of the water.
Yep.
Hydrates.
Yeah, exactly. We're already starting to see those hydrates basically erupting in the tundras in Siberia. But that is a tiny fucking fraction of what sits under the North Sea. Tiny.
And off the coast of Florida, the eastern U.S. and
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever actually seen one of those fracture and start to go into gaseous form? It'll sink a ship. It's really quite interesting.
Well,
And they think that that's one of the things that's responsible for so many of the ships that disappear off the southeast corner of the USA and the Caribbean.
And weirdly, you're no more statistically likely to sink a ship there than you are anywhere else in the ocean, according to Lloyd's of London.
wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. So they're saying that, and what I was reading, they're saying that the majority of the Earth's gases, like the sea, the carbons and all that stuff, it's already in the ground, emitting its way up. The issue I would see in that isn't that then impossible to mitigate how much will be emitted, period?
What I'm interested in is what happened last time.
Last time what?
Last time that this would have occurred, because it can't be the fact that the methane traps have always stayed down there. We know we've had temperature variation on the Earth before.
Well,
of course.
From what I've read, the last time something significant happened, we weren't here. And that was when CO2 levels were through the roof and temperatures were. But as far as I know, we weren't here.
But then you're going back to almost the Cambrian, though, aren't you? When you got that kind of
I believe Carbonaceous period.
That would make sense considering the CO2 bit.
Or better yet, how about this?
I may be wrong though, so don't quote me on that.
Well, Dress is actually the one person that we actually really want to talk to right now, and I just remembered, because he does that, or doesn't do that, but he's a geologist dude. You're actually I don't want to.
I studied archaeology and ancient history.
Yeah, thank you.
Check this out. In the Jurassic period, CO2 emissions were about 5 times higher. I didn't realize that.
Well, if that's the case, or better yet, when you're in these sediment layers,
damn dinosaurs.
For real. Oh, and here's a rule, guys. I'm pretty sure you guys have said that the word dinosaurs in front of flat earthers many times, and you get a bunch of shit for it. Here's a way to easily get around that, and creationists as well. They are no longer dinosaurs. They are ancient animals.
Hold on, multiple people are talking.
Huh? Just me. Oh, you may need to.
What was that, Monkey? I did not understand that.
Monkey, you turn down turn the watch page off, or mute it.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, because I was on the one
Yeah,
talking.
that was my bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries.
Yeah, there was multiple people talking. It was you, Monkey Sage.
Yeah.
God damn
it. And I do apologize for that, Monkey. For everyone that doesn't realize it, I'm trying something different with the meetup. So I'm looking at the main screen that I have, but I'm not sure if you noticed it. There's 2 of me here. So the one that I'm not talking with is the one that I enter you guys with, and I kind of took my eyes off it for a minute. So I do apologize for the few people that probably have been trying to get in for a minute. Cat, Monkey, I know Alan, I think you were trying to get in. I apologize for that shit. Brian, Blue, yeah, pretty much everybody. I apologize. I actually have it in a spot now where I cannot miss it if someone tries to get in here. So we're good to go now, and I can see the chat.
Oh, Shills, by the way, for your information, yeah, 2016 globally was the warmest year on record. What I was thinking about in the U.S., the warmest year on record was, believe this or not, 1934.
Okay. And what I'm looking at here, this chart, again, NOAA being my source, the oldest date, the oldest year, excuse me, that's listed in the top 10 hottest years is 1998.
Yeah, right.
Every other year that's on that top 10 is more recent than 1998.
Yeah, that's on a global basis. Right?
How about this though?
I believe so. Yes.
What if?
Wasn't Noah's ranking also something only like 30 to 40 years?
Hang on, guys. But what if the readings that we're getting, where it's now the hottest time is in the 90s and it's 16? Couldn't that just be our technology? That as it got better, we were able to accurately be more accurate on the our global temperature. Because again, the global temperature really isn't there's no thermometer, guys. It's not like it's a real temperature, but it's not a real temperature as far as I'm concerned. I don't think.
For some reason, I want to say I've actually seen in a discussion in the paper that's one of the flaws of the current system is that it cannot accurately measure in the past.
Well, actually, you say that. I mean, in the UK, we've got records going back to.
You're really low.
In the UK, we've got records going back over 200 years. Daily records taken from hundreds of observation points.
Yeah.
And those records have been But the unfortunate thing is, 200 years is a snapshot. It's like a sneeze. It's like a blink of an eye in geological terms.
That's true.
Well, all this stuff is based on ice core drilling, and this is how they determine how the weather was in the past.
No, what we do with ice core drilling is we determine what the gas content of the atmosphere was.
It can give you an idea, but it's a small piece of the puzzle, basically.
It's only one factor. So
that's my point, yeah.
But it's only really looking at the atmospheric content. It's not looking at the temperature because.
Now, couldn't our technology just be put it back up? I'm back in a second. The whole correlation between CO2 and temperature, I don't see it. I don't see why I'm not. It would mean to me. I hear what you said because you're so far away from your mic. I'm messing with your dress. The problem I have is that the more emissions we have, so to speak, the more congested it is, which means the less heat that will be able to be transferred between, it doesn't, how do I say it?
What we're doing is we're trapping more heat in the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I'm trying to think in my brain, it's like, it doesn't that happen regardless, and what would be the normal situation in that? So for instance, in 1934, if that was the hottest day on record, then if we've only accumulated CO2, shouldn't we have an actual? Shouldn't it always be progressively hotter? Or, I mean, because we've progressively gone up in CO2, but we're not seeing that. I mean, 2016 compared to the was it? You said 1990 something. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
1998.
1998, and then if you use 1934, 98, 2016, the only thing consistent is a CO2 rise, but you're not going to see a temperature rise. So,
I mean, we did though in the last ice age, though. Right? That's what caused it to collapse was a CO2 rise and temperature rise.
Well, we're not sure exactly why the last ice age ended. We've got a lot of theories. So the best one...
Hypotheses.
Yeah, hypotheses is the right one. The one that I like and the one there seems to be evidence building for is basically a strike either by comet or by asteroid. But a fractured comet or asteroid. So it rained shit down on us. And that's
by looking... Yeah, but by looking at the substrates, we see that there's more carbon was released. We're not sure if it was after or before or some catastrophic event. Right?
Are you talking around sort of 12,000
BCE? 11,000, yeah, something like that, whatever.
Yeah. So it's around the 12,000 before present sort of time period. So sorry, about 11,600 BCE. It's kind of what they call the end of the Younger Dryas.
Yeah, sure.
So there is a carbon map there because of mass fires and burning.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, there are a lot of things that have to do with
that's the idea.
Levels.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can
go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. We can tell when these big events happen, but if that's the case, I'm sorry, that means the majority of the things we end up, finding when we're digging in dirt and trying to figure out the past is that if we're only seeing these huge events, aren't we basing our predictions on the same idea then? I know that didn't sound 100% right, but basically what I was saying is
there's cyclic events that happen.
There has to be. I mean, not there has to be, but we know there has been. So who's to say? Yeah, go ahead. Because
well, we also we know that Yellowstone is going to blow up because it's one of those volcanoes that moves over the top of the surface, and but that's cyclic for sure. That's going to happen.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's going to happen in 10,000 years, though. And the realization is we don't know. When. It could happen tomorrow. But see, it's kind of hard to have that discussion because I'm trying to brainstorm it right now because that's not a. I mean, there's nothing. Period. We can do about that. Like move. Unpaid. I know you hate when I said that, but for Yellowstone, the only solution is move the fuck out.
If Yellowstone goes up, don't worry
about it. Yeah, the whole world.
Well, yeah. If Yellowstone goes up, this whole climate change, it will be the last thing we care about at the moment, or for the next
that will be very
5 years. Well, Mount Pinatubo in '91, solar radiation management, the blanketing. It's that the whole they got that idea from the 1991 Mount Pinatubo eruption because it was
it put out so much frequencies they had to shield for it.
Well, there was so much ash and soot, it created geoengineering. They had studies. Okay, so the one study that they couldn't correlate, or they couldn't comfortably correlate, was the ocean levels. They did see ocean levels rise, or not rise. I'm sorry, stabilize. Better yet, I'm sorry, stabilize for 2 years of the 3 of the study, and they believe it had something to do with it because a lot of other things did happen. There was actual significant climate change due to the soot and that was left over from that eruption. That's their idea for solar radiation management. Like they believe that because of that, this will happen. The problem is and if anybody's even heard about all this, how many times have you guys heard about how dangerous eruptions are and have been to the world? Like volcanoes are bad. Like they do nothing good for us.
I want to bring up something, and this is around what happened after 9/11. So obviously one of the things that happened was there was a cessation of flights for I think about a week or 10 days. I can't remember exactly how long. I think it was a week or 2 weeks. And there was a scientist who was actually doing a study on solar radiation reaching the ground and trying to measure it by the square meter and so on and so forth. What he noticed was when the plane stopped flying, the amount of solar radiation getting to the ground increased by 2 or 3%.
The what did?
The actual amount of energy reaching the ground. There was a whole documentary on it.
Oh It was a form of climate change or geoengineering.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew about it, and I just thought you'd find that interesting.
Oh yeah. That was huge when I've heard about that part. It was like I didn't realize I had no idea, or better yet, I did, but I didn't correlate it. So also in the 70s, and you guys can look this up, in the 1970s, New Orleans, I want to say the city, not the state, the city of New Orleans, and I know it's not. I know that New Orleans is not a state. I was trying to think if it was the city or
Louisiana.
No, I was thinking if it was Louisiana or New Orleans. I didn't think New Orleans was a state. I swear to you guys. It was New Orleans. They sued the FAA, because they were like literally the military and the planes were putting so much of that carbon black in the air that it was making people sick, and they won. And that's when they started restricting carbon black from the military planes, or whatever that carbon black exhaust crap is. Or actually, no, carbon black. Yeah.
Oh, that's just shit. That's just shit American engineering.
No, but they were I gotta look it up. I don't want to say anything on it unless I look it up.
MW engine.
It's under S for shit American engineering.
Yeah.
Tell that to our missiles.
Oh, actually, Sean, just before I go on, I've just got to tell Crash something very quickly. You never guess what this fucking numpty did last night. He put diesel in his bike.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that? No, and that's evil because I drive diesel vehicles, and I've had many of people put fucking gasoline in my diesel trucks.
Ooh, that's even worse.
Way to go, Druss.
Yeah, but I have to say, I had the most awesome dude. So this was all covered under my insurance because fortunately I get roadside assistance, get me home assistance, and you've been a fucking numpty, and we'll flush your tank assistance.
Did you tried to start it too, didn't you?
Oh no, I rode away.
Oh, you bastard.
Oh my god!
I rode away. I overtook a car, and as I was just overtaking this car, my engine died. So, of course, because I'm smart, I then did what you should never do on a motorbike and shifted into neutral so I could coast.
Why
Never do that, people.
Why? I want to know because I don't know.
Because then you don't have the engine braking, engine acceleration working for you.
Oh yeah. That makes
You're
sense.
relying on the brakes, and a lot of people hurt themselves by trying to coast. It's funny.
Yeah, because wait, hang on. Somebody is insanely chirping the fuck out right now, and it's
Sorry, guys.
Okay, it was really messing with my ears. I was like, "What is going on?" Okay, go ahead.
Acid trip.
I had a guy. He spent 4 hours flushing my tank, getting everything going, getting the bike started. He even went off work to a bike shop to go and buy the right spark plug spanner, so you get the spark plugs out and clean them. I have to say, fantastic service, brilliant. I basically, because I bought that on my insurance, I saved about 450 quid.
Now, I don't. Okay, so what does diesel do to a gas engine? Because it just gels the fuck up, right? Because again,
It floods it. It completely floods the engine, but because diesel's oily,
it's
then you
jelly.
get rid of all that oil out of the out of the cylinder. So that normally means your bike's running a bit rough and smoking like shit for a while, which it did.
Okay, so it's the opposite. Because if you put gasoline in a diesel engine,
that's a bad idea.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. And
Time for new jets.
And I'm so happy because I've had 2 employees that went, I think I may have fucked up, but let me see if this starts one more time.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why
So
you said that it irritated the shit out of me.
So down here, most of the pumps have both gas and diesel on them. And during like right now, there are lines of cars out there waiting to get gas, and I'm interested to see how many of them kind of switch it over instead of diesel, putting in gas, or gas instead of diesel.
Bet they do that shit all the time.
Hurricanes and shit.
Because like I said, and I noticed I didn't realize it because I've always grown up here in California, and when I went to a couple other states, I noticed real quick their diesel and gas isn't the same color as our diesel and gas.
Nope. You got that crappy diesel in California.
Yeah, and I've never in my life done that, just so everyone understands, because that is the rudest thing you could do to an engine.
Yeah. I have been hugging my bike most of the afternoon, if I'm honest.
What is everyone paying for gas right now? I'm curious about that.
Just over $4, and I'm pretty sure.
We'll work it out to the US gallon for you.
Well,
$3.51 a gallon for premium.
$2.37 for regular.
Oh, you're in the Midwest,
shit.
aren't you?
Depends. 230 for regular here.
Oklahoma's right over. Right, Oklahoma's about a stone's throw away from us, so we have a lot of oil.
Yeah, I think what Texas. Like I was in Texas a month ago. I think it was. Cheapest I saw was 207. I almost did something in my pants. I wanted to get all that gas. I was like, I need a 1,000-gallon tanker out here. If I can take it back to California. Like seriously, the first time I went to Texas, I hadn't or drove into Arizona actually. I hadn't seen gas that cheap since my teenage years. That was how bad it was. I was like, oh my god, this is crazy. Like,
you guys get away with running all that regular fuel, and nothing I own can run regular. Nothing.
We have selected places that will run the 101.
Mm-hmm. So I pay £5.81 a gallon.
I don't know.
Why are you paying? Wait, you're paying $8 American dollars a gallon?
Right, $5.81. No, I've just done the latest exchange rate. It's a lot less than it used to be.
Okay. Holy shit! If it were £5, it'd be around $8, right?
No, not anymore.
Wait, yeah,
it's 1.2.
1.22 times.
Oh, when did it get so low?
Yeah. Since we decided to leave Europe. Fucking smart move, wasn't it?
It's about $6.
What kind of mileage does your bike get, Druss?
Damn.
You're gonna hate me for this one, Crash. About 70 to the gallon.
That's not too bad. My hot rod Sportster gets 55 to the gallon.
That's not bad.
Well, fuck both of you guys. I mean, damn.
I just had to go on my mate's Street Fighter that he's just rebuilt. That does 8 to 10 miles to the gallon. Yeah.
My brother's
it's
got
exactly right.
my brother's got an excursion that I think gets about 4.5 miles to the gallon.
You're talking about a motorbike that weighs less than 350 kilos.
You would think something that wonderful you would be
miles
much
to the gallon.
You would
You have
put
no
diesel
idea what
into.
this thing is. It is death on two wheels.
I was about to say the only thing I've ever driven or owned that was close to that was I had a 350 Camaro SS 67. You got about 11 miles to a gallon.
You're still doing better than my Expedition does.
Okay, if you're
An 83 Berlinetta got about 5.
If you got Expedition, and seriously, the excursion I'm talking about, my brothers, it literally gets, I think, about, I'm gonna say 7.5, 8.
I get
freeway.
right around 8 and down 15 on the interstate.
Yeah,
You're driving.
It's 8 on the freeway.
You're driving gas station to gas station. That's about it.
I've got the ambulance and Expedition, or not Expedition, the ambulance and off-road fuel tank on it. So at $3 a gallon, when I filled it up last week from empty, it cost me $142.
Yeah, you don't get that. You're still screwing yourself. You're like, I got more gas. You're just paying more money to fill.
What
all
you're
of them.
saying is you're driving a very large petrol bomb.
Fill it up with gas, back it out of the driveway, fill it up again.
Pretty much. But the Sporty's only got a 3-gallon gas tank on it, so.
Oh, that's only about 12 liters.
Oh, we kind of got away from the
I
cause of
apologize.
it.
That was
No.
my fault. I accept responsibility.
I
We
don't
were
think it
talking
was,
about
to tell you the truth.
geoengineering.
I really no. We I don't even think we were on. Were we still talking? We were talking about something. I just forget. I just brain
No, we
farted
were
again.
talking about when you're going to set the date to go find the government's giant tape dispenser.
Yeah, no, we're not. You and Amy both can go back to the server with that shit.
Wait, what's this giant tape dispenser?
Nope.
Is this like the kind-
Hey, hey, go to the fucking Discord. Go to Discord. Go to the Truth Front line, and you guys can talk about tape all you want there. You do it here, I'm kicking your ass off. The only smart person here is the guy with the smile on his face and his shit muted.
So I mean,
You have to go see Bearded Dragon's non-CGI picture proof of the paper disc Earth.
Hey, Brian, I like pens too now. I don't have a problem with the
okay,
pens
I was
anymore.
about to say, is it like pens?
I mean, you can ruin it for everyone.
Okay.
I'm just saying, you can very easily. You guys are trying. Not that hard. If you want me to get triggered, I can get triggered.
Oh, you had fun with that conversation last night.
Yeah, that's why the hat is now at $300.
Damn it.
Try to tell him, man. You need to be hitting that shit when it's fucking hot, and he keeps overlooking it. Jesus Christ, Dress! I'm gonna kick your ass
People
out of
keep
here.
throwing motorcycles at me. I just bought another one this morning.
Oh, can you send one over this way, then? Thank you. Nothing over 900 cc's. Thank you. Huh?
Yeah, I don't have anything that small.
Sorry, damn. I'm sorry. I want to
Buddy of
live.
mine wrecked his big dog chopper, so I bought it back from the insurance company for less than $1,000.
Good Lord, Heat Shield, what are you driving that's getting 170 miles to a gallon for a bike?
A Vespa.
A scooter.
A Vespa doesn't do 170 miles.
His little sister's bike.
My mom's got one of the new scooters. She gets 103 miles to the gallon on it.
Matter of fact, Heat Shield, let me know, because wherever you got it, let me know where it's at, because we live in the same vicinity.
If you want a bike that gets good gas mileage and is cheap and under 900 cc's, you need to go buy a Kicker 5150 125.
No. See, you're on drugs. I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I'm going to let you know right this second. The best I'm going to do is like a CBR 600. Maybe a Ninja or something like that to get me from here to there.
I have a CBR 600 for sale, but I don't think you want to pay what we have in it.
And a Ninja's really a shit bike for its price.
And the old ones handle like dog shit.
Or maybe I just want to not pay $100 every time I want to fill my tank, and I just want to go to work and back, and I don't want to break my freaking neck.
Okay, so you want a shadow base.
If you want something that's really fun to ride, if you want something that's utterly reliable, and you want something that's probably pretty cheap to pick up, and will go like off a shovel when you want to, get a VFR 750.
Or I can get a car, and I don't have to balance. I don't have to worry about assholes. And when it's time to adjust my, my manhood, I don't have to worry about downshifting and flipping over the bike.
You won't do that.
Move to Tennessee, Sean. Our gas is $2.16 a gallon.
Blue, as fun as that sounds, no.
No,
actually,
no.
I got a buddy. My dad's old friend, Brad. He actually lives in Tennessee, and no. It's very hit or miss for me to be in Tennessee and be living happy, so to speak.
They have amazing moonshine.
Put it this way.
Oh,
I went to Texas, and I have rules there as well. If you don't have streetlights, I don't want to be there. Tennessee kind of works the same way for me.
Stick with me, buddy. I'll take care of you.
Oh, there you go. Then I'll be fine. Who's gonna mess with a dude walking around with a big ass fucking gorilla and a donkey?
Yeah.
Or you could just live in Nashville where they have streetlights.
Or I can live in San Diego where the weather is freaking perfect year round.
What, you won't ride a motorcycle in the snow?
I won't drive a car in the snow. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you know where I live? I go to the mountains, I go play in the snow for an hour, and then I go surfing.
No, there's like 3 pictures of me on my Facebook riding. I have to upload them to my server.
My favorite thing is going. My favorite thing to do is go. How long does it take you to get to the beach for you? And then I hear all those hours on ends. Yeah, how long?
See, if I wanted to go to the beach right now, it would take me about 4 hours to get to a beach.
Okay. Now, how long would it take you to get to the desert or off? Any desert.
Closest desert to me would be almost 1,200 miles away.
Okay, I got beach and desert 45 minutes in either direction. Or actually, the beach to me now is like 15 minutes.
Like 15.
And yeah. And then, because I'm in like this, if you know San Diego, I'm in the Scripps Ranch area. So 45 minutes east, I'm in the mountains. Go another hour, I'm in the middle of a desert again. I can't beat it.
See, our beach is like literally 100 yards of sand next to a lake.
Well, our beach is a lot of crappy looking water. A lot of sharks.
A lot of cold ass water up there.
Yeah. What do you mean up there? Where do you live? You live in Mexico?
Do I? It's just an expression. I live in the South. Everything's up there.
Oh, well, I'm in San Diego, so that's when you say up there. When you say up there to me, I'm like, where the hell are you?
Except for the stuff that's down there.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I live in the middle of the Great Corn Desert. That's what we call it.
The hell?
But things that are down there are typically local to you. Things that are up there are usually far away.
Now, when you say up there, are you talking up or down? Or
it depends
or
on
north or south.
It depends if you're on the crushed paper Earth map or on a
Damn
boat.
it. God damn it, Crush. We live on a
Up or
freaking
down.
globe.
Up or down could be left or right. This is a southern thing. Yeah, we'll have to work on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if something's
It's
down,
kind of like the thing
if
you're looking
something's down
for.
there. Sorry, Crush. Just go ahead.
It's kind of like the saying, the thing you're looking for is over by there.
Or the last thing you'll find.
Yeah.
Or you always find it the last place you look.
Yeah. If something's down there, usually it's within arm's reach or it's within close by. I could say, oh, it's down there. If something's up there, it's like, yeah, we're going up there this weekend.
Oh, you can go up that road there or down that road over there.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
Yep. Just
Well,
right there.
at least it's not over yonder.
When I got to Florida, it took me a while to figure out that that when they said, "Oh, we're gonna go down here," and they were talking about going north, they were just using it as a form of expression. It took me a little while to get that.
So they would
Where I live,
they
we
would say
still
we're
have
going
direct-
down here, but they were going north. Is what you're saying?
Oh yeah.
Where I live right now, we still have directions that involve you turn right at the big oak tree and find the county blacktop and turn left.
Yep.
Damn, you motherfuckers need some GPS and some street names that you know. What's wrong with you people?
Well, but everyone says that. They say you go down there, but like it's really north, right? Like
what? You turn right at Georgia. You turn right at the Georges by the Harp. You follow it down until you hit the triple.
Yeah. And
Go
then you
through the
turn
triple,
left.
and then you're gonna make a left whenever you hit UAMS.
I'm sorry, you flat earthers. I don't do that. I literally will tell you north, south, east, west if I'm giving you directions. I don't do that up and down shit. I don't do it. Just don't.
Towards the middle, towards the ice wall.
If you tell me to go
towards
down,
where the sun's supposed to
I'm gonna
rise.
start digging a big
towards
ass
where
hole
the
with a
sun's supposed
dozer.
to
I just
set.
feel this is gently drifting to a scene of from Deliverance or something.
No, Sean, you're
Oh,
just
that's
like
in
straight
Georgia.
up like an episode of Cops. You're like, I'm heading east on Southbound Street right now.
Well,
Let's go.
That's how I like. I'm sorry, or better yet, this is exactly why. Because I do a lot of off-roading, and when you do a lot of off-roading, there's no streets. When you do a lot of off-roading in the mountains, there's no up or downs, left or right.
I hate to drop this bomb in your lap, but that's why they call it off-roading, because there's no streets.
Is that during your military commercial?
And I will say this right now, you're wrong in a sense, because actually it's Skyline Road, but there's no street names unless you're looking at a map. Haha, gotcha. Because there actually is a street name to this off-road trail.
You ain't really off-roading, pal. Go up to Montana.
Oh, no, don't. Oh, no.
Montana,
This
where
is
you get to make your
was
own
on a Black Diamond Trail. I off-road. I should show you guys pictures one day. But I digress. You literally can't do the left, right, up, down crap on off-road trail. I'm north of here. I'm south of here. It's the only way you could go, really. It's only lingo you can have.
Well, Sean, you act like we don't have a specific language. This is just for general talk. We have specific language for directions.
No, you guys were just describing it. Even directions. If I say, "Where is everybody?" and I'm like, "They're over there." They're over there. I don't say up there. Down the street. Oh, damn, I guess I do it, huh? Damn it. I gotta rechange everything, I think, now.
Up in Montana, down in Texas.
Well, it makes sense because
Over in
I have
Arkansas.
logic. But I've honestly over 2.5
over
years
in Tennessee.
I have literally trained my brain to say north south and never to say up there or down there, ever, because I was a flat earther and dealing with flat earthers. You can't do that kind of shit. I don't even remember the last time I had even said dinosaur before today, because I had said ancient animal for the past 2.5 years, because I was a flat earther who believed in it. So when you're trying to explain how dinosaurs are possible and they don't want to hear the word dinosaur, you have to come up with something. And what I came up with was ancient animal.
What I come up with is a smacking between the eyes with the fact that dinosaurs actually existed. They need to get into the 20th century.
Okay.
While we're still in the 21st.
Can you refute me calling them ancient animals?
No, but God, I can't do a Kent Tobin shit.
Yeah, but see, they
hold
can't.
on.
No, but you know
Yes,
what?
I can, because not all living organisms are classified as animals. If we're going to go to a technical sense,
Then they're not dinosaurs
you got
either.
things like, and they're not dinosaurs either. Actually, that's a good point. The dinosaurs, they're definitely animals. I'll give you that point. I retract.
And I don't just believe in calling a spade. I'll call it a fucking shovel.
So
Yeah, if we want to go the Kent Hovind track, if we want to go like the Young Earth track, like what's the proof of the older dinosaurs?
Well, I'm off topic, but I got a phone call. I just wanted to remind Sean that he doesn't really off road because he doesn't get his stuff muddy.
Yeah, because I'm smart and I don't want to rip the paint off my truck, and also mud, rust stuff, and boulders and rocks are real off-roading and rock crawling. Playing in the mud is just what you do when you're a kid.
Damn.
And those rocks actually prove that the Earth is as old as we say. Boom.
I don't know. There's something to be said about a tractor tire truck that needs a ladder to get in.
Mud wamping. Yeah, at my age, I ain't getting in anything that I can't just ease into.
Sean, I'll blow your mind real fast. In Arkansas, it's customary if you live if you live in the northwest portion of the state to refer to everything as down there, even if it's north of you, because you're on the plateau.
Yeah, fuck that.
So you could be headed up
in Colorado as well, couldn't they?
Yeah. It's just common parlance. We often use it for the elevation. There's only down from any direction around us.
Yeah, go up the hill about 3/4 of a mile, take a left, head over to the old oak tree, take a right, and then follow the dirt road up the hill again. And if you don't have 4-wheel drive, you're going to have to walk.
Yep.
Wait a minute. If you go halfway up, then take a left, and then take another left, you're going down again.
Yeah, but not all the hills in Pennsylvania are just little mounds. It's usually, you got to take this road to get to this road to get to this road.
Yeah, I lived in Pennsylvania for a few years.
Yeah, go up the hill. That's a Pocono. Yeah, that's a hill. Shit.
I hate Pennsylvania. State troopers are assholes.
Yeah, actually, they're not bad fellers, most of them. So there's a few assholes.
Unless you have modified exhaust on your vehicle and out-of-state plates.
Out-of-state plates, yeah, you got a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Other than that, if you live in the middle of nowhere, you don't have to worry about anything because the troopers usually aren't around.
By the way, you live in Pennsylvania?
No, I live in Florida now. I haven't lived in Pennsylvania in like 20 years.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to find out if you knew the club that I last bounced at. It's in Snowshoe, Pennsylvania. Well, outside of Snowshoe, Pennsylvania.
Now, I've driven through Snowshoe probably, I don't know, probably a handful of times, but I've never really stopped in there.
Yeah, that was my last club that I was a bouncer at.
That's what I love about America is all those lovely names that you've got for all those little towns. Yeah, Snowshoe. It's very, very descriptive, right? You know probably that they have snow at some point in the year.
Yeah,
and they maybe wear shoes to walk through it.
I live 30 minutes from Beaverton, Illinois.
I grew up not too far from a town called Toadsuck.
Yeah. I guess they got beavers in Beaverton.
Yeah. I grew up next to Toadsuck, if that interests you, Toady.
Toadsuck, really?
Yeah, Toadsuck, Arkansas.
Oh, that's a great name.
Well, there's a place called Royal Palm Beach down here. There's no beach there.
Oh, really? So that's the problem in the UK, right? All the names were already given out, I don't know, 1,000 years ago or something. Whereas as a young country, you guys kind of got to name yours with our sort of recent language rather than all these like very old sort of names. So it's quite nice.
Like King of Prussia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, right, that's great, right? King of Prussia, what a fantastic name. I don't know what it comes from.
Well, see, now you've also got Intercourse, Pennsylvania, but that's nowhere near Blue Balls, Pennsylvania. And yes, those places do exist.
Yep. I just came back from Blue Rock State Park.
It's like
there's Hell, Michigan.
Hell, Michigan.
Yep. Yeah, Hell does freeze over.
Hell does freeze over, right? So it's like the names are great because I heard the Flat Earthers were having their conference or something in a place that's called Flatoberfest, right?
Oh yes, I have tickets.
Oh no, it was in what was it? No, sorry, I got that wrong. It's Flatoberfest, but it was in the firmament. That's right. Yeah. So these names are just great, right? Really fitting names.
Yes, I bought tickets to Flatoberfest because it happens to be the weekend after Biketoberfest in Florida.
Oh, really? So you're going to Biketoberfest, then you're going to Flatoberfest.
I'm going to Flatoberfest with about 30 leathered up, hatched bikers.
Fantastic. They'll love you. Because it's supposed to be a really peaceful hippie drippo, let's hold hands, let's sing, sing Kumbaya kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but they also have cheap liquor and beer prices at their events, so we'll see how they handle us after about 10 minutes.
Well, they have to have cheap liquor at their events. It's the only way to keep everyone civil.
And to keep them believing.
Hey, Crash, I've been toying with the idea of meeting y'all down there for that.
I'll let you know when we're expected to roll in, Schrodinger's.
Excellent.
Your parts shipped to my address today, and with the holiday, I should have them Tuesday or Wednesday, sir.
Sounds like a plan. And I got good news today. On Tuesday, I have a job interview to be an electrical engineer.
On a boat?
Which pays a sizable pay raise over my current income.
Oh, we going to Sizzler. We're going to Sizzler. And then a boat ride.
Yeah, he got him some coupons.
That's actually an interesting question. Cliff, would you ever buy a boat or would you be obligated to buy a ship?
Oh, now a ship.
Oh, no,
for sure.
I would no. I would love to have a boat. I had a boat up until a couple years ago. But as
drove one for
boat owners say, that a boat is basically just a hole in the water that you pour money into.
It's
stupid. Yeah. What's the old saying?
Canadians when you say that, Cliff.
I hate boats.
They say the same thing about Harleys, Cliff, but I still own 1, 2, 6 of them at the moment.
And you can't give
well,
them
especially the Harleys that were made in the 80s. Their quality really suffered for that period of time. But see, I still live near the Navy bases, so I can rent boats from MWR.
Just they let you drive the ones you used to drive
basically,
back in the day?
No, I'm talking about boats. Like
me too.
20-foot fishing boat. So I can go there and rent one for the weekend for about $100 and then take it back. And if the ship breaks, then it's on them. Rather than buying one and paying all that fucking income.
Did you just call a boat a ship?
No, damn it. I'm talking about an actual boat.
No, you said if you can break the ship.
No, I said break the shit with a T.
Oh, my bad. I just don't understand it. It's all the times you've told me about how you used to drive a boat.
Hey, Schrodinger's, are you going to help us find the tape?
Hold on. You live in San Diego where they... I'm sorry, say again?
Are you going to help us find the tape?
I didn't hear you.
Are you going to come help? All right. See, there you go, Sean. You just got to set a date. We'll go raise this.
Confused. He said he didn't hear you 3 times. Not once did you finish after that. And he answered it. And then you just responded. This whole situation is weird.
But you live in San Diego, Sean, where they have a giant Navy base.
32nd Street.
Where they have ships.
Yeah, Midway. They have carriers. They have some
we have
badass ships. They have some badass ships out there.
Yeah, what y'all got out there? The Lincoln, the Oh shit! What else is out there?
The Lincoln and the Midway, and then I don't even think the Midway is functional anymore. Or what do you call it? Operational. There you go.
No, the Midway decom years and years. That's not even a Nimitz class.
They do. I know they take. Yeah, I have no clue.
Is the
what that
Ford
even
out
means.
there? I think the Ford's a West Coast ship, isn't it?
I don't know. I try to stay away from the ocean. It's not fun. There's sharks there. If I had an opportunity to get into a submarine, I'd probably do that for like 10 minutes. But yeah.
I have never stepped foot inside a submarine.
Doesn't seem like a good idea.
No. I would. It would be cool to like do a weekend on one, but I would never want to serve on one.
From what I heard, like, when did they start being able to rescue them? Because I was watching a documentary the other night. It was basically like, yeah, those things went under, and the crew just knew they were fucked.
Back in the 70s, I think.
Damn.
Yeah, and well, it depends on a lot of factors too, because if it's too deep, then you're kind of fucked.
Yeah,
well,
pressurized
I remember back in the 90s, if you're old enough to remember, about 1998, when the Russian sub went to the bottom, and we offered to go rescue the crew, and because the Russians didn't have the equipment to do it, and the Russians said no because they were afraid we would get some of their secrets. So they let the crew die rather than us go save their crew.
That's dirty. What's called
yeah. Because I was saying back then, fuck the Russians, go save those sailors, and the Russians can fucking deal with it. But politically, the U.S. government wouldn't just force ourselves on them. But they literally, you could hear the sailors down there with hammers hitting the hull to signal that there was still live sailors down there. And the Russians was like, nope.
Here's what's crazy. I always thought that like submarines went deep. Period. They don't go very deep at all.
I don't know. That would be something
because
for
the non-existent pressure would kill them.
yeah. Fight the Flat Earth could tell you all about that.
Yeah. Why don't we send spurs on it to a submarine? That'd be awesome.
Well, Chills, you know that there's actually pressure underwater because you have to have a liquid.
No, pressure is all about
air.
heat, and since there's no container in the ocean, you can't have pressure. So,
and I also like to say, Riley got in contact with me about my challenge to him.
Oh,
really?
Tell us.
He's a bitch, and he backed out.
What was the challenge?
I was willing to put up my channel to have a debate with Riley over the whole gravity idea and any other topic that he wanted to, but it had a stipulation. Any citation had to be you had to bring your citations, none of that Google search shit. And here's the most important part. The moderator that we had would then read the citations. He's not allowed to read his citations, nor am I.
That would be the shit. Yeah, I can imagine why he wouldn't do that. Did you hear the interview with BM Furball interviewing Riley?
Mm-mm.
No, I got to listen to that tonight.
He claims to actually be a lawyer.
Yes, he did
in that interview.
Yeah, and also when he was on, I think on the Sean Jose's show, he made that claim again. He said,
"Isn't that illegal?"
For 7 years.
I was just about to say that.
In the U.S. it is.
Wait,
I don't know if it's illegal in the UK.
Are you sure it's illegal in the US?
It's only illegal if he actually tried to do something about
like
it.
a retainer or
to,
something.
Basically, if he tried to present himself as a member of the bar without being a member of the bar for legal purposes, so signing an oath, a witness, a contract, that kind of stuff. Then
Right. Yeah, practicing without being a member of the bar.
Yeah, but just saying, "Oh, I'm a lawyer," doesn't mean someone's going to arrest you.
Although he didn't claim he was a member of the bar, he claimed he was a trained solicitor.
Solicitor. Isn't that a lawyer though?
Kind of.
Kind of. A solicitor up until about 25 years ago, 30 years ago, a solicitor did almost everything a lawyer in the US would do, except for represent people in court.
Crown Court.
That
Yeah,
was
well,
the
Crown,
barrister, right?
Yeah,
Crown or High Court.
solicitor can represent you in a magistrate's court, but they can't represent you in a Crown Court. But you can't instruct a barrister in Crown Court. A solicitor has to instruct the barrister for you.
Yeah, I don't even know what you just said. That just confused
So that's,
me.
I guess,
And they have
sort of
mentioned
like a paralegal.
well.
Pretty much, yeah. It's halfway between a paralegal and sort of say a contracts lawyer.
But see, that's weird because I can represent myself in the United States.
Paralegal briefs.
Like,
Yeah.
I can represent myself in the United States. So how come isn't that the same thing? Just
You can't represent someone else.
Yeah.
Why?
In the UK, you can.
Yeah, you should be able to. Anybody can represent you.
Because I can as long as I understand that I'm not. So you wouldn't call that person a lawyer in the UK. You call that a third party advocate.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
But the way that Riley worded it was a little bit sly because he kind of, at least from my perspective as an American, it sounded like he was saying he was a lawyer, but leaving himself wiggle room.
Yeah.
To say, no, I didn't exactly say that. He loves the semantical game.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, he does.
I mean, it was the fact. I mean, the thing that I wanted to pull him up on was when he said, "I've been handling evidence for 7 years," and I'm thinking, and he said he's been in transport for 15 years.
Right.
And
what is that? Pizza delivery?
And
he ran some sort of van service.
Yeah.
Without a license and got in trouble for it.
Yeah, well, that's
and it would take a minimum of 5 years to fully qualify as a.
That you know, that might be how long he was handling that phone.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I don't.
Hey,
I heard.
I've got a jet real quick. I've got an appointment coming up at 3:00, and it's like 2:55 now. So, sayonara, folks. Catch y'all later.
Yep. Have a good one.
Take
Thank
it
you for
easy.
being interested.
Is it true that in London, if you want to be a cab driver, you have to have the city memorized?
You do a test called this is only for black cab drivers.
The fuck did
white
you
cab
just say?
drivers don't have to do it?
Like seriously? Are you fucking around right now? Seriously?
Yeah, basically, you have to do a test called the knowledge, and the knowledge basically is I will say you're starting off in Old Street, EC1, and now give me the route to get to Paddington Station. That's a fucking easy one.
You kind of like glossed right over the question.
I think he meant the color black of the vehicle.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we call them black cabs.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I thought you were like
basically having what's called a Hackney cab license.
But you said like you're like just the blacks. What the fuck?
It did sound like that.
I was confused.
I thought the same thing,
You
Sean.
just glossed right over it. I was like, damn, he's ignoring me too.
We call them black cabs because they're all black.
Yeah, but you said black cab drivers.
Oh yeah, the driver of the black cab.
The driver of a black cab would be a black cab driver, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't quite mean it that way.
Racist ass test.
Only in
For
London, really.
But
Black.
yeah, you have to do something called knowledge, and the knowledge basically is you have to do a test where you have to literally say, go down this road, go down this road, go down this road, go down this road, go down this road. I've arrived at my destination, and you have to do all of it from memory.
That doesn't sound like an easy test for a city the
no,
size of London.
It takes most of them about 5 or 6 years to actually get through it, and they literally ride all of those roads. So you see loads of people in London on little mopeds with clipboards.
Yeah.
And those are people who are doing the knowledge generally.
Does that job pay well in London?
It used to. I don't think it's as good as it used to be.
Well, now you have GPS. You don't really need that level of
the whole
knowledge.
point it was all about the fact you're taking the most efficient routes, and you understood if there was a problem how to circumnavigate it. And obviously, it's prior to GPS, so you're right. I don't know if they still do it to this day, but I think they do.
Yeah.
But one of the really interesting things, though, is they did a study of black cab drivers, and on average, the hippocampus, which is the kind of your spatial awareness bit of your brain, in black cab drivers was 2 or 3 times
I
bigger.
wish you'd say something
than
different.
normal people.
Drivers of black cabs.
It just sounds so weird.
Well, I delivered pizzas when I was in college, and I pretty much memorized the city that I live in after about a year and a half of doing that. I got to the point where I could look at an address and drive there without looking at a map or anything.
Yeah, but Schrodinger, you have to understand, it's like you put a pin in central London, sort of roughly where Trafalgar Square is, and the area you have to memorize has a radius of about 15 miles, 20 miles. That's a radius of.
Right. Yeah, and y'all have tons of narrow streets and that are 500 years old.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I could imagine it being pretty difficult.
Yeah, because I grew up in an area that was within the area you required to have for the knowledge. And I lived nearly 20 miles from central London. It was an hour's drive to central London.
Yeah. So y'all cram a ton of people in that small space too.
About 18 million.
Now on the tube, to be honest.
Do you have Uber in London?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have Uber.
Yeah, it's called. Or never mind. Actually, I'm gonna shut up. I was gonna find the most racist term I could, and I just realized, you know what? It's not a good idea. Hold back.
I got one for you. The all whites taxi service.
Is Carlos still here? He's usually pretty good at that.
Yeah. I was going to say to Montreal, what do you think about all this thing? What's it all about?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, that was bad. I should just.
I heard it though. It was bad, but
yeah, because we kept talking
regardless.
about a boat, and I was thinking, that would just keep going in my mind.
Well, they love
And anyway,
I remember serving with some Canadians when I was in the Navy. When you talked to them on bridge to bridge radio, you could always tell if they were Canadian because instead of saying Roger out, they would say Roger oot.
Roger who?
Oot.
You guys are
Instead
confusing
of
me.
out. Yeah. Because at the end, when you're talking on bridge to bridge radio, at the end of the conversation, you say Roger out, but the Canadians say Roger oot.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a bunch of maritime Canadians.
Hang on, guys, 1 second. Bjorn, man, I appreciate the shit out of that. That super chat. He says, as usual, great hangout. Think this is the first time I didn't agree with you, Sean, but that is what makes this channel so great. I don't come here to be pampered nor combated. Challenge, yes, but mainly have a good time and keep up the good work. Thank you. I appreciate the shit out of that. And as far as I'm concerned, panel that and you guys that do it out there, because I can rant all day, but need people to talk back to and talk at. So I do appreciate it. I appreciate you guys on the panel and Bjorn. Man, thank you. I appreciate the hell out of that.
Sean, I've got a chat. I'll try and come back a bit later if you're still going. But I just wanted to say thank you and apologize for terrible jokes.
We need them.
I know.
Because then people realize how funny I am.
This is a good point. I am like, the whip, the foil that you can bounce off.
Yes, you are definitely the foil. It's official, guys. He's the foil of the group now.
Foiled again.
Yes.
Okay.
Now the Dean's gone. Dean needs to come back.
He's back. He's here. I guarantee he is.
Dean is up to his elbows and working on a new project. I don't think we'll rope him back again.
I'm telling
we
you.
should sign a petition.
Oh, he's here.
Bring back the Dean.
I can tell you, Dean's the type of person that would say I'm leaving, but be here all the time. But he's so cool, he's not here all the time. See how that works?
Yep, he's too cool for us.
Exactly.
Hey, Alan, when you were in the radar game, did you ever work on the Spook 9 surface search radar?
Jesus,
Alan knows what I'm
Now
talking
we're
about.
talking, Schrodinger's. Now we're talking.
This is like the worst. This is like the worst panel. Like, I've heard nothing but racial slurs this whole time. It's crazy.
It's the designator is the SPQ9, so we just call it Spook 9.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. The job that I'm interviewing for is I'll be working on that radar. I didn't know if you had any insight into it. I'm aware of it in general. I know a lot of the parameters. It's an X-band surface search and fire control radar, but trying to find a tech manual for it online is impossible.
It sounds like a sounds like a naval radar. And,
It is. Yeah, it's on
yeah,
Navy ships.
I had absolutely no contact with naval stuff at all. I didn't even. I mean, my trade covered SAM radars.
Yeah.
But I never had any contact with this. We didn't do any SAM stuff in our basic trade school.
Yeah, this is a.
I was never posted to a SAM unit. I never had any actual contact with, bar the superficial. SAM radars generally work like this stuff.
Yeah, well, this radar is looking for low altitude, sort of like sea skimmer missiles, and it feeds the fire control systems. So it's looking for things below and high clutter areas to differentiate between an incoming missile and or an incoming aircraft and just other clutter that you get on your radar display.
Yeah. The stuff you're going to stick on a ship is way outside anything I've dealt with. Of the radars that had American designations that we used, they pretty much all had AMPS designations. Because I forget now exactly what the letters stand for. I could go and look it up, but yeah, basically ground-based station, ground-based static air search stuff.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut off the guys while they were talking, so I just muted them. Let me see. Oops. And so I mute them. So what I'm going to do, muted them for a second. Just wanted to say thank you, Monkey. I do appreciate that. He says you guys are doing good stuff. We need this kind of platform. Kudos, kudos, homie. Well, thank you, Mikey. I appreciate the shit out of it, man. And more than welcome on the panel anytime. And I do apologize for the lag in the earlier. It'll get better.
So you're currently working and this is a new job, or you're in work and this is like a better job?
I'm currently working and this is a better job. It's about $30,000 a year more than I'm making now.
Ooh, wow, sweet money,
So,
good.
Yeah, because I do have an electrical engineering degree, but I'm currently not working as an electrical engineer. I write educational curriculum. And
right. So this would work out really well then, wouldn't it? It would.
It would be something I'm a lot more interested in than sitting there writing programs for distance learning on shit that I don't care about.
Sure, of course. And then you get to apply some of the stuff. I mean, it all sounds really good. So I'm sure I'm sure your dedication will pay off, because there can't be too many people who've got the necessary qualifications. I can't imagine there are that many people anyway.
Well, it also requires a security clearance, and I have the security clearance already.
Well, that's always a ticket to it. So I run quite a big business here in the UK, and about 80% of my business is either secret or then the levels that come above that. But a lot of it's secret, right? But they're pretty strict in the UK. Even if you've got a small driving offence or something, we can't place somebody into secure work. Right. So it's a real it's a premium aspect, having that ability to be cleared.
Yeah. I had the phone interview was yesterday, and then yesterday afternoon, and then this morning they called me for the in-person interview. So it's a good sign that they called me that quick.
Yeah, as I say, I bet they're keen, because it's always like radar radar workers and specialists, and security cleared. It's do
Private
they check
company.
you then? What checks do they? Because under our sort of rules, it's not like you get a certificate to say you're security cleared. Each time we put you in for a different package of work, they then have to actually do the clearance.
Yeah, well, the way that it works here is depending on the level of security clearance you have, it can be a simple FBI background check, or when I had my top secret SCI clearance, they actually came and talked to your neighbors and your family, and you had to give them a page full of references of people they talked to.
Yeah, so what we
And
call
then-
that, so in the UK, that's called something called deep vetting. I don't know if it's similar in the States. And with deep vetting, they happen to look a lot at the financials, right? So they look a lot at your bank statements for the last 10
they do
years.
credit.
Your credit.
They do all
exactly, and check that you're not getting money from somewhere for something, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's quite
And
expensive
then
as
if
well.
I leave the country, yes, that's why the companies like it when you already have one, because then they don't have to pay.
Well, exactly.
for you
The
to
other
get
reason we like it if someone's already got it, right, and that's a big, as I say, it's a premium, right? We'll pay extra, is because it's quite costly to go through it. But if you know someone's already got it, unless they've done something naughty very recently, it's very, very likely that they will get it again. Do you see what I mean? So even though we have to put them through new clearance, we know that if someone's previously had it, that there's a pretty good chance that they're going to get the clearance. Do you see what I mean? So
Right. Yeah. It's the same thought process here. So I've got a pretty good, and it's better than even chance that I get this job and get to buy new stuff.
I was going to say, I would have thought your, what you did as enlisted in the U.S. Navy, and then your commission service would put you in a very good position.
Either you're breaking up or I am.
Sorry, I would have thought that your U.S. Navy service, both enlisted and officer, would put you in a very good position for this anyway, wouldn't it?
Oh, it does. That was part of the job description. The required qualifications was an understanding of the Navy and the rank structure and ships and all that, because I will be working directly on Navy ships with Navy people. So they typically don't hire people who've never served for these type jobs.
It's the same with us when we're doing work with the Ministry of Defence or the Army or Navy or any of those organisations. We always get people in who've had previous experience, because part of being able to work in that environment is, as you say, knowing the rank structure and the organisation structures. So even if you took someone who could be cleared and was able to do the actual work, they just couldn't get on, in those kind of structures. So, go on.
Yeah, I was explaining that to my wife last night, that you couldn't take somebody, a civilian, even with all the qualifications, and land them on a Navy ship at sea and expect them to not be just overwhelmed. They wouldn't know where to go eat, where to sleep, just none of that. All of the nonsense that's coming over the intercom system, they wouldn't know what any of that means.
Blue, you were trying to come in?
Yeah, I had a question, but I forgot what it is now.
Oh, okay.
So sorry, did I overtalk you?
Huh?
Did I overtalk you?
No.
Oh. We were talking about familiarity with military services, if that jogs your memory.
Yeah, I think we were comparing the UK a bit to the US and the sort of length of time it takes, and they look into financial records and obviously people being familiar with it, and it's a whole industry in itself.
Is it a civilian contractor, Cliff, or you?
Yeah, it's a civilian contractor that works on. It's a civilian defense contractor. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
are there any other types? That's an interesting question. Are there any other types other than civilian defense contractors?
DARPA is quasi-government.
Oh, okay, DARPA. Yeah, okay. I kind of regard that.
DARPA. Wait. DARPA is government. They're not kind of. They're government.
It's government, but I don't know if they have. I don't know if everybody that works there is on the government payroll. I'm not sure about that.
Everybody.
Their
are they? Okay.
Defense Advanced Research Project. Like, come on.
Yeah, they're funded by I think they're mainly funded by the DoD.
So we have a couple of odd ones in the UK. One of them, which I think might be in America as well, potentially, is one called Kinetic. Yeah, and they're very big, and they do a lot of research into lots of different things. But they're partly owned by the government as well. So usually they're sort of part funded, if you see what I mean. And they've obviously got a lot of ex-service personnel who then work there. But they're not really the government. You know. Sorry, go on.
We used to have quite a lot of civil servant engineers working with us in the RAF. We at the place I worked, we had a couple of civilian, engineers doing electronic engineering who were civil servants, because this was before everything was sold off and turned into external contractors.
Yeah, we pretty much did something similar to that. I think there still are government electrical engineers that work, on the civil service payroll.
Yeah, like directly for the DoD, which would be the DoD in the US, which is like
right.
The MOD in the UK, come under the MOD over here.
Yeah, so I think there probably are people employed by the MOD who aren't enlisted. I suspect that exists still, a few.
Who aren't working for contractors, because I know.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, as I say, the ones who are working for. Sorry, yeah, I mean, I class them. So as I say, we do. I don't know. I've got thousands of people who work for the MOD down in Corsham, for example, and obviously they are working for the MOD, but they are, supplied through us. So yeah. As I say, it's quite a closed area. It's quite an interesting area, really. I think, once you're in, it's one of the big benefits of going into service, I think, that I hadn't realized, is that you there's then the after opportunity, even when you leave service, of being able to sort of, have your career because of the good knowledge that you've got.
Yeah, I mean, actually saying that, half the instructors, when I went through my RAF trade school, half of those were ex-forces civilian instructors, directly employed.
And the interesting thing is when I meet, sort of people obviously work for me, it's very easy to very quickly know which ones are ex-service personnel. There's something I think about how they're turned out, their bearing, I would say, even the way they stand, which I know sounds silly, but I know something in the parade ground or whatever must come through. It's pretty easy to tell the ones who've been in service and certainly the ones who haven't. I don't know if you guys noticed that in the US. Is it something that you guys can notice if someone's been in service or not?
Yeah, it takes about within 5 minutes I can tell if somebody served.
Here in San Diego,
even if they're telling me that they did, it might only take me 10 minutes to know that they're lying.
Like stolen valor type thing, yeah.
Yeah, I've run into that several times especially when I tell somebody that I'm retired and they say, "Oh yeah, I served too," and then they go on talking. And you're like, "No, you
wonder
didn't."
You wonder why people do that, because there's so much that can trip you up, right? What's JSOC? What's this? What's that? What's the other? And people don't know the lingo. Do you see what I mean? So it's so easy to trip someone up, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't think that having not served, they don't appreciate that how easy it is to tell if someone's lying.
Although you do have to be a bit careful, because sometimes you will find that people will be asked questions that they won't be able to answer simply because it wasn't something they needed to know for their service. For some things.
That is true.
Or in a sense like mine, I served basically 15 years ago, and since then I've done numerous other things. Most of the stuff I've basically forgotten. I mean, I didn't forget how to shoot or anything, but but when it comes to nomenclature and things like that, I've forgotten quite a bit. But there's there are some things like you said about
the way you sit, the way you stand, the way you walk, that stays with you.
So I think the key things I would say, right, there's three things I would pick out that I tend to think service people is the bearing, what I call the bearing, or as you say, the way you stand, how you talk and how you communicate, because you tend, service people tend to do it in sort of short snippets of information, which are a lot more precise. Other normal people tend to waffle a lot more. Yeah. So service personnel tend to sort of get the information out in sort of shorter or at least bite-sized chunks. And I think the third one then is how relaxed they are in situations which are maybe not stressful, but even just dealing with someone sort of, I don't know, receptionist or something. Yeah, they tend to have generally, not always true, but generally a better manner. So maybe not commanding is the wrong word, but certainly aspects of leadership, I'd say. That's probably officers, actually. That's probably maybe not just all service personnel. But those would be the three things I would look for.
Yeah, I talked to a guy once who told me that he was a Navy SEAL, but he didn't know what a trident was. And that's not something you forget.
Well, let's introduce him to Don Shipley.
Yeah. Oh,
He'll
yeah.
straighten
Don
that out.
Shipley. I love that dude's channel.
I thought Don Shipley had been taken down. I thought he'd had so much jet from some people that they'd kind of got rid of him or something. Is he still around?
I think he is. It's
He's got a private channel now.
Oh, it's private, is it? Okay, because it was public, and I watched it quite a lot. And then I know he had a couple of high-profile cases. Because I mean, I think the guy was doing good, right? Because you know,
Yeah,
if I was part of that organization, obviously I'm not, but if I was, I would not want some schmuck trying to steal my dead colleagues' credentials, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, his go-to thing was, which makes perfect sense, is he would ask when they said that they were a SEAL, he would say, "Well, what was your BUDS class number?"
Yeah.
And nobody forgets their BUDS class number.
That would trip most
Like
of them.
you could wake somebody up from a drunken stupor and they could tell you their BUDS class number. And some people would just make one up, and the class numbers are sequential. So they would give them a number that hasn't even happened yet, or one that would have had been, you know, back in the 40s. Well, they didn't have BUDS back in the 40s, but you know what I mean? Like a number that's so old that they're not even in that age bracket.
Wasn't there a whole to do, and I saw Shipley's thing on it, about whether, who's that famous actor with the long, who's like half Indian? You know who I mean? He-Man kind of guy, very big. Jesse, no.
Jesse Ventura.
There we are, Jesse Ventura. It is Jesse something. And whether he was actually a SEAL or not. I thought he was actually in a unit that was sort of attached to the SEALs to do with diving or something.
He was in, when he served, the SEALs weren't there yet. They were called Frogmen. And basically UDT. So that was before SEALs existed. So I can see his argument that he would be grandfathered in and be able to call himself a SEAL. I really don't have an issue with him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was generally well accepted by lots of SEALs. Anyone socialized with them, so I agree. I think the SEALs didn't exist. I don't think there's, certainly what he did was probably quite special, right? Underwater demolition is quite a risky activity.
Right. And if you go to the SEAL Heritage Center here in Little Creek, the base here where the SEAL teams are on the East Coast, the Heritage Center is actually called the SEAL/UDT Heritage Center. And the foundation is the SEAL/UDT Foundation. So, I really don't have an issue with that. I do have an issue with him suing the widow of...
that guy who was a shooter, the marksman guy. Yeah.
Right. He sued the guy's widow. That's bullshit. He did win, but still, come on. Dude.
Yeah, you kind of leave him
alone.
alone.
A wealthy man. He didn't need the money.
Yeah,
it was just a vanity thing.
It was. He didn't need the money. The guy had been a real bit of a dick, really, hadn't he? The other guy, and obviously was a bit, deranged at the end, I think, because he did come out with a lot of stuff, didn't he? So I think publicly, didn't he try to sort of deck Jesse at some event? I agree.
In his book, American Sniper, he said that he punched Jesse Ventura, and Jesse Ventura said that never happened, and that was the basis for the lawsuit.
Oh, was it? Yeah, but you don't go after the widow. I agree. I mean, the guy's gone, and
that was fucked up. And he really fell out with a whole lot of the SEAL community after that. He's not as well regarded as he used to be.
Yeah, I can see why, because once the guy that had the problem has gone, it seems excessive to go after the widow. To me, I agree with you.
How could you?
Because Jesse Ventura can be a dick sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, how is the wife legally? I suppose it's the estate.
You can't just go suing people
the
because you feel like it. Yeah.
But I think, Blue, he probably went after the estate. So probably because of the book, money was made from the book. So I suspect Jesse went after the owners of the rights to the book. Yeah, that's probably what he did.
Yeah, I believe that's what happened. I'm not sure how much he ended up getting in the suit, but I know he did win because technically you would have to prove, I guess, that what he was saying was true. And I guess there was no proof that but how weak is your ego if you can't stand somebody saying that he punched you in the face?
Brings us on to an interesting topic, which I noted the other night. I'm sure a lot of you saw before it was taken down, or maybe saw it live, right? The Nathan Oakley special with George Hanetic, where I think George was actually very good on it myself, and put up with a lot of Nathan, and Nathan sort of went over the top. The interesting thing there, I think, is in the UK, for public people with public names, so George is his own persona and it's his own name. We've got quite serious slander laws, and so coming out with some of the things that Nathan probably needs to be quite careful, because it's recorded and enough people were watching it, but I think it could easily be regarded as slander if George sort of wanted to do something with it, because it's not just saying you're an idiot, you're a retard or something. There was quite a lot of venom there about you're inept, you're an inept old man, you should retire, you're this, that, the other. There's quite a number of slanderous statements. So I think sometimes people,
who would want to spend the time and money though to sue somebody on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean? I'm sure George.
I think that's the thing. I think that's where Blue, Nathan needs to be careful, because if he did it to me, but I mean, I'm not public, you see, so I couldn't probably do it because my name is Toady, not my name. It's much easier than to file something in the UK, and you could at least get a takedown, for the material, pretty easily, I would think.
I thought Natchik did a great job of triggering Nathan, though, and the way he laughed at him and then got his razor out and shaved for a while and all that. That was hilarious.
Oh, it's brilliant. And I thought the best bit was also when he couldn't answer what a reference frame was, right? It was that was just sheer joy. Yeah.
Whose page is that on? I need to go look at that.
Well, you can't because that towering pillar of Jello, Ranty, won't put it up. He's made that video private. He's afraid. His excuse is he's afraid of retaliation for what FE Corps has done to Sly Sparkane.
I think that's just an excuse.
That sounds like it.
That is just an excuse. He's trying to cover Nathan's fucking tracks.
He is. I think he realised while that was happening, Blue, that Nathan went far too far, and I think Nathan did go far too far, which is why I'm mentioning the slander thing. Not just calling someone a name.
Yeah, I know he does. I think he was totally aware of it at the time, and I think Randy is.
And I'm sure you listen to the same show that I did because of the things that you're mentioning. QE is asked also for a full unedited copy of it, which is the interesting part.
Yeah.
I heard know what that would be used for. Yeah,
I heard QE ask for that. I thought, and I decided to not to do that today, but I seriously was sitting there thinking at the time, okay, you're going to agree to give it to Kiwi. I want a copy of it too, just to see what Randy would say.
Well, it's a
You should
good
just
thing.
post it.
It's a good thing that he drafts everything in a Gmail, so he can send it to everyone.
Are you guys talking about the Coriolis debate that they had?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On Ranty?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I saw that.
Nathan was being
I saw that.
absolute complete dick.
That he went a little bit overboard. Nathan did, yeah.
Hey, what did
The
you
truth is the
think about
truth.
that? What did you think about that coming from the other side? Like, how do you feel about that debate?
Well, I'll be honest with you. The way he came out, I wouldn't have done it that way. He used strong language and like insulting that, but I think his argument was solid. Nathan's was just the way he said it. I wouldn't have done it that way.
What would you say was his core argument? Like, what was it?
Well, the whole thing, the Coriolis effect. I mean, it's pretty obvious what he was saying about the hovering thing over the merry-go-round and all that, the plane, the time. I mean, I kind of agree with that, guys. Sorry, but
I
the
think that's
delivery.
fine. I think that bit's fine. I think what he did though was he then turned on George and had a go about this. Well, only rumors about Brian Mullen, and we don't know what happened. I'm not saying George did or didn't do anything, by the way, but none of us know, do we? Right? So we don't know that Brian Mullen, had any problems or lost any jobs or didn't lose any jobs. That's not known about. The stuff about George, whatever, having sex with his dog, and a lot of it was quite inappropriate. Really, it was pretty inappropriate. Yeah, saying I hope you die.
Check the state registry for professional engineers, and you can do that anytime you feel like it. That is not an unusual thing. That's a very normal thing to do. It happens thousands of times every day. That is a record that's public, just like all of my FAA credentials are public, just like my general contractor's license is public. Just like my former FCC licenses, I don't have an FCC rating anymore, but all of that.
What I'm wondering is this: how does anyone know that George did that? How did that information leak out?
George says he did.
No, I know he says it now, Blue. I know he says it now, but I can't imagine if I checked, I don't know, your credentials. I'm not sure I'd go and tell anyone, right? So I wonder how that information leaked out. How did the Flat Earth people find out?
Oh, I don't. Well,
I think George said.
George said it.
Yeah, George said it out loud, and it was recorded.
Yeah, I think George said.
Oh, right. So George was the first one to release that information publicly. He said he checked on Brian Mullen.
It was recorded under the pretense of not being recorded, is how I took it. He didn't know he was being recorded at the time.
My understanding is it's Brian Mullen from and he's state of Florida. I think that's what I heard. And I can tell you, I went and checked it myself. And there is a Brian P. Mullen, registered civil engineer in the state of Florida, but he's not in Florida. He's a North Carolina guy with an out-of-state license, which is common. That happens too. My question is this: I'm certain that there's a Brian P. Mullen that's a licensed engineer. Is it that guy that was making those videos?
Are they saying that they found a fake Brian Mullen, like a imposter that's not real?
No, there's this hullabaloo that's gone on about that clown.
Well, yeah.
Brian Mullen, and
just based on the things he was saying, I don't know how he could be an engineer.
I do not know either, and I have for a while now said that I had no belief whatsoever that guy was legit.
Well, that's a surprising thing. That's why George checked, right? The stuff the guy was saying was, for any trained engineer, very unusual. Let's put it like that.
The whole thing with the airplanes not being able to land.
Exactly. It's not compatible with being a proper engineer, and you wouldn't really trust anything that he engineered, would you? Well, I wouldn't.
I'm quite sure Brian P. Mullen is a registered professional engineer. What I'm not sure of is whether or not the guy on YouTube was the same Brian Mullen.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the first time that somebody assumed somebody else's identity.
Yeah, going to say that as well. They may not be the same person, so he could have pulled up a real Brian Mullen, and the other guy could
Yeah,
be just
but George,
some guy.
George
you can
did
go to
say,
Hey guys, real quick, I just want to let you guys know I'm going to put in the 15-minute warning.
okay, so very quickly, George
Oh,
did
you're
check
good.
where the guy worked, didn't he? He did mention the name of the company, and he went and then checked, I think, with the company, didn't he? He found out where the chap worked.
Yeah, he did his due diligence to find out who it was. He knew what he looked like, so he was able to fact check it. When he did, see, I don't even know the whole thing. I just know the very basic of it because I'm in the server where it all kind of went down. He did enough to know it was him, the correct Brian. So the Brian that's gone now, he was an engineer, but he also, everything he was saying, because I remember towards the end, he like did a lot of like everything he was talking about or lecturing on, like not lecturing, but just presenting. It was like this electric space shit that happened in the past. Like it was never any real evidence of facts of anything, how science is screwing us now type things. If anything, I agree. I think I don't think he was real. I think he was in it. He was in it for something, but it sure as hell wasn't a thinking mind like that.
Didn't take him long to take his channel down, did it?
Yeah, that shit went down quick. Like all hell broke loose. The second uttered the word of someone's employer, everything just went haywire. I do know what it's got. Well, see,
I don't know how
weird.
George could have got a hold. I don't know how George got a hold of the employer though, because you cannot get that through the state. It's not required.
Oh, their ways.
The state doesn't. The state of Florida, the state of Tennessee, anywhere, they don't know whether you've got a job or not.
Yeah,
I think George said he went to LinkedIn.
But Blue, the thing is,
I think it was LinkedIn. And he saw his picture.
Literally, I can find anybody. It's just, do I want to put the time into it? And George's got that weird mindset where once he's in, he's going deep, and it's like, dude, like real shit. Because let's keep it real. Like there really was no place for George to do that, in my opinion. I mean, it's kind of like weird to say it because I'm actually doing that, but I'm not seeking out their off YouTube lives to provide, to convince someone of what he's doing wrong. To me, it just seems odd. I mean, and it's not just that. George is one of the people. He's just like the fucking Sean Hawkins, where they fucking. They can't talk to fucking flat earthers. They can't. They're not capable. It's literally their social skills have not developed enough to talk to flat earthers, and they seem to think every time they talk to them, yell, talk shit, and yell some more is gonna work. And they put this persona on themselves that just it doesn't make sense that they're still around.
George loses
to me.
his temper when George has to speak to you as though you never graduated high school. He tends to lose his temper with you.
I've never heard him not lose his temper in a conversation. Tell you the truth. Like no.
Yep.
If he's yelled at somebody, he acts real buddy with everyone else. That's all I've ever seen. Like I said, George doesn't come here. George doesn't present here. There's something about George that just seems shady to me. I don't like people that. I'm serious.
Sean seems real, but he's a bit out there.
Well, it's the same. It's the same situation. They both think you're a fucking moron. Is like the flat Earth breaker. Like that's gonna work or some shit. And they continuously do it. By far, George knows where he stands with the world, so he doesn't do this. But Sean cries a lot. Like Sean's, I disappeared for a week, and then it's been 3 days, and then like Sean's turned into this bitch that like it's just weird.
Hey, George also got mad that got mad that people were making fun of him. Like,
oh yeah, because his name. Yeah. But the thing is,
because he was old or whatever.
But that's the thing. George knows where he stands with everyone, the globe and the flat Earth. Sean, and it's weird saying this. He's a newbie still. Like he just got here. What he's he obviously came from I call it the Red Rhetoric camp, because I could just tell by how he talks to flat earthers. And right now,
He also
is so,
never got in. He never got in on that. Like he wanted to be in on that rhetoric and like
because
Sean Hawkins. Yeah,
it's weird. He thinks he should be there. Like, I've talked to him on the side. I've talked to him aloud because he had his tantrum here, or one of the tantrums here, and it's like, and it's shitty to say, but sometimes you got to say to somebody, like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Sure.
It's like you think you should be on top of the list, and you've been here for 5 minutes.
Well, what does that really get you though? Like to be on the fucking Reds Rhetoric team or whatever. Like, what does that really get you? Like, come on, bro.
Just you're behind them.
Talk to people.
And that's the
talk
thing.
to people. Like, be a person. Like
the way I told him, I tried to be as cool with him as possible. I said, Sean, you got to understand, you're just wiping your ass when it comes to live streaming. And he goes, well, you're just wiping your ass. I'm like, no, dude, that's what you don't get. Like, I've been live streaming for 2.5, 3 years, and by no means am I anybody. So at what point do you think you're going to be like the big channel? Because this is where it started. At least I saw. He got pissed off because I scheduled.
well, if you're editing on your phone too.
Yeah, well, I don't even want to get into that. I had literally went to Jose's chat and posted my link for whenever, and it happened to be a half hour before his, and he went off like it was like, dude, you're taking my spot, huh? Dude, I always stream around noon.
Come on, bro.
And then it got to the point after he started saying how fucked up it was and blah blah blah. I had to say to him, dude, you're welcome. Like, you
got 4 people watching, yo. Come
that's
on.
the thing. I told him, I said, you understand that, like, when Sean or Jose or I or someone picked, like, we had a good system going, and he doesn't understand that that's how you end up becoming get more eyes on you by just sitting back and being known, being out there. But you don't have to be the one. He was pissed he wasn't the one. He was convinced and I knew it the second he got here it was going to happen. Because
he also doesn't do the same thing as you and Jose. Like, he doesn't do like an open show. Like, he does the Sean, Sean's opinion, and that's fine. But whatever.
It's a shit talking fest, and if you like it, go. More power to him. But I told
started
him,
getting really triggered when me, you, and Jose had it worked out where I was picking up all the Australians doing my massive 8-hour streams overnight.
And Crash is a perfect example of it. Crash wasn't trying. He just was. He was enjoying being in the fold. Everyone was enjoying him being in the fold, and we all were at his channel. We jumped on his panels, and it worked. And the idea is that how that no one. I don't even know if people really look at it, but this is how it does work. Get in line, and you find your spot. Once you find that spot, it's pretty set. Because no one else wants to be sitting on your toes. The only people that did that was Jose. Jose and Nathan are the only ones right now I can see that are battling for time. The difference is they both run 2 completely opposite views of the same topic. And as far as I'm concerned, I think Jose's the top dog right now. That's all there is fucking to it.
What did you say? Jose and who?
You, Jose, and Nathan. That's my
no. See, that's the thing though. I'm not nowhere near this.
I would put you there.
I don't get, but the thing is, I don't get the same views. I don't.
So,
see, there's a thing.
So
that
the guys are interesting.
Hang on,
Have you seen those guys, the Shills? They've come from nowhere, right? Haven't they?
Hold on, I want to hear what Sean is saying.
I don't even know who they are. No, the thing is that Jose and I don't run the same type of stream either.
You kind of do a little bit.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. He runs Nathan's.
Yeah.
Nathan's
he
way.
Runs like Nathan's for Glovers or something.
Exactly. No. It's more for both because he doesn't. That's the thing. Jose takes himself out of it, so you guys can Flat Earth and Globe can do it on your own. He's there because it's his channel and to police if necessary. Here, this is very much so my platform. You know what I mean? I'm not that I keep it open, but that's just me. But
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you were trying to like compete with the numbers or whatever, you wouldn't be talking about like weather modification or
exactly.
you're just doing you, Sean.
Yeah, exactly. And but the thing is I think Jose is doing I think Jose's being real, and so that's kind of where we're at. I'm comfortable here. Jose's comfortable where he's at. Is going to get a lot bigger. I hope I get a lot bigger. But the realization is I'm not trying. I've been doing this. I've been streaming for almost 3 years now. It's like,
yeah. I wish you had more views. Your
got big bump.
Streams are interesting.
So my channel got a big bump just from everybody come over to hang out after being on everybody else's hangouts.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the thing is, for me, like I said, it is weird. I think my upload count is insanely low, and it irritates me. But at the same time, I enjoy doing this more than doing the uploads and trust me, I have like 30 uploads that I have to upload, but like the editing process is tedious. It's like the worst because I'm my worst critic. So it's I can't get shit. Like seriously, I sit on stuff for I have 3 intros almost ready, but because I can't decide, or I get halfway through deciding, and
post something, get it out there.
That's a thing. Fuck. So here's the best part: the only uploads that I have that are getting hits are my Feynman lectures. So don't worry, a lot more to come.
Them. Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
I think like only like 4 of us are watching them, but like I enjoy them. Like they're fucking good.
Yeah.
I watch them. I don't watch them, but I play them through the speakers at the shop at night.
Yeah. So Fry Cat in the chat said it basically explained me and Jose perfectly, stream wise. Jose wants people to discuss it, and I'm here wanting to discuss it with people. It's literally how it works. You know, the difference between us. I think some of it may be the language barrier that Jose thinks he has. Realistically, I don't think Jose is bad at all.
You guys should like play off that, Sean, for sure. Like you should do that.
What?
You should be like, people want to discuss like more in-depth things. Like here's a platform. Jose wants to discuss general things. Like I think you should do that.
Well, that's also why I like where I kind of put myself in the slot, because he runs a 3-hour stream, and what I noticed over all the time I've been doing streams and being on panels and stuff is you guys don't want to be you don't literally want to be on panels and listening for 7 hours of the morning. It's kind of like you want to hear it, break it up, they do something, and something else starts. And it kind of works. So like I liked having that gap between us.
Yeah. But sometimes people are like, SAM missiles, like how do they work? How does like over the radar horizon work? Like that could be like your niche. Like,
well, see, that's the thing.
It's like come here to Sean's channel.
Well, that's the thing. I've
and that's a good topic, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm actually really happy about it because when I first started talking about weather modification and all that stuff, I mean, my live streams were getting like 50 views tops. So it was frustrating, and that's kind of where I kept Flat Earth in it. But like I said, right now I don't even care. Flat Earth is getting irritating to me. It's not even a discussion of Flat Earth. If you really want to think about it, we're arguing against science, or they're arguing against science, and we're arguing for science. It doesn't even matter about the shape because none of us are out there actually showing each other. But the realization is that now, over the past, I'd say 4 or 5 months, I am getting a lot more hits on and emails and everything about, hey, I want to hear about the weather modifications and the geoengineerings. And again, I've said it from day one, those things matter. Fuck the shape. Who gives a fuck? I mean, the discussion is fun.
Yeah, and Sean, a lot of it's not even arguing against the science. A lot of it's arguing against the English language, thus invalidating science.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's just them. They're literally picking and trying to find these things, and it's so distant. It's at first it was just annoying, but now that I'm starting to understand what it took to get to this information that I'm able to obtain, it's just disingenuous. It's fucking disrespectful to science. Pisses me off. All the shit. Riley, he's a joke. Like if he thought it was flat, and this is the crux of it. And I told him in the message that we just had just today. I said, you outed yourself. And he said, what? the fact that you're not willing to debate, and let's keep this as real as it gets, someone as little as I am, over these topics that you're convinced is 100% right and we're full of shit of, yet you want to twist my words, you want to act as if you have some kind of understanding of how science works, and then you make claims that just show you have no clue.
What was he talking about today, Sean?
Well, me and him have been going back and forth because I consider gravity a force under how I would apply it and what I would use it for. But what he does is because I said that, he twists it and says, "Oh, you think science doesn't believe Einstein? You think science believes Newton?" When in realization, it's no. Einstein, general relativity, all that stuff it's real. And then I, under my understanding, used Newtonian. But even better, they didn't throw Newtonian out. They not only did they use it still, applying it, they teach it. So that's how I know they didn't throw it out. But even worse than that is he is literally in that debate arguing for gravity, space-time, not gravity force. And why isn't anyone picking up on that? I don't know. Confuses me. But you can't argue for gravity. Just a different way of explaining it. If you run around telling everyone how it's
I think, yeah. So that's where I've been
relative
trying to
density.
lead him. So where I've been trying to lead him in the conversation, Sean, is to get him and Arwin to explain enough. Because what often happens is if someone like Rumpus is there, get shouted, and we never get an articulation from Riley. So the other day on, I think it was Jose's, we started it, and then I spoke to him on Ranties. Yeah, it's about leading the information out of Anthony, so that we've got something that we can say, you say da 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 da, and then we can go after it. Because otherwise, it just gets into that exactly what you said. It gets into, oh well, your science is telling you, right? Einstein replaced Newton, yeah, and you just get into a circular argument, and that goes nowhere, right? That's
I would be
beg to differ.
interested to see if you could do that with Darwin, like.
Well, they got very excited about this relative density disequilibrium. I don't know if you caught that one, where they got very excited about these negative numbers, and they thought
specific gravity and all that.
Oh, good grief!
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I learned
Anything
about those
between
numbers
1 and
too.
0 is a negative number.
Yeah, I learned about all those the 10,
That's right.
The powers
Well,
of 10 and all that shit. And
if
it's like,
Riley would
dude,
stop,
go ahead, Blue. I'm sorry.
if Riley would stop for a second and realize that he divided density by density, and he therefore ends up with a dimensionless number. That's the reason why he had to try to figure out a way to say this is plus and this is minus.
That's right.
Exactly.
Come on.
A dimensionless number, so that's like when he's doing like the cubic centimeter cube.
You guys realize we're doing science with somebody who didn't know what the internal angles of the equilateral triangle were, right?
Well, we're dealing with somebody who doesn't
But
understand that a
I'm
comma.
asking Blue about the. How did that calculation break down?
He's talking about dividing the density of the object with the density of the medium. In other words, the density of the egg by the density of the liquid or whatever. Well, density is measured in what? Mass per unit volume,
Per
right?
unit volume, yeah, correct.
All right, divide mass per unit volume by mass per unit volume.
Yeah, so if you add more, then...
No, it just goes away. There is
oh,
no,
wait, you
or
subtract
no
more from each side. I see.
Yeah, the unit's canceled.
The units cancel.
All right.
So all you end up with is a dimensionless number.
It's a fraction. Well, it's a fraction of whatever the.
Yeah.
Well, basically, what he did was
Telling
he
you
gave.
nothing.
Sorry.
And it ends up just being a number which tells you nothing. He therefore decides he needs to assign a plus and a minus to it to say that makes it go up and this makes it go down. It's still not a vector.
Well, he
he
then argues his next step is he argues that once you've got that number, it tells you how quickly it will fall in that medium. So if you get a larger positive number, it falls more quickly. Yeah.
Right,
That was his next
what
step.
he did, and I made an entire video explaining this. What he did was he gave the formula for specific gravity, which is the density of the object divided by the dimension or the density of the medium, and that is a legit
The
equation,
area?
but he wasn't calling it specific gravity. And he was misrepresenting it because the units do divide out and you do get just a number.
Yeah.
If that number is greater than 1, then it will sink in water. If the number is less than 1, then it will float. And that number tells you how much of that object will displace water. So I used the ratio of ketchup to water as an example. But then I gave an example where the number comes out to be 0.2. And if that number comes out to be 0.2, then 20% of that object will displace water as it floats on top. So he had to have looked that up somewhere, and he knows that that's specific gravity, and he's misrepresenting what it says.
So I've got a quick question for Blue on that. Blue, in the debate that I had with him, yeah, I was unable, sadly, and I'm sure everyone like you was pulling your hair out, yeah, to explain to him the difference between, I think my example was a crushed piece of aluminium of whatever density, and then the same, density of aluminium, but spread out into, I think I said like a takeaway dish, right, which would then float on water. What's coming into play then? Because it's not just the density. What am I missing? Not that he had an explanation for it, by the way.
Well, he didn't.
Surface
He didn't.
area. That's easy.
No, it's
hang
not
on.
surface area either. You're getting into Archimedes' principle now, which is discussing the amount of liquid displaced by that shape. That's the only reason a steel battleship floats. It displaces its weight in seawater.
Right. So
You guys
if
also-
you were to draw, if you were
So
able,
if you displace a thing, it's going to move that much of the fluid around it. Like
yes,
that's the idea. Yeah.
Whatever it weighs, that's how much the weight of the water. If you were able to, like, somehow measure the weight of the water that it displaces, it'll be the same number.
There's an easy way you can
But
demonstrate.
if I crush
There's-
that ship up, it would sink, wouldn't it? And it's
Yeah,
not.
sure.
Okay.
But there's an easy way to demonstrate this to yourself. Take a plastic Dixie cup and pour some amount of water in it. It doesn't matter how much, and then set that in a pan of a bowl of water,
And it will float.
find out that it will float at exactly the level of the water that's inside the cup.
Hey, just tell me that again. So I take a plastic cup, I put it in a
Take a
basin of
plastic
water.
cup, put it in another bin of water, and the plastic cup will float until it reaches equilibrium. But it will want to tip over, like most likely.
Hang on, tell me again, Blue, the experiment you said. 'Cause
I said
I'm
just
thinking
take a-
I'm pouring water into this cup, aren't I?
Yeah, take a cup, pour some water into the cup. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Pour some water into the cup. Now set the cup down in a bowl of water and balance it. Of course, it'll try to fall over, but balance it a little bit. You will see where it's floating is exactly at the level of the water that's inside the cup.
Yep.
Okay, that's that's Archimedes' principle.
Mm-hmm.
It is just that cup is now displacing.
Do you wait?
Mass
You're
of
saying as if you're skeptical. Do you dispute Archimedes' principle? Like, do you think that's not true?
Do you know who I am, Monkey Sage?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
he
So
definitely
please-
believes in Archimedes' principle.
Please.
All right. So you believe that. So why
So
are you
please,
questioning?
so please, just
So why
hang
are you questioning this?
I don't think
Because
he's questioning
the reason
it. I
I'm
think he's
questioning
asking
it
the
is
question.
I like to get really clear information. Yeah.
All right. Fair
And
enough.
some people are able to provide it.
Yeah.
And other
Fair
individuals
enough.
maybe not so well. Yeah. Blue is somebody who I provide really, really good information. So I always like to listen, and I'm sure the audience likes to listen to good information too.
I know who you are, Gleam, but sure, go ahead.
And Blue has a sexy voice.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
why'd you
like
call
that
Tony-
southern drawl.
Wait, why'd you call Toady Gleam? That's not Gleam.
I think
Definitely
he's getting
not.
a little bit confused. Yeah, between different people, but that's okay. Yeah.
Can I ask a question here on the what Riley did with that tower thing?
Please,
he says
Mr.
that.
Tell.
Thanks. He said that the salt is the cause of the movement of the certain things due to the equilibrium, whatever. What is your guys' explanation on this? How do you guys understand this?
if you look at the buoyancy formula, it's the density of the medium is in play right there. It's along with gravity. So if you increase the density of the medium, then you're going to change the buoyancy.
Okay, I have a question. If we were to change the exact mass of the salt, and let's say we put a piece of plastic in its place, will the same thing happen?
Nope.
No.
No, you're not changing the density of the water.
Right. And if you take, and I showed this in my video as well, that maybe you should go watch Montreal, because it's a pretty good video, I think. If you take that formula for buoyancy and you put in 0 in place of G, then you get 0 buoyancy, because anything multiplied by 0 is 0.
No, I get that. What I'm saying is it's because specifically the salt. Anything else you put in there will not have the same effect, correct?
You can use sugar, you can use lots of other stuff. Baking soda.
Anything that will dissolve in water will.
How about a lead ball? If I were to put a lead ball the same weight,
Lead ball won't dissolve in water.
because it doesn't disperse into the water, correct?
It doesn't dissolve in the water. Oh, yeah, you get a hell of a noise from it, or somebody does.
It wasn't me. You can do exactly the opposite of what he did and make an egg sink in oil by heating up oil if the oil's thick enough to start with.
Oh, you can pour some alcohol in the water and make it sink.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted some clarity on that. Thanks.
That wasn't me.
I don't know who that was, but it's vicious.
That was bad.
I think it might have been Cliff.
I want to do something. I gotta respond to Chris in the chat real quick. So I'm gonna start off where he was talking about it. He said, he sent me a link, and the link is the YouTube link. It's called "How We Know Einstein's General Relativity Can't Be Quite Right." And okay, so yeah, it gets better. So he's sitting there saying, because I someone's in the chat said it's not a force. So you know me, I said it's a force. Blah blah blah. He sent me the link, and he said, where is it? He said, oh, first I messaged him back and said, "Hey Chris, I wanted to make it clear." I said, "Who are you? Who's coming to you with this idea in the video?" And I wanted him to just say science, because again, science provides Flat Earth with their scientific deny. I don't know. Anyway, but he then says, where am I? All right, I told him go ahead and watch it again. Where is it? So I told Chris to rewatch it, and he said, the point is, both Newton and Einstein are both wrong about gravity. I said, Chris, rewatch it. And then he said, oh, this is fun. He said, oh, and if that's not what I said either, no, two different things. Correct, and that's why it's wrong. Must account for quantum level. Okay, so, all right. I'm going to do this really fast, Chris, because I feel like it. Anyway. All of science understands that general relativity and quantum do not mesh well. You're not telling us anything new, and also that doesn't mean gravity is non-existent anymore. It literally just isn't able to be explained in the quantum level. So if anything, the quantum has more of an issue than general relativity at the moment.
Well, it doesn't work right at the other end either. It does. Mm-hmm. It comes apart at the level of a singularity.
Yep.
So
the best thing you can say is that they are incomplete. The best thing you can say is that they're both incomplete.
Right.
Yeah, big time. That's what it's called too.
Is my audio better?
Yes, it doesn't sound like you're driving through a rainstorm.
Yeah, I switched headphones. I don't know what was going on there.
I think it had to do with communications from the boat. Anyway, no, but he says, I don't say it means it doesn't exist, so stop. Oh my God. You said that gravity doesn't work. Those are your exact words. Chris, come on the fucking panel, man, please. Just real quick.
Is it Chris? I'm not watching the live chat, so.
Yeah, it's Chris Berry.
Chris is saying that quantum means gravity's wrong, but it doesn't understand that we just can't explain it on the quantum level. Is all that means, buddy. All that means.
And Sean, you were
That's why
talking
Einstein spent the rest of his life working on this.
Yeah. What's
You
up,
didn't
Josh?
just stop. Said you were talking about people don't want to debate you. Nobody wants to debate this auto mechanic either for some reason.
Because you say things like the jargon of the cams and the bearings and the bolts and the titty twister and all that stuff, and I get all confused, so I wouldn't.
He's got a lot of practical knowledge about how physics works in complex engines.
Yes.
Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah, I'm just saying it confuses me. It's nothing against him. I think some of it's fun to listen to. What was I saying? God damn it, brain fart. Oh, so Chris keeps asking me, I didn't say it means it doesn't exist, so stop saying that. Well, when you say doesn't work and say stuff like thrown out, then I think that's kind of a saying it doesn't exist, or forget it. Fine, you didn't say exist. Wrong. You're still wrong. He says gravity doesn't work.
Chris, that would be like
Wrong.
saying because, yeah, Chris, if you say that because we don't understand how something works, that means it doesn't exist, then or it doesn't work, then we've got a huge problem with lithium in terms of patients who have psychosis disorders or bipolar disorder, because we don't know how lithium treats it. We just know it treats it. We have no fucking idea how Tylenol works, but we still use it.
He says Einstein's theory doesn't work. It's incorrect. Okay, Chris, show me an example, and no one say anything. Show me an example of where Einstein's theory. How about this? Which one? Because Einstein's theory doesn't. All you're saying is Einstein's fucking what he's contributed to science, which is a list of things. So pick one first. Please know what it is, because if you don't, then this conversation is over. But you tell me where something is incorrect in Einstein's theory of. And Chris, please don't ignore me. Come on, man.
You need to qualify that within the boundaries of scope that it works.
Right, exactly right.
No, F that. I just want one example. Because here's the thing. There is an example. I just don't think he does the research.
I can give you one, but I won't.
He said
I could give you one too.
He said people did not understand how fire worked for thousands of years. And now we know how to put it out, how to, in different situations to compare to what sets a fire. We know how to make fire retardant things. So, Chris, you see what your example of a fire worked for thousands of years doesn't make sense. It's not like fire ever stopped working. You don't cook food anymore. Like, it doesn't work. Still cooks my bacon. Anyway, but he says easy. He says easy, quantum. Okay, what about quantum? Because you said quantum, which means you have any kind of understanding of quantum. Good luck with answering that one. But again, I'll wait for an incorrect theory. I didn't say that. Reread. People did not understand how fire worked for when? When do they? Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. When? I don't get. I'm so confused right now. Charlie's now jumping in. Hang on. This is people. If you want to have a conversation with me, the best thing to do, if you want me to read things correctly and answer you correctly, is to get on the panel and talk. Because I hate reading. I hate typing. and I don't really want to talk to like 5 people at a time. But hang on.
Hashtag support keyboard warriors.
So I'm gonna start over.
It's not
Chris.
like anybody here is rude and wouldn't let him talk. We're all reasonable people.
So
click the link.
He said Einstein's theory doesn't work. It's incorrect. What is incorrect about it? And quantum cannot be what's incorrect about it, Chris. Quantum has nothing to do. It's not general relativity. So quantum is not a correct answer.
If
General
I
relativity
may,
was not
I'd like to invite the guy to come on.
We've done
Sorry,
that
Brian,
several
go
times. Oh, sorry, Montreal. We've done that several times. And remember, Einstein's general theory of relativity, the special theory of relativity, were not designed to encompass quantum. Of course, it doesn't work there. It wasn't created with that quantity or quality in mind.
Where would and Einstein never said that it did.
Wait, Chris. No, I am not going to play. Where's that? I don't know who the hell that was, but I'm not gonna. I'm not interested in playing that. She has 25,000K. She's gonna demonetize my shit, and I can tell you right now. I'll read the description for you, which explains exactly what we're talking about. And there is an answer to my question that you could have answered that you just don't understand, which is how I know you're just throwing shit out there. First of all, we're talking general relativity. I don't think I've even seen you say that once. Every time you've said it, you said Einstein's theory. Literally, like, you have no idea how many things that you're talking about. It's not just one. He didn't have one thing. Second, again, quantum isn't the same, so you can't use that as an answer. But more importantly, there's nothing that doesn't work about it. It's just when you get to the quantum level and you would start using, so say doing experiments to test. In the quantum level, general relativity does not match up. It doesn't work. But guess what? That's not anything that, like, everything we do in life, if they stop now, guess what? Gravity's still gravity. Nothing about gravity is different.
Yep.
The same way you would explain pounds differently than you explain tons, or express it is a better way of saying it. It's the same thing when it comes to general relativity and quantum. There are 2 different ways of explaining something. Difference is it's a lot harder to talk about tons when you only want to talk about freaking using ounces. Okay? That's the difference of it. Damn it, Chris, you're in the bunker. Go there. There's a link there every freaking stream. I'm just kidding. I'll do it right now.
Sean, I'd just like to say good night because it's getting a bit late here, and I also plan to go out and shoot some Star Trail time lapses. So, or at least throw the camera out on the porch and set it going.
Oh shit! Hey, Chris, give me 1 second because you're not going to be able to get in. Hang on. I just noticed that my cell phone just died. So hang on 1 second. I gotta.
I'm still waiting on Chris to answer my piston speed question since he said he knows everything.
Do you really think that's gonna happen?
No, but I'm still going to give him shit about it.
Chris, in like 3 seconds, you'll be able to get in here. All right, I'm gonna jump out of the other one.
Did he really say he knows
everything?
everything?
Hang on.
Yeah, it was a couple months ago on Jose's.
Oh, that's right. I do remember that. Yep.
Yeah. What are you a subject matter expert in? He said everything.
I disagree with one of Einstein's theories that the bicycle was one of the greatest inventions ever made.
But that's not a theory. That's an opinion.
So, if you hey Chris, if you copyright me, I'm gonna kick your ass. You hear me? If you copyright me, Chris, I'm gonna kick your ass for that.
Copyright you.
Just fucking around.
You played one of my original songs there, Sean. I have to copyright you.
I think I cut it off last time. No. Okay. So, Okay, so let's get this out the way right now. Chris, you're correct. General relativity is incomplete.
Thanks, gotta go.
Yeah. OBS record. But what about, there's nothing incomplete about it. It's only incomplete in comparative to quantum. But again, it's like my analogy. I think it'd be better if general relativity was like the elephant, where quantum is the ant. Now, how are you going to put them on a scale? That's exactly what you're doing, basically.
Was there a question in there? Sorry. What was
Oh, no. I was just saying, like, your incomplete idea of it has nothing to do with it being wrong. Has nothing to do with it being thrown
Also,
out.
here, I have a question for everyone on the panel. So, can Einstein's math and theory of general, special, whatever relativity could it ever encompass?
Let's get that one straight too, because what we're talking about is general relativity. Is theory.
Well,
of
let me
general
just ask the
and
question.
it matters.
Well, I'm giving you everything. Is my point. I don't care what you talk about.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'm giving you whatever you need. Okay.
Okay.
Can Einstein's theories encompass a quantum theory of gravity ever?
No, and he actually he never said that it did. He died trying to develop a universal field equation.
The same way Einstein, the same way Newton never, brain fart. Oh, okay, got it. Never tried to quantify gravity under general relativity. That's what you're saying, Chris? Newton never did that, so.
Well, he didn't know about general relativity, but I get your point.
How could Einstein couldn't have possibly known enough about quantum to have gone to try to have come up with these theories. Quantum. No, they didn't.
They did know about it.
No, they knew about it, but they didn't know anything anywhere close to enough about it to even try.
But they knew it was a problem. They've known it was a problem. They've been knowing it was a problem for almost over 100 years now.
Okay, so if you
build
a house,
they still haven't figured it out.
So wait. If you build a house, and it's in the middle of the desert, and you build it, you live in it, and it burns down. You didn't know that house had a chance of burning down because it's made out of wood. Well, guess what? It's a theory. They know that's not the end all. They didn't answer anything, so they knew it could be changed. They knew when it came down to explaining so far with general relativity, and it would be time for quantum, they would have to figure it out. And guess what? They've been trying. The realization is I think they're trying to figure out quantum more than they're trying to figure out. They're not figuring out general relativity. They're figuring out how
what does it
works.
mean? I don't understand. Like when everyone knows that famous, at least the partial interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and that lady asked him, "What is gravity?" And he kind of says, "We don't." Excuse me.
What? Yeah, go ahead. What is gravity?
I can't get a sentence out in this show. What's going on here, guys? Come on. And he says, "Oh,
so what do you think?
He makes it.
What do you think?
No, monkey, stop."
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Let's see, let Chris go ahead and distract you with an unnecessary question.
No, I want to hear this.
No, it's an honest question because I don't understand. So Neil deGrasse Tyson says something. He makes a joke and says like, "Oh, we don't know. Next question." Like, but why does he say that? I thought we did know. I thought Newton and Einstein and all these people know what gravity is and how it works and its machinations and mechanisms.
We don't know.
Didn't you just say he was making a joke?
Right, and what did he say right after that? He explained it. Did you not listen to the additional sentences?
Well, why was he making a joke? No, he does. He didn't. Because
he was on a late night talk show. That's what you're supposed to do is make jokes.
Here's the thing, Chris.
You really need to ask him, Chris, instead of us.
Yeah, Chris. How about this? I want to ask you this question.
Yeah, let me call him real quick.
Yeah. How come you decide to choose these, or not you, Flat Earth?
Go to the video.
No, wait. Flat Earth
like
uses...
They're acting like I didn't watch it after. I haven't seen it in a while, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't go on to explain like.
Well, here's the thing, because I can play you a video right now where it's 10 minutes of Neil deGrasse Tyson giving you a very great explanation for science, how science worked back in the in thousands, 1500. I don't remember. No, I don't think he did. But guess what?
Okay, well
He
then I'm
does-
not too interested in it.
Oh, but why? Because he's not talking about what you want. And then here's the other thing. You understand that you probably wouldn't understand a actual, like if you were in a physics laboratory and they're working on quantum, you wouldn't understand a damn word they say. You know that, right, Chris? And I know it. I know I wouldn't. Right?
What does that have to do with anything, Sean?
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson is the guy who translates that to us. And there are times he's probably, his job is to figure out a way to explain science. And if someone asks him at the end of a show, maybe, or they're in the middle of a laughing part of these questions are making more playful, because again, there's usually younger people listening to them than us. It's literally the situation. He never has more than 20 minutes or 10 minutes at best, and most of the time you see him on TV, so it's 2.5 minutes to explain everything that's going on in science to kids, basically, to teenagers, college students, very simply. Same way a comic book. Look, the same way.
I can put Sean. I can actually put it to you this way. Back when I took modern physics in undergrad, modern physics, when it came to discussions of general relativity and its implications in gravity, took us 3 full lecture days to scratch the surface on before we moved on, because we needed to get through the rest of the semester.
And this is also a thing that Quantum Eraser never does, Riley never does. But if you went to a university in any science, any astronomy, fucking physics, all of them, the first thing you guys do is the introduction into science. Everything you thought you knew, as in this is called this is called that, you need to know differently. Matter of fact, like this, Chris, you play guitar. I'm pretty sure you know the very technical terms for your machine, your instrument, every part down to put it together. Am I wrong?
Pretty accurate statement.
Okay. I don't. So my version of the parts on your computer, I'm probably not going to get them right. I'm probably going to say them wrong. But the realization is if you were explaining it to me, guess what you have to do? You have to dumb it down. You have to simplify it so I understand it. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson does. When you teach someone to play the guitar, Neil's teaching you how to learn science.
So a couple of things on Neil. He's a great showman and he's a great science communicator. I don't particularly like his style for me yet, but I think you're right, Sean. He does communicate well to younger people. There's actually a series of lectures for anyone who's interested where Neil is actually introducing and then lecturing. I think it's the Asimov, it's some foundation basically, and he's introducing a number of other people and he gets a chance to give a keynote speech. And actually you see that he is quite an accomplished scientist as well as the showmanship around like the ball that moved under the earth, which was a bit of a joke anyway, wasn't it, right? That I know Nathan keeps going on about. So, I think we judge him, as you say, through the lens of
that wasn't
popularity.
a joke.
Well,
sorry,
it was
Cody,
really.
that wasn't a joke.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It was what I call tongue in cheek.
Let's not forget also that he was on a talk show and not at a science symposium.
Or how about this? 90% of the times you guys see him on YouTube or TV, he is literally in a joking manner. He needs to keep it entertaining. Again, he's talking to younger generation. They don't want to listen to us.
And look how boring it is when we talk science. I did a thing on right pressure, boring, lots of formulas. George talks about Coriolis. People kind of bored. They go bored. This is not gripping stuff. It's quite difficult stuff. So Neil deGrasse has got a very difficult job to communicate that in an interesting way. And I think he doesn't do a bad job of it. As I say, I don't particularly like his style myself. It's not the kind of one that resonates with me. But I can absolutely appreciate the role he does. And I think we shouldn't therefore try and judge all of his pronouncements as being the latest, greatest version of science. Yeah.
Even then, he's not, because remember, he's being paid to do that. If it's literally flat Earth, chopping the crap out of those things up and editing it to look like he's clueless. But he's not. That's the reality of it.
Tyson?
Yeah. You think you could stand? You think you can have a debate with him, Chris?
Probably.
Yeah, there's the
think,
problem. There's the problem. You're on drugs.
Chris, you just went way left
Well,
of the Dunning-Kruger on that statement.
He thinks, okay, let's just
No,
have
no,
a
no,
little
no,
talk
hang on,
about
hang on. How about
No,
this,
hold on,
Chris?
hold on.
Chris,
Let me defend
we
my
debated Coriolis, and I showed you every bit of evidence, and you were stuttered. Moments later,
Yeah, I don't
moments
think so,
later,
Sean.
Riley even came in and was like, "Coriolis is real." That's against me. You think you'd have a shot in hell against Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Coriolis is real, but the spin of the Earth isn't.
What creates a wait? So then it's just a magical spinny thing?
Well, no, you understand what the Coriolis effect in general is, right?
Okay, do you understand?
Like you don't need a spinning ball to have a Coriolis effect, right?
You need a rotating sphere.
Otherwise,
you don't have it.
The simplest,
Then
thing that describes
what causes
Chris,
it then? Hang on, Brian. Hang on, Brian. What causes it?
Okay.
What happens to cause it then?
To cause what?
Coriolis.
And what's the scenario?
Jesus Christ. Nope. Go ahead, Brian. I like
right.
me. We're in a good place, Chris. We're cool. We never yelling. So I'm gonna let Brian talk now. I'm gonna step back so we can stay cool.
Chris, what model has the simplest explanation that is parsimonious when it comes to Coriolis versus the other effects that we see?
I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
Yeah, I don't get that. That question doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh no! Wait. That's also why you wouldn't have a chance against Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why? Because this Brian guy asked a retarded question?
No.
I wouldn't have a chance.
No, it's not retarded.
So by the way, you know Neil Tyson
No.
thinks that a
Again.
40-yard field goal is affected by Coriolis
Listen.
effect?
We
You know that?
look, Chris. We
What was
are
wrong with Brian's
retards.
question?
We are retards because we could not understand the word that Brian used. That does not make Brian retarded and or it be a retarded question. That means me and you are.
What, parsimonious? Is that the word that is difficult?
Yeah, parsimonious was too difficult, and it made me a retard for you.
Parsimonious.
Your
means
question in
simple.
general didn't make any sense.
The question didn't make sense because you didn't understand it. Guess what? If Neil deGrasse Tyson wasn't there, you wouldn't understand anything about science because he explains it. I know it hurts when that happens.
Brian, repeat the question and just say simple instead of parsimonious. Maybe he can get it.
I said simple. Which model is parsimonious or simple, and explains the most phenomenon, including Coriolis?
Okay, well, what do you mean which model?
Yours
Does the
or
spinning ball
ours?
model? Does the spinning ball model, with the fewest contradictions, explain Coriolis in correlation with every other effect that we witness? Which model is okay?
Well, we don't witness Coriolis, so that's the problem.
Jesus Christ! You don't.
How can you say
see
that?
hurricanes? You don't see what?
Hurricane has nothing to do with Coriolis effect.
Oh,
You know, it's an effect,
are you sure
not a
about that?
force.
Are you sure
Yeah.
about that? Okay, so then
100%.
why? What? Oh wow, really? You willing to bet that channel? I love saying that. It makes me happy.
Sure.
Okay, so what are you considering not? Or wait, time out. Damn, you're doing a Riley right now. If Coriolis has no effect on anything, why is it something?
Why do we compensate for it when we fire artillery?
No, yeah, don't do that.
Bullshit.
Hang on. Okay. Cliff, don't do that. No, guys. No, stop, guys, stop. It's too much. Because all he needs to do is deny it. Chris, what is Coriolis then if it's not anything we've explained?
No, I think you're missing the point, Johnson.
No.
Riley said Coriolis is real. Yeah, Coriolis in general as a term and as a thing is real.
Then what is it?
Okay,
how do we see?
explain
What's the if? Yeah,
like if you were on a merry-go-round and you had a drone on the merry-go-round and the merry-go-round is spinning, both are on the same reference frame of the spinning merry-go-round. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no Coriolis yet because there's not been a second reference frame introduced. The moment that drone lifts off the merry-go-round and is in its own control and under its own power, let's say you just levitate the drone straight up, okay, and it hovers. That merry-go-round still moves underneath the merry-go-round. Okay.
And that has fuck all to do with Coriolis.
Your analogy.
That's what I thought. You don't understand Coriolis.
No, well, here's the even better part, Chris.
Well, that's funny because
no. I honestly think
example.
Chris can explain this very simply and quickly. I think Chris is playing the word game where he's trying to make sure he doesn't say anything stupid. And he doesn't mess up and ruin this whole conversation for himself. The reality of it, Chris, is it's impossible for you to say Coriolis is a fictitious force. And then shoot down and then shoot down every effect of that Coriolis that we observe.
No effect.
Then what? Okay.
The effect, it's an apparent deflection.
No, wait, what? What? Did you? Okay.
Oh,
first of all, Chris.
So,
Chris, no.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Actually, you destroyed a sentence. First of all, second of all, what is Coriolis then? No one. And here's the thing, guys. This is gonna be how the rest of this stream. I could have ended 45 minutes ago, so I don't care. Chris.
Yeah.
Coriolis. You can say it's not real. Okay,
it's an apparent deflection of the path of an object that moves within a rotating coordinate system.
Okay,
that's the
so
definition.
Do we observe that?
It is an actual deflection in the non-inertial reference frame, Chris.
No, it's not an actual deflection. It's an apparent deflection.
Yes, it is.
Reference frame.
I'm reading the definition on the. Are you saying you know the definition?
Where's your source? What are you reading it from?
Britannica.com.
Are you looking at the synonyms and all that?
Sorry, guys. Chris is right about everything he's saying here.
Yeah,
he is not right about it.
Yes, he is.
No,
we're about to find out.
Secondly, Chris, what is a reference frame? Because we didn't get that from Nathan. It'd be great to hear what a reference frame is.
Well, I mean, you want my opinion? You want the like book definition?
No. I'm telling you right now, we're jumping around again. I'm not leaving this until Chris answers it. Chris, again, if this is not a real force, okay? If this is a fictitious force, this is inertial. Do me a favor and explain something. How do we know this exists at all? We must observe it. Where do we observe this happening?
You can observe it by hovering a drone above a roundabout.
In nature. I'm in nature, Chris. Nature.
In nature?
Yep.
Why would we want to see it in nature, Sean?
Yeah, I don't know. In nature, then there is none in nature. Sorry.
Because then it explains nature into everything we observe in nature. So
hang on, Sean.
So we get that. Yeah, go ahead.
So okay, I'll tell you where you can see it in nature. You can see it with a drone hovering above a roundabout.
Okay.
And if you say, hang on, if you say that isn't nature, then therefore that must be supernature.
You know what?
Supernatural, right?
Toady, you're 100%. You're 100% correct. But here's the kicker.
I love it whenever they say not the natural world because men aren't necessarily natural.
But here's the thing,
because where's the gray area, right? This is the point. Where do you draw the line, right? That's why quantum eraser is ridiculous.
Yeah. So, Chris, now that you've explained that, can we see that same thing happen, say, with a hurricane?
No.
So you're telling me if we're observing
doesn't cause the hurricane.
Hang on. If we are observing a hurricane in the northern hemisphere, will we see the hurricane rotating rotating and moving in the same manner as your drone, as your merry-go-round? Right?
No, it's not the same thing.
Why? Why can't the guy in the plane observing it be the drone?
If you want to compare, I'm trying to explain.
Oh, my bad.
If you want to compare a merry-go-round with Coriolis of the Earth, the spinning Earth and the spinning merry-go-round are the two that you compare. Whereas the drone and the hurricane would be the two that you compare. But just like the hurricane, just like the drone, there's no effect of the spinning roundabout on the drone. If you're in the let's say you're in the drone, like you're a little person in the drone above a merry-go-round, you see the merry-go-round spinning around you, right? Like you're not moving, but the merry-go-round is. But there's no effect. There's no force on the drone due to the merry-go-round spin.
But see, that's
That's
Why
right.
would there be?
yeah.
Well,
It's not in
there
the,
wouldn't be.
it's not in the it's not in the non-inertial reference frame. There would but not be any effects of the rotation. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. There's
Yeah,
nothing to
right.
there's nothing to observe
That's why it's an effect.
appearing.
The storm is in the inertial reference frame, Chris.
Wow. It is?
Yes, absolutely.
It is.
It's in the
Within the
atmosphere.
gravity
Part of
well.
the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Look, I'm gonna show
It's
you.
in the atmosphere,
It's
which
in
is
the
part of the
atmosphere.
part. Yeah, which is spinning with the
That
Earth.
debunks
It is
Coriolis, then you know that, right?
what?
No, it doesn't.
So it's all the same. It's all the same reference frame. Is that what you're saying?
Wait. Explain.
Okay, we need two
Explain,
reference frames to have Coriolis.
Chris, explain. Chris, explain, please.
Explain what?
Explain what he just told you.
I just told
If
you.
it's rotating together, there goes the Coriolis. Period.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, what you're saying right now is being disputed by several people. So explain it step by step. Like, take me through this.
No. Hang on. First of all,
You need two reference frames for Coriolis effect to happen.
Right.
If Big Blue is arguing
Got
that
that.
the
Got
hurricane is
that.
part of the Earth, one reference frame.
Yeah. There's a non-inertial reference frame that you're picturing up in the sky somewhere, but yeah.
do you
No,
know?
I'm not picturing anything.
Do you know what a velocity or the velocity vector is? My bad.
Why are you mentioning a vector? Who cares?
Jesus fucking Christ! Because it matters, Chris.
No,
Seriously.
just got here.
Awesome.
Whoa. Who's that?
So
Brian
do you know? Because it matters. I promise you, it matters, and you should know if we're having this conversation.
Oh, sorry guys.
Yeah.
What is a vector?
Sorry guys, I
Why
just got
is
to the airport. Somebody tried to take my parking spot from me.
God forbid.
What does a vector have to do with Coriolis effect?
Do you know
Well,
the
you're
vector?
the one that's saying that there has to be two reference frames, so you should know that. Chris?
No, I didn't mention anything about vector. I mentioned two reference
No,
frames.
I did. I know, Chris. I
What
did.
is a vector?
I did. I mentioned it.
Correct. How can
And
you
one of those frames
connect-
needs to be inertial, and one needs to be non-inertial.
Correct, and you're
Is that
Chris,
correct?
and you're linking a vector between the two that are
it's
not.
correct.
Yeah.
So what's the
Yeah.
problem?
Well, you're mixing a non-inertial reference frame with an inertial reference frame, and you're trying to link a line vector between the two, and that's the problem.
No, I didn't do anything.
That's what-
I'm reading you the definition of Coriolis force. If you don't like it, you can take it up with people who come up with definitions.
Chris, seriously, like
Take it up with who?
I don't even know. Like he's okay. So Chris, it's pretty important to know what a vector is because a vector it matters in the conversation of Coriolis. It matters in the conversation of rotate. Everything matters with it. It's a descriptive term. To tell you the truth, you should know this.
But there's no one disputing you need two reference frames. So what's the problem?
Yeah, what is the problem?
Yeah.
You're trying to like apply something that is a fictitious force, an inertial force, into different reference frames, but you're saying it's an absolute, but it's not. It only
You
applies.
also have to remember that Chris is questioning us about it instead of doing the research about it, which there are hundreds and thousands of articles that will explain it to him.
This is a very bigger point to this.
No, I'm not questioning you. You're asking.
Okay.
Explaining.
Okay. So wait. Are you telling me that you know what a vector is, but because you're teaching us, you don't want to
Sean,
tell
a
us?
vector has nothing to do with this conversation.
Okay. That's how I know you have no idea what you're talking about, Chris.
Okay, why?
Do you know what a vector is?
What does it have to do with Coriolis?
It's got direction and magnitude. A vector has direction and magnitude.
Okay, so what?
You have to calculate those forces to be able to determine like the deviation from those forces.
It's what makes them a force.
The understanding and definition of Coriolis, right?
You understanding Coriolis is going to require you to understand vector.
Yeah, and you demonstrated that you don't know what Coriolis is with your drone over a roundabout nonsense.
No, that's in many videos explaining Coriolis. So you're wrong.
Is it flat Earth videos?
Show me one with a drone floating over it.
Okay, and if I do, then what? What are you going to say?
I'm going to say that you probably misrepresented it.
Okay, let me find it.
Well, Chris, it's the same as like if you turn a car sideways and you keep going forwards, the momentum, like whatever, right? Like you have a vector sum of directions. Like you keep going forwards, but you turned, so now there's a direction left or right, whatever. Like there's going to be a vector sum momentum one direction or another, right? Does that make sense? Am I being silly?
I'm not listening. I'm trying to find the video for Clifford.
All right, I'm sorry. Well, you find that, Clifford, Big Red Dog.
Yeah, it's
Does
quite
it
literally
matter?
it's quite literally first day of intro physics to learn how to sum vectors.
So does it matter that the whatever this drone is hovering, or is that fixed to the Earth's reference frame? So if I was on the top of a cliff, would it work just as well, or does it need to be something that is hovering? Question: does it need to be a drone? Could it just be a tall cliff over a roundabout, or a parachute? I'm parachuting out of a plane over a roundabout.
You would have that momentum that you took from taking off of the Earth, but then you would have some other stuff about wind resistance and drag and all that. But
yeah, all that would have to be factored in.
That's why I'm asking. What's special about this drone?
I just linked to the video, by the way.
Drone seems quite complicated to me. I'm just wondering if we could simplify it, but maybe there's something special I didn't realize.
The drone example is complicated to you.
Well, rather than a guy in a parachute, yeah, because the drone's got spinning bits on it, hasn't it? Yeah.
Right, and it can steer.
Simple.
Exactly, and it can steer and course correct, can't it? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Try a hot air balloon. Why don't you guys try a hot air balloon?
This is the same flawed argument that Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser have tried to put forward. And no, you don't have to have two reference frames, Chris.
Also, what's the guy, the Shed Rage? Dell. Yeah, Dell just keeps screaming about this. He loves his merry-go-rounds with drones over him.
Well, Chris does his own experiments. Like, let's give him that. Like, he's not just a repeater, but
I do give Chris that credit.
I don't know how he's going to prove this one, but yeah.
I just linked
I don't know either.
Coriolis effect demonstration with drones. He uses drones. He uses the classic where you throw the ball, and it looks like the ball deflects, but it doesn't. That's probably the best example. That's akin to the bullet and all that, right?
Well, that's what you guys don't understand. It does deflect in the rotating reference frame. In the non-inertial reference frame, it actually does. It actually does deflect.
So if you throw the ball, does it move left or right, or does it continue to go straight?
Well, Chris, I've seen a video where there were some dudes from MIT.
Chris, you do realize that this guy also puts in this video the effect of Coriolis on cyclones such as hurricanes and typhoons, correct?
Well, yeah, because that's just what he understands it to be.
So you're going to accept it. So you're going to accept part of it and completely discount the other part of it because you don't agree with it.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with everything that somebody says. You know that, right?
So
I understand that point, but you're attempting to use a globe proof as a flat Earth proof.
Then why are you asking me about that point if you accept it?
Because you do realize that you're using references that don't agree with you.
Right. As I predicted, you're misrepresenting the thing that you're
I'm
citing.
not misrepresenting anything. How am I misrepresenting it?
Chris.
I'll bet you if you watch it all the way through, he will explain how you're misrepresenting it.
I've watched the video all the way through. That's how I knew how to find it so fast. That's why I sent it to Clifford, who said that he didn't even think something like this existed.
And Cliff is right. You're misrepresenting it.
You're misrepresenting it. Is exactly what I predicted.
How?
Because when did this guy
I'll
say
have to
that
go
there's
through
no
all 13
Coriolis
minutes
force?
and then a little bit of other.
I only need to talk to one of you guys. You can't talk over each other. How am I misrepresenting you?
Chris, I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up and listen to Cliff.
That's hilarious.
So you're saying that this video proves Coriolis force wrong, but the video is about Coriolis force.
No, when did I say it proves it wrong?
When you said that
I never said it
over
did.
a merry-go-round. Right.
No, I didn't, John.
I heard it.
I'm sending you a video demonstrating Coriolis. Why would I say it doesn't exist?
What's the guy? Because you
I
said
think
it
he
cannot
said
be
it doesn't exist on
merry-go-round
Earth
created
with
an
drones
engine.
over 'em.
All right,
Well, then
but
merry-go-rounds on
well,
Earth
Chris
are-
does his own experiments.
That's fair.
Let's
Are
give
there
him
are
that.
there
Like, we're not just he's not
are
just
there
a weirdo,
non-Earth
but
merry-go-rounds?
I don't know
I do
how
give Chris that credit.
I don't know how he's gonna
Yeah,
prove this one, but yeah.
I just linked
I don't
it
know
for
either.
Coriolis effect demonstration
Yeah,
with
someone
drones.
should mute.
It's Big Blue, I think.
Okay.
He uses drones. He
Just very
uses
quickly,
the
because
classic
I've not
where you
seen the
throw the
video, and
ball,
unfortunately I can't do
you know,
it on
and it
mobile.
looks like the
So
ball
basically,
deflects,
we've
but
got
it
a
doesn't.
merry-go-round.
That's probably
It's
the
going around.
best example.
I'm
Correct?
envisaging somebody is
That's sort
sitting
of
next to the
akin to
middle
bullet
center
and all
pole
that.
of that merry-go-round.
Well, that's
They've
what
got a
you guys
ball
don't
in their
understand. It
hand,
does
and they are trying
reflect
to
in the
throw that
rotating
ball
reference
towards
frame.
the
In the
outside of the
non-inertial
merry-go-round.
reference frame, it
From
actually
their
does.
point of view, it would maybe
Actually
appear
does.
that the ball goes straight.
So if you throw the ball
No,
low,
I-
The drone.
it moves
Okay, no.
left or
Well,
right.
all right,
Their
we'll get back
point
to
of
that.
view, it appears that the
Well,
ball
Chris,
deflects.
Depends on which
I've
front
seen a
you
video.
get it from.
I've seen a video where
Yes.
there was
From
the
Yes.
person above. From the
No.
person watching above, it would look like it deflects.
Chris, you
Yeah,
do
it's the
realize
same-
that this
that's the
guy
same
also
basic
puts in
point.
this video
No,
the
no,
effect of
The guy
Coriolis
sitting
on
with his back
cyclones
on
such
the
as hurricanes
merry-go-round
and
looks like it's
typhoons,
going
correct?
straight because he's
Yeah, the
throwing it.
person on
and
the
the
Yeah,
ball's
because
merry-go-round
that's what
is
he
throwing it
understands to
straight.
be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Chris.
you're
And
going to
the
accept
guy
it.
that's
So we're going to
throwing
accept part of it and completely
Hold on, let's
discount
get
the
this
other part
correct.
of it
I'm
because
watching
you
the
don't
video
agree with
right
it.
now. Yeah, you don't have to agree with everything that somebody says. It looks like it deflects.
So could
I understand
just-
that point, but you're
that's why I'm
attempting
asking the
you're attempting to
question.
use a globe
I can't
proof
see
as
the
a
video.
flat earth
Not
proof.
unless you're watching from outside that rotating
Because you
frame.
do realize that
Like
you're
if you're
using
in that
you're
frame,
using
it looks like
reference
it's going
using references
straight.
that
But
don't
if
agree
you're
with you.
outside, it looks like it's
Right.
flat.
As
That's the whole
I
problem.
predicted,
That's
you're
what we're talking about.
misrepresenting the
Exactly.
thing that you're
I'm
citing.
not misrepresenting anything. How am I
Can you repost
misrepresenting
the
it?
link, Chris, so I can try and look
You,
at it in a
I'll
small
bet you if you
screen? 'Cause
watch
I'd
it
just
all the way
like to watch
through,
it,
he
because
will
I just want to
explain
make
how
sure
you're
we're all talking
misrepresenting
about the same thing. Yeah.
I've watched the video all the way through. That's how I knew how to find it so fast. That's why I sent it. I'm just Clifford watching who said that guy he didn't even think something like this. So there's two. There's a guy and he's got a camera set up on the other side of
And
the
Kirk is
I'm
right. You're
saying-
misrepresenting it.
When
I'm
he
Yeah,
throws
sure.
the ball
you're
to the
misrepresenting it. Is
merry-go-round,
exactly what I
ow,
predicted.
straight, it deflects.
Because when did this guy
I'll
say
have to
that
go
there's
through
no
all 13
Coriolis
minutes
So
and
force?
then
in my
a little bit
I
imagination,
need to
because what
talk
I've
to one
normally
of you
seen is there's a
guys.
guy on the merry-go-round, as I say,
You
sitting
can't
at the
talk
center
over each other.
spoke,
How am I
and he's throwing a ball
misrepresenting?
outwards, and it normally looks
Chris,
to him
I'm
like
gonna
that
need
ball
you to
goes
shut the
straight,
fuck up
but
and
anyone
listen to
above
Chris.
the frame looks like it deflects.
Is it moving? Hilarious.
So
The merry-go-round's going round. Imagine a merry-go-round going round, and you're sitting in
Yeah,
the very
if it's
center
going
next to the spoke.
around,
hmm
it's gonna appear to deflect.
To somebody above it, but to the
No,
guy who's
to the
on
guy,
the
guy
merry-go-round.
on it.
Okay, I'll look
It's
at your
so
video.
think of it this way. So to use the globe example, if you were on the Earth and you shot a bullet, the bullet to you would appear to deflect, right? It's the
No,
same.
it looks like it goes straight. When I shoot a bullet, it looks like it goes straight.
Well, that's because it does go straight, but you're hurting the globular argument there, Toady. I'm sorry.
I'm
The-
not. When I
the
shoot a bullet, I don't think the bullet bends.
It
When I shoot a
doesn't.
rifle,
It doesn't in reality, but in globular logic, it's supposed to due to Coriolis.
Globular.
but that's fine. You'd have to be above the earth to
What a
see that
fucking idiot.
deflection.
Is the
Not-
bullet above the Earth?
Look, if I'm looking down the rifle of the gun and I shoot a bullet, it looks like the bullet goes straight to me. Yes, I'm rotating on the earth. So if I'm in the ISS, I might see that bullet deflect. That's my whole point about the classic
You're
merry-go-round.
rotating on the Earth while the bullet isn't. So to you, the bullet is deflecting.
I'm going to go watch the video, right? Because
Yeah, no, Toady,
I've got a very different understanding to you, Chris. Probably I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
absolutely. And I think that's, I'm not saying this.
So
to
do
be
you see
rude.
the bullet bend when you shoot rifles? Do you think the bullet's bending?
In
I'm not saying
reality, in my reality of flat Earth, where it's not where it's stationary, no, it doesn't bend. In globular Earth, where there's Coriolis, it has to bend. Now, the argument is going to be, well, it's over long distances, so you probably wouldn't see it anyway. Fair, okay. But in your world with a spinning Earth, you're in one reference frame. You fire the bullet the bullet's in a second reference frame. So Coriolis would happen. To you, the bullet would appear to deflect.
That is correct.
Then why do our artillery manuals give us corrections for Coriolis?
I don't know. I've seen many that don't talk about it at all and don't give corrections.
Are you talking about artillery manuals or are you talking about sniper manuals?
Sniper.
Okay, look at artillery manuals. Specifically, the Marine Corps, I think it's the 6-TAC-10, Table 8 of the 6-TAC-10 Field Manual of Artillery will give you a chart that for distance and direction and give you the correction angle for Coriolis.
All right, well, you have fun doing that. I'm just explaining to Toady how Coriolis is supposed to work. The funny thing is he's finding it flabbergasting because that's not how it works to him. It's not reality.
That's not the case. I'm trying to watch your video.
Well, no, he just doesn't understand, and that's okay. He's going to go watch the video so that he can understand.
Well, how is Coriolis supposed to work? Like, what are we missing?
Well, to Toadie's perspective or understanding is if you're on the roundabout and you throw the ball goes straight. Because that's reality, right? You're standing on the earth, you throw a football 50 yards, it goes straight. While at the same time, it's supposed to be spinning underneath.
I'm with you. So then what?
Then that's it. The earth is supposed to be spinning underneath the football, and it doesn't. And it doesn't on the bullet. But if you're on a roundabout spinning and you throw the ball.
Well, if you're not in that roundabout, if you're up above in the sky and watching that roundabout, it would look different, right?
Yeah, if Coriolis were real, it would.
Well, Coriolis is real, Chris.
Well, that's what it would look like in reality.
It's quite real.
But it doesn't look like that in reality. That's the point. If you're in a hot air balloon above Earth and you're just hovering, are things flying by underneath you?
The problem I've got, Chris, is you're spinning round on the roundabout. Okay, the ball is traveling with you around. Okay, so the ball is in a spiral motion on the roundabout. I'm sitting at the very spoke, the very center of the magic roundabout. Okay, above me, someone can see me spinning round and round. Right, the ball is spinning round and round with me. I then throw it. That ball has still got the spin that is imparted on that roundabout. Okay, even though it's come out of my hand, that ball still has the spin that was imparted as it was in my hand before I released it. Okay, from above, I believe that I'm going to see it deflect. From my point of view on the roundabout, it'll just look like I've thrown it outwards. Yeah, but I'm going to go and have a look at your video. I haven't quite got to that bit yet. That's what I'm expecting to see.
You're not. It's not maintaining any of this. I don't know all the terms. The circular momentum of the roundabout. When you throw it straight, you're throwing it straight. It's like
it's just traveling straight. I'm going to go and watch the video.
It's like if you had it goes straight, but to you it deflects. It's like if you had a towel or a slingshot with the ball or whatever those things are called, and you spin it, right? When it's released, it goes straight, right? Even though you were spinning it in a circle.
It's a gyroscope, but yeah.
The ball travels in a straight path, but to you it appears that it's curving.
Well, the whole idea
That's
of
what
that
you guys are
gyroscope,
not understanding.
yeah, the whole idea of that gyroscope is that it precesses, and that's the whole
We're not
idea.
talking about gyroscopes. We're talking about the Coriolis effect. The guy on the merry-go-round.
That is the same thing. Yeah.
I see the difference, Chris. He's throwing it over the center. I'm picturing someone at the center. Yeah, because I can see he's doing it.
Exactly.
So he's facing the other way. So it's sort of almost the exact opposite of what I was imagining. Yeah, in your video. But I'm
you got it. Totally.
Now
exactly.
I see it. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that precession of the pendulum is the same thing as the fucking like pendulum. Like
don't even go there. That's a joke. The pendulum is attached to the earth. Don't even try that one. Don't even try that one.
Why is that fake?
It's in the same reference frame. That's why.
Oh,
exactly.
Why does that matter?
Because you need.
Then why does it work?
You need. It doesn't work.
Hold on. Inertial forces matter, but they're fake except for in this case. Like why?
I don't know.
Dude, it's attached to the earth. Which part of that are you not getting? It's on the same reference frame.
Are you saying that you can't use the Foucault's pendulum to determine your latitude?
Correct.
I did not say that. I said something else.
Well, Chris did, but yeah, sure.
Wait a minute, Montreal. Are you maintaining a Foucault pendulum is attached to the earth?
I'm saying that the Foucault pendulum is a crock of shit. Yeah, it's attached to the Earth, and whoever believes in that
isn't attached to
should re-examine it.
You're saying that the Foucault, the pendulum ball itself, is attached to the Earth.
Chris knows that's not true. He's even laughing at this. Like,
no, is it floating? I'm confused. Is it floating?
Is it being restricted by the Earth? It's hanging from a cable.
Sorry.
Where's the table attached to?
Yeah, what's the table attached to?
Cable. I don't care what you attach the cable to.
Damn, the cable is attached to the Earth. God
Attach
damn.
it to a crane, attach it to the understructure of a building, whatever. Yeah, that end of the cable is attached to the Earth. Is the pendulum itself attached to the Earth?
Yeah, hey, how come the pendulum does that weird swing thing? That's the whole question. It doesn't matter what it's attached to. Like, why does it do that weird swing thing?
Have you ever done it?
Yeah, in like middle school. But I wouldn't claim that's definitive.
Do it, and you come back and report to us why it moved.
Well, why don't you go do it and tell me why it doesn't?
I have done it.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Where's your video?
I didn't make a video of it.
Well, then you're fucking in the same place as me, son of a bitch.
Oh, I didn't make a video, therefore it doesn't exist, huh? Sweet, bro.
That's what you're telling me right now.
No, I asked if you did it. You said you haven't done it since 6th grade.
You're telling me that it doesn't exist because there's no video. So I'm telling you the same thing.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well,
why are you putting words in my mouth? You're the one asking why it would move, so I said, why don't you go do it to figure it out?
All right. Well, you too.
I did. I know why it moves.
Why?
You need to go figure it out.
In other words,
now you're keeping secrets. Come on.
Well, you know, it's like with Toady. I told everyone to go do the light experiment. He went and did it, and he found out for himself. That's all I'm saying.
All right. If you could tell us why it all moved, we would maybe go to flat Earth. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell you. I'll save you the hassle that I had to go through. It's because when you release it, no matter what you do, whether you light a string or you do this or that, you impart energy and motion into
some momentum. You're saying that there's always some momentum that's imparted to the system.
Exactly. There's always some energy or momentum or force applied.
Well, why does it always end up working out the same way? Why does it not? Why is it not random, Chris?
It is random.
It always corresponds to the latitude for some reason.
It does.
Yeah. Why does it always?
Yeah, it does.
I feel like it does.
The same way. Can you give us a citation about what you just said, Chris?
You want me to disprove so you think every single Foucault pendulum test ever done has been perfect?
No, I think there's always Chris. I agree with you.
No, he disagreed with me.
I want
No.
I want your citation. Where you got the information that says burning the string to release the pendulum imparted a force of some sort?
I've done it. It does.
I don't care what you did. I want a citation from somebody that knows what the hell they're talking about, Chris. Because you sure as hell don't.
Well, I'll even give you that, Chris. Like, I'll even give you that. Like, you there's always some slight perturbation one way or the other, whichever way you cut the string.
No,
Chris, I'll give you that. Chris, I'll give you that.
String.
But it still tends towards a certain direction, like overall, right? Even if you have if you impart a certain force when you cut the string or burn the string or whatever you do, it still goes towards a certain direction.
No, not all the time. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does all the time.
It's called a bias.
And
so
how about
everyone know who B and Furball is, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know that when he completed his apparatus, right? It's like the most advanced Cavendish apparatus I've ever seen. And he did the test, and in his own video at the beginning, he says every single time he put the weights in, he put the counterweights in, the original set of weights on the torsion bar moved.
Yep. What was the deflection that he measured? Like 1 centimeter every time?
No, listen to me.
I'm hearing you. 1 centimeter.
It moved because he moved the weights in, and he admits that. But he says, "Oh, well, the weights cause the initial movement, but gravity."
Yeah. What caused the rest of the movement? What caused the rest of the movement, Chris?
Because when you do it yourself, like I've already done, the same thing happened to me. I moved my weights in. I saw an initial deflection away from the weights due to the wind, due to the airflow.
And then what?
And then it goes back because that's what would happen.
Well, it went back further.
You
It went back way
spin.
further. It went back like 4 centimeters. The initial
Okay,
deflection was
listen. I know the trick. Okay, I've done it. If you take, and I'm gonna use a rope because it's a better example. Okay, if you take a rope and you spin it to the left an inch,
So it was torsion in the string. It was torsion in the string.
It will go back past.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I gotta take off. You guys can continue to talk. Does anybody want to share anything or promote something real quick, and then you guys can continue your talk? And
I just want to say Sean is awesome. I love Sean. Boom.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Monkey. Anybody else? Anybody?
Go watch my Anthony Riley video.
Yep, go watch it. Anybody?
Yeah. Well, watch my latest video. Maybe you'll learn something about Corey Ellis.
Hey, watch those 3 from Blue. Those are good.
And all Schrodinger's cat, Big Blue, and who else was? I think that was it. Their links are in the description, so go check out their channels. Subscribe if you haven't. I don't know what rock you've been under, but subscribe and then go educate yourself, Chris. You guys can tell Chris, are you streaming and all that shit yet?
I haven't streamed in a long time. I just got tired.
All right, no worries. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming, Chris. I do appreciate that. Toady.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And everyone, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I gotta actually take off and get my son, so you know how that is. And then
thanks, Sean.
I appreciate you being on, Montreal. I may go live again tonight. I don't know. It will be spur of the moment. We'll see. I think Jose probably want to jump on. I don't think. Did he go live this morning? He did, right?
I think so.
Okay, a little bit later on. But yeah, either way, yeah, I will see everyone soon. And I gotta get out of here, so I'm not gonna rant at all. Peace. Yeah, guys, I gotta get out of here. It's actually a little bit behind schedule. So, again, I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Bjorn, you, Monkey, for those super chats. You guys have no idea how much that shit means. And just in general, that you guys are all here for each stream, conversating, being part of the front line. Appreciate it. I definitely enjoyed the fact that we got the opportunity to finally start talking about weather modification and climate. There's so much more to talk about, as you guys can probably hear. That's going to pretty much be the topic at hand for a minute. Maybe towards the end of the streams, we'll start talking a little bit more science, gravity, and stuff like that. But climate shit and solutions and the goods and the bads and all that stuff, it's happening today, right now. So I think it's more important.